Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back to Nerd Talk, the Capper Collective, episode 13, meeting 13, whatever you want to call it. If you've been here before, thanks for coming back. If you are new, well, we are just a bunch of nerds that get together and handicap games. Why nerds, you say? Well, to me, there's nothing nerdier in the world than a bunch of dudes getting around, getting all horned up to talk about stats and stuff. And that's what we do. Maybe not horned up. That's probably bad. Maybe just excited. But anyways, we have cappers from all over the place, different countries, even different sports. We're going to talk about in a minute a sport we haven't talked about, but a little bit on the show. I'm learning the sport. These guys know the sport. But before we do that, introductions. Nick from Earl Sports Bets and Terry from Getting Wild with Terry and Friends. Let's Go Wild Picks and Parlay. Where he's everywhere now. He's Mr. Popular. But a lot going on right now. We got MLB playoffs. We've all had bets. What I want to do before we do this, the special new thing we talked about, is let's talk about what bets we have, what they've done. I'm sure anyone that is in the chat, which isn't many people right now or anyone, knows that there's a game we're all watching. But why don't we start with Terry? Terry, what did you bet today? How did it go? What do you have? What bets do you still have going on? Let's do that.
Well, it's kind of crazy. It's 8:30 at night, and I have absolutely no picks that are live.
Bet Nevada right now.
Bet Nevada. Come on.
If I bet Nevada, the other team will win, or Nevada will only win by 3, and they won't cover your 3.5.
Think about it this way. Ready? I'll tell you how to look at this game. The team Nevada is playing Colorado State. It's the Chicago Blackhawks of college football.
I know, but I will
watch my video. Watch my video on it. There is no team that's worst and second worst in a category in all of college football, and Colorado is in 2 major categories. Anyways,
yes, I know they look horrible, and Nevada definitely looks like the right side, but you don't want me on. You don't want me. Think of Trent, but think of me as Trent for college football.
Nah, I want to talk about that goofball.
Yeah, but I'm the fade god when it comes to college football.
Yeah,
I shouldn't really be saying that because this is being broadcast on ESP, but oh well, it is what it is. I'm not a football guy.
It starts already.
Yeah, you'll get to watch me get more miserable throughout the night.
All right, Nick,
and I won't be saying a word because I have absolutely no right to say anything. And Nick hasn't said anything about the Blue Jays disaster, so I will.
At the end of the day, we give each other problems, but
there's nothing
a lot
to
of us
say.
are
The Mariners are a good baseball team.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
I know they played trash, and I've heard everyone said they played trash, but
they played down to their competition. That's the thing.
On your
they
show,
played good against winning teams.
Well,
news alert for tomorrow. By the way, Kevin Gausman has just announced that he will be the starter.
Yeah, I saw that.
Every team in this playoff, I would not be surprised if they went to the World Series. This is the most equal I've seen a baseball playoff probably in my entire life. It's crazy. Now, the Astros and the Dodgers are at the top of the mountain, and then the Mets are far back, and the Braves aren't. But I'll tell you what, the line back from the top of the mountain isn't that far. So that's exciting. But let's get to what you got. We all know you're on the Mets in some way.
I'm on the Mets money line. Plain and simple. I know I'm always an advocate for not laying too much juice, but when it comes to postseason baseball, I'm not expecting the Mets to win by multiple runs. I'm expecting this to be a 3-2 type of game. So I did not want to lay a run line with the Mets, so I ended up just taking the money line. So that's what I'm on right now. I'm also on the over in the Memphis game, and I'm going to be on Nevada tonight. I'm 1-1-1 so far for the day. I'm up 0.16 units. I pushed on the Phillies first 5. I should have taken them full game, but that is what it is. I cashed on the Mariners money line, and I lost with the Sharks. So I lost on a plus money. I pushed, and I won a dog. So overall, it's been a slightly profitable day. Depends on what the Mets do and what this Houston game does. What is this? What is the Houston game at right now? I haven't checked it. 14-0, and Houston has the ball at the Memphis 8. So hopefully they can punch in a touchdown. I got over 58 in that game, and then I'm going to be taking Nevada later.
Good. So we're all on Nevada. I'm going to say it right now. This is the show pick. I did a video on it last night.
Yeah, I agree.
This is going to be a nerd talk pick. You still have 2 hours to bet it. Go with Nevada. Nevada is not a good team, although they've won in spots. They were disrespected first game of the season, or was it first or second versus New Mexico State?
Against New Mexico State, yeah.
They're one of the bottom 10 to 20 teams in college football. This is one too. Nevada does very few things really well. They're below average at just about everything, but Colorado's horrible at just about everything. And there's 2 big stats. One is they're second worst in running the ball. They average 36 yards a game, so all they can do is pass, and they don't do that even that well. And the quarterback gets sacked. Get this, when he drops back, 21% of the time. I've never even heard of that 4 or 5 games into the season. That's incredible. Yeah, so they're worse.
Wow.
They're horrible.
There's a reason they get blown out every game.
Nevada I have them indexed at 11 points. I got it at 3.
I have it at 7. That's what I indexed it at 6.5, actually.
Up to a touchdown.
Still value on a 3.5.
Yep, I got it at 3. I got it early. But that's going to be official bet. I was on the Guardians. They came through. That was a strange game. But they came.
I didn't bet that game. I was leaning Rays, but I never pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, it was actually kind of split between a lot of cappers that I listened to. They were all kind of over the place. There were a lot of.
I didn't hear anybody on the Rays other than occupancy earlier.
More than I was surprised because to me, the Rays have no momentum. They're on a losing streak. They're going to lose that series. I know you're the other way. You have
I mean, after losing game 1, they probably lose the series. But it just scared me that so many people were on the Guardians. Like, that was one of those where everybody's on the Guardians. And I guess it really had its impact in the other series with the 3 versus 6, where it feels like almost everybody was on the Cardinals. And I'm on the Phillies in that one. So
I said it in Terry's show. I don't see a compelling argument for and mainly because we've never seen this, a 3-game series all at one place. So I didn't see a compelling reason for any of the dogs, which would be the away team, obviously, to win the series. I think all the favorites will win the series. That's just me. Maybe not now with Seattle, but I mean, I'll cross my fingers for Terry.
Well, it's 1 game in. My question is, how many 3-game series do we think we see? So there's four games. How many do we think will go to 3 games?
I don't know.
I would not be surprised if we saw 4 games on Sunday. To be completely honest,
I think
I can see the Rays tying it. I can see the Rays tying it tomorrow. I can see the Mariners tying it, or the Jays tying it tomorrow. I can see the the Cardinals tying it tomorrow. But I'm going to be on the Phillies first 5. I think that's one of the only plays I'm actually truly looking at right now.
Well, I'll tell you the one series I think has the best chance of not going 3 games, and that's the Guardians. That's just because I think the Rays were the weakest team coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, I thought they were a team that was going to be slept on a little bit. I'm looking at the Rays in the first 5 innings tomorrow, expecting Glasnow to go 3 to 4, and hoping he goes 3 to 4 innings. That's kind of where my head is on that one. I don't know if I'm going to get to it, but I'm leaning Rays.
Has been comeback kids a lot.
They've been the
I've seen that where there was a few games where Nick was on the first 5 with the other team, and
I remember that. I remember that exact game you're talking about. I had the Rangers first 5 minus 135, and you had the Guardians full game, and they came back in the 6th inning. So I definitely understand exactly what you're talking about there.
So we got.
Don't look, Nick. Don't look.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Look away.
Oh no! Well,
this Mets series going 3.
Yeah, I think so too. But on to games. We'll get going because I want to get to the other thing we're going to do. But I had the Jays Seattle over. If you would have told me Seattle is, he's going to hit the bottle. Well, that's fine. I started early too, so
it's depressing.
But I had the Jays.
This isn't making it through the night.
Is it 40%?
Shit. It's 50 proof.
So it's like a liqueur. But anyways, if you would have told me that the Mariners only scored 4 runs, I would have said this game is a 9 or 10 run game. But Terry's Blue Jays shit the bed, and they did hit. They were hitting. It was one of those situations where I think they grounded into a double play when they were, I don't know. I only watched part of the game. I was less interested in the game, more interested in the total. But
I think they were extremely unlucky. Everything went Seattle's way, and it just
Castillo looked amazing.
Usually, when you hit better than the other team and you lose the game, is the case. It's just
they got every ball that flew out. They were right there. Like they just had all the luck. But I'm not saying that Seattle won because they were lucky. That's not what I'm saying.
God wants the Blue Jays to
They
lose.
got lucky, but they were the better. Even though the Jays out hit them, they were the better team. They had the better pitcher. Manoah completely shit the bed in the first inning.
Yeah, that's one thing I did notice is in the first inning, Manoah looked like somebody who was making his first start in the postseason. Like he looked nervous.
Shout out Cheshire Cat in the chat. He's everywhere.
But yeah, so it wasn't a good game, but I think we should move on to.
Yeah, we're moving on. So the 3 bets I posted on my Twitter, I just talked about. I added Rutgers money line. That's looking good. Nebraska, you can suck a corn cob because you're bad. And anyway, so I have them, and then I also took UNLV. They're getting points, aren't they? This is how much I know. They're getting 5 points. And I took them just because 2 or 3 of the most respected college cappers that I watch, I looked at the numbers. Nothing would have compelled me. It's a tail. And I do tail. People, some cappers say, oh, I never tail bets. Well, I tail bets. I tail bets for things that open my eyes open. I tail Terry on a lot of his props. I tailed Terry on the prop last night, which was smash, was McManus. Yeah, that was fucking.
That was like that game was just a dream come true when you have like that game was just perfectly perfect.
Yeah, that was a perfect game last night. But usually for me, by the time I'm watching people that people would tail, I've already made my bets, so I don't.
Yeah, you guys are early. No, I get on bets. Your Bo Bichette bets that you had before, those were good. I mean, you're an arrogant prick if you are a capper and you say that out of principle you don't tail bets. I mean, you're not that good. I mean, give me a break. I guess I'm talking about it's kind of an inside thing, and we're not going to go there.
So he's going to haunt you, but he's going to bless us.
Well, Cheshire Cat's hilarious.
Don't bless me. Bless the Mets, please. I need some happiness in my life.
Does Nasty Nate go in any of your stuff? Is he just a PSR guy? Yeah. He's a PSR. Cheshire Cat and Nasty Nate go at it in the comments. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, no, I was saying that in the hockey chat. It seems like everybody's out to get him. Everybody seems to be out to get Cheshire, but
yeah. Well, he's an antagonizer like me. But I like that. So those are the bets we got. But I want to do something real quick. I hope there's hockey people here. I have been started. Okay, let me say this. I've handicapped hockey games, and it's just some goofy ass shit of me being dumb. And I need to get better at it. So I would talk about the team's logos and mascots and movies and stuff. We're gonna get. And they're. I mean, it was winning, and then it lost because obviously I don't know what I'm doing. And preseason hockey is like high school girls basketball. It's awful. But don't roll your eyes, Terry. It's the truth. Preseason, it's horrible.
I don't like capping too many preseasons. I think the NFL is the only one I really cap for a preseason.
Yeah. Well, I did this year, but I rarely do. But anyways, we want to.
There's going to be one preseason game on my card tomorrow.
That's the only day. I thought tomorrow there's an actual game.
There is, but then there's also a lot of
preseason.
Okay.
And if you check the schedule, you'll see the Minnesota Wild are playing tomorrow, so you know what'll be on my card.
Yeah. Well, let's cap. Well, I almost don't want you to cap the Wild because it's going to be the same bet every time. But we'll see how that goes.
Okay, so hold on. Right now in preseason, you want to bet Minnesota, but you're already going to do that experiment. Right? You're going to do that experiment.
I am. Wild, so. Let's get another nerd on. New to the show. Love this guy. We were on Vegas Insider the other day. The one and only Detroit Lenny.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Let's fucking go Mets. What the?
Yeah, come on. I need some.
What the fuck, bro?
Lenny, do you do hockey?
I do hockey. I don't do preseason hockey though. I think it's
we're talking Nashville and San Jose here.
Yeah, we're about to cap the Nashville San Jose game live for the audience.
Yep.
All right. I'm in. I don't do a lot of preseason hockey. That's what I'll say about that.
I will say one of my first hockey game I ever went to. I'll tell a story and then we'll get into it. And I've told this story, but it was my first hockey game ever. It was in high school. My grandfather got 2 sets of tickets from his work. I took 2 of my friends. It was a 2
right next to the penalty box.
Yes. Yes. So they had 4th row. I had up against the penalty box in the glass. I brought 3 of my friends. We had 4 tickets. And we're all wearing hats because we wanted a hat trick. We didn't know anything about hockey. We were football guys and a couple volleyball players that I hung out with. And we sat there and we were rowdy. We weren't even drinking or anything. We were just all hopped up on, testosterone. And
I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew.
So in that game, Paul Correa had a hat trick. He's one of the best Ducks of all time. I know that. So we threw the hat on the hat trick. There was a guy in the penalty box right next to us from the Predators. And this is why I'm bringing this up because it was Ducks versus Predators. He was sitting there and we were calling him like a pussy and banging on the glass and stuff. And I don't know why they didn't kick us out, but they said, you guys need to calm down. And we did it again. And they said, if we give you a puck, will you calm down? So I have a puck from my first hockey game, and I don't cap hockey or even really watch it. But I will say that was one of my favorite sporting events I've ever been to.
Hockey games live are awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what the Mets do in the playoffs, I'll probably, if they're not in the World Series, I'll be going to a couple later this month.
There was a guy behind me too that was obviously a hockey fan. He kept calling the puck the raisin. He's like, hit the raisin, put the raisin in the goal. Is that a thing?
I've heard it called the biscuit. Put the biscuit in the
basket.
The
raisin, but
biscuit,
that's basketball.
not the raisin.
I don't know, dude.
He was probably from Canada.
Yeah,
you know how those Canadians are.
Oh, no, he's from Nashville, Tennessee.
You know how those Canadians
He's definitely
are.
not Canadian.
He's probably a Blue Jays fan.
Yeah.
Hey, don't bring up the Blue Jays.
I mean, they could be completely out of it like the Tigers, but we're not going to talk about them.
That was last season. We're already on to next season, bro. We're already moving
you don't have
forward.
anything else to look forward to this season.
Damn right we don't.
Well, let's start, Terry. Let's go. Let's talk about the hockey game tomorrow. The Predators and who else is playing?
Sharks.
The same 2 teams that played today are playing in the exact same location, but one team is now the home team and the other is the road team.
So there was an actual NHL season game today?
Yes.
Okay.
Prague, right?
Nashville won 4-1.
Okay. Were they the better team?
They are the better team.
Okay, they're perceived as a better team. I know that. So go ahead, start your cap. I want to hear it.
Well, for me, it's basically exactly what I said. Like, it's basically that my cap is exactly the same, except that there will most likely be 2 different goalies in that. That's basically the only thing that's changing from yesterday to today. So I'm still going to be on Nashville props. Granlund to get an assist. That guy is just an assist machine. That cashed. I'll be on Nashville team total over and probably on the Nashville puck line again.
Well, explain why, because I don't know why you would. I mean, first of all, let's go back to the goalies. Why would you have a different goalie back to back? Is that normal in hockey? Don't you have your goalie, your number 1 goalie?
Yes, but you don't want to play him every single game because then A, he gets tired, and B, he could get injured.
Is that a new thing? Because I remember back when, and this is why I can name players from the 90s. And the reason why is because sports is different. Back then there was no computer or internet. So you had to go to ESPN to watch, and you had to watch all the sports. So if I wanted to watch baseball, which is and football were my 2 favorite sports when I was a kid, I had to watch all the sports. So I knew who Yzerman was and Fedorov and Jaromir Jagr and Mario Lemieux. I knew all the, and Guy Bear and Patrick Waugh, you named the other day. I think he played for the Devils, right? If I'm not mistaken. No?
Colorado and Montreal.
Colorado. Oh, and Joe Sakic. Like I know those names, but I don't know anyone now because I go to what I want on the internet. So tell me, is this like a new hockey thing where there are 2 goalies, or has that been forever?
There's always been 2 goalies. But in when you're talking the generation of hockey you're talking about, the starters played a lot more games.
Yeah, like baseball.
Now there are some teams that might do 40, 42. Like there might be some teams that are split.
And that's usually a good thing when it comes to playoffs. If you have 2 strong goalies that you can go to, that's a huge thing to look at when it comes to playoffs.
Like Lenny's team. Lenny's team will probably use both goalies.
Yeah, the Red Wings are going to have like a 1-2 tandem. It's kind of like football where back in the day, you'd have like that one just workhorse running back. Now you got like the tandem backfield, split carries, maybe 60-40. Hockey games used to probably be 80-20 backup, and now they're more. A lot of teams will go to like a 60-40,
depending on the team.
Depending on the team.
Teams,
yeah.
And there's a couple teams that use their starting goalies, it feels like every time. The Rangers are going to be one with Igor Shesterkin. They're going to use him a ton. Vasilevsky for Tampa Bay, they use him a ton.
I know that guy.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see Saros play tomorrow. I need to see these goalies to be confirmed before I bet that game tomorrow.
Brodeur was the guy from the Devils. Brodeur. I don't know his first name.
Brodeur, yeah.
Yep. Yes.
He played all the time.
Yeah, he played all the time.
Yeah.
One of the other reasons why I'm liking Nashville is tomorrow's goaltender for San Jose will likely be a former Wild goaltender in Kaapo Kähkönen. He is their second. I guess they had kind of a goaltender competition there, and I think they traded Aiden Hill.
They dumped
Kähkönen. Aaron Dell is their third.
Oh boy.
If he's playing some games, then you definitely want to fade him. Yeah, you want to fade the Sharks.
Corbin of the NHL. There you go.
Who's that? I'm
Aaron Dell. Aaron Dell, Dell. If you've seen him play a single game, bet against him.
Yeah, he's horrible.
Not that San Jose doesn't have enough issues already, but if that guy gets in there, then
pile on right there.
But yeah, so James Reimer played today against UC Saros. So both starting goalies played today. Nashville's backup is Chicago's goaltender from last year, Kevin Lankinen. He's going to play a lot better with a better defense. He had a horrible defense in front of him with Chicago. So I look for him to actually perform well with Nashville.
Red Wings. Sorry.
But Kaapo Kähkönen, he has games where he can play very well. I've seen it in Minnesota, but then he also struggles. And he struggled a lot with San Jose. And San Jose doesn't have a good defense. So
good. Am I ahead of you? Did you see that, Nick?
I just saw it.
I see the Mets have a simple game plan. They're going to run on Darvish all night.
Day.
That's the third stolen base they've had in the first 2 innings.
Nick Earl, remember a game time when I said all I wanted was a Vogelbach like homer, like a meaningful homer kind of thing? I know it wasn't a walk-off, but man, I thought he had it with. I thought he had
that shit too.
Stealing bases is good, but scoring runs is
better.
I'm well aware of that, Terry. We know.
What would
you know about scoring runs there, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
sorry, you put that one on a tee for me.
The same thing as the Mets currently, apparently.
I mean, but we've only.
The difference is the Blue Jays played 9 innings and the Mets have played 1.5.
Yeah, well, we still have a whole night to get there. Don't worry.
They've had chances against Darvish
the ground last year.
Jays had chances against Castillo.
Hey, this is a hockey show right now, okay? Come on. I thought I'd never say that in my life.
I know, who'd have thought, right?
Yeah. But yes, Cheshire is right. The Leafs played Campbell too much, and then they treated him like shit and kind of said, well, we're not going to give you an offer. Go elsewhere.
And then they paid how much to a goalie that played 8 games last year? Right?
He was already. They didn't give him he was traded for, so his salary was already determined. And I do think Ottawa retook some salary, but I'm not 100% positive on it.
Right, so tomorrow's game. Predators, what?
Predators and Sharks. So Predators are the better team.
I know. What are your bets? You've said that already. What are your plays?
Well, nothing. I haven't bet anything at the moment. What Nick said is true. Goaltending really does matter.
It's like pitching.
So, but even if they put Reimer in again and it's Lankinen, I'm still going to be on Nashville no matter what. If I take the puck line and how much I put on the puck line will determine goaltending will matter. But I'll be looking at props. Mikael Granlund to get an assist. That'll be on my card again tomorrow. I'll probably look at the players on his line, so Duchesne and that whole top line.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat, that's what I've been told. I'm trying to find a place to start my cap. In all the sports I cap, I start different places. I index football. I index college basketball. NBA. I have trends and some other funky little secret things that I do. But I need a place to start. Let's do this because we got someone backstage that I want to get in, and it's back to college football. So let's get both of your guys's. And no, actually, I'll bring him in and we'll talk about it real quick, just so he isn't sitting back there. But what up, though, dude?
What up, though? Tapped
DJ
in
Big
the
Boss.
Nerd Talk. How y'all
Bang.
feeling today?
We're I don't know. We've got a Mets, we got a Blue Jays fan. I don't know if you're a baseball guy. We got a Blue Jays fan, they lost, and we got a Mets fan. He's watching the game and they're losing. So we got a lot of kind of long faces. But we're doing a little bit of hockey talk for the next minute or two, and then we're going to jump into college football. So
Go for it, man. Go for it, man. Matter of fact, I'm a Dodger fan. I do MLB, but I usually I do it the first half. I don't really play a lot the second half, but of course, playoffs, the DJing comes out of us, and I play the playoffs. But go for it. I'm here for it. Let's go.
cool.
Vegas
Yeah, so,
Knights.
we'll go with Nick. What are you looking at in the Predators Sharks game?
I need to see what goaltenders are confirmed or whatever for tomorrow. I lean Sharks and I lean over. My cap for this game, or my cap for these two games coming in, that the Sharks were going to split this with the Nashville Predators, and they're both going to take a game. So I like the Sharks a little bit as a dog, because if they split, then you profit a little bit. So I lean Sharks, and depending on the goaltenders, which we'll figure that out tomorrow, I lean over as well. But I haven't capped this one too much yet, but I lean Sharks and over at the moment.
Lenny, you got anything tomorrow on that game?
If I go anywhere, it's probably Nashville, but I probably won't get on that. If anything, it's like Nashville in regulation. I do a lot of in regulation bets. I get a better line on, try and play it, not do the overtime stuff, but that's my only take on that game tomorrow. Would probably be that, and I probably won't even get to that, depending on how the Mets treat me the rest of the way tonight.
I like that look. If you're fading the goalie, bet I'm assuming goal props, right?
Or shots on goal or assists, or
Mm-hmm.
there's more than just goal props.
Well, why would assists matter for the goalie though?
If you expect more scoring against that goalie,
I guess that
then
makes
there
sense.
are going to be assists to go around.
Obviously, yeah. Well, all right. Well,
I was muted, but sorry. There's usually two assists on a goal. Sometimes not. Sometimes there's only one. Sometimes zero. But most of the time there's two. So it's easier to get assists than goals because there's more.
So an assist. So in basketball, when you rebound the ball and go coast to coast, there's no assist. Well, how would there not be an assist in hockey?
Okay, so let's say the San Jose player has the puck, and the Nashville player steals it from him and
then he scores.
goes all the way down to the end. No, then it's only that Nashville player that gets.
Do goalies get assists if the goalie passes it and then the guy
Yes.
goes? Okay.
Yep, the goalie can get an assist. We saw that a few times, especially on 3-on-3 overtimes. You see more goalie assists than you think.
That's kind of a cool prop. Goalie over 1.5 or over half assists. I'm sure that's a prop.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Well,
goalie assists. Yeah, definitely.
DJ,
I got a question for y'all, man. You know, I'm a capper. I'll play all the games, right? So I tried NHL before. So going into NHL, Jimmy told me, a couple people agreed with me with what I was doing, but I was starting by capping out the goalies. Like, you know, in college football, I would tell you the start would be understand the coaches, so you understand what kind of system they run. But they told me it was okay to do goalies. So I'm wondering, what do you guys think about that? And I'm also, my second question is, so everybody's involved into the prop world, you know, prize picks and all that kind of stuff. What are going to be the hot spots on? Maybe that's my calling right there, right? Prop bets in NHL. Where's that going to be? Is it going to be in like you guys were talking assists? Is it in the goalies again? Like, let me know something, man.
that's a really good question. Terry,
I don't use prize picks.
Yeah. Terry's the prop guy. I'm not really.
I don't use prize picks though. They don't have it in Canada, as far as I know.
Well, they have it. Some states only, like in Texas and California, it's one of the only you can do it because everything else is outlawed besides offshore shit and prize picks. So.
Basically, if there's a team,
They
that has
cheaters
bad-
anyway. Prize picks are cheaters because they only put up the games that they want to have action at. I think when you play prize picks, it's 3 guys in their garage that are some type of cappers and putting it together, and it's all about you beating them. So I've seen plenty of people beat them, but you're not missing nothing by not having Prize Picks though.
Do you agree with Cheshire Cat, points and assists?
Yes.
I did a lot of point props, yeah, when I did do them, and I'll sprinkle goal props here and there, but I didn't do too much for props.
So take. I would assume, just like hits with the Boba, you're taking a guy that's on a streak who's had like a goal streak in games. But what are you looking for on the other side, the team they're going against, for a points prop in hockey?
Teams that have weak defenses, teams that give up a lot of goals, teams that you expect the other team to score a bunch of goals on. Basically, if you like a side, or if you like an over or a team total over, that's generally where you would target for props. And if you want to, you can correlate the props, because in NHL, like the top line skate together, the second line skates together. So if you're looking at a top line stack, there's the one that I can think of right off the top of my hand is the top line for Boston with Marchand, Pastrnak, and Bergeron. If you like the Boston Bruins that specific night, you can play point props for all three, and you can potentially cash the point prop on one goal with a goal scored by, like, let's say, Pastrnak.
We did that a couple times last year.
I did that plenty of times last year.
Yeah.
Where I would correlate point props to a point where if I get a full line goal, then I'd be able to cash all my point props at once.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we talking stuff that I like, man. So I got questions, bro. I'm sorry. My brother, y'all just let me know.
DFS background.
That's the point of the show. That's exactly the point of the show.
So basically, right? Because I'm learning right here, right? So basically, I mean, a point prop that wouldn't really make much sense. Like, you might as well play the total. Like you said, more than likely they correlate, right? So, you know, if there's value in the total, then why would you press that with a prop bet? I mean, like, okay, so for example,
sometimes you would expect a team to score goals, but like, let's just say it's a lopsided matchup. Like, let's just say the Blackhawks and the Avalanche, and you think the Avalanche score goals, but you don't think maybe the Blackhawks don't score goals, and maybe this game finishes 5-0, which would still go under the total. Maybe you're just going to look strictly at maybe a team total for Colorado, or you would look at props.
That's what I'm saying. So basically, it just boils down to like a team total right there.
Especially if a team is very like reliant on a certain line. Like, some teams are over reliant on their top line to score goals, and if their top line does not score goals, generally they lose that night. I know Buffalo is one of those where they relied a lot on Thompson and Skinner and Tuck, and if they didn't score, then they probably lost that night. Generally, if you want to target teams where a high percentage of their goals come from a specific line, that's a good way to target it rather than a team total over or a full game over. Okay. When you get Crosby, you usually get points for Gensel. Yes. Yeah, usually if they skate together, one can assist the other. And
exactly. That's how you hit it up, is like, you don't get that. Most goals are assisted, right? I mean, let's realistically. So if you're going to play one, play the other, and you play like just points for that line. And the deeper teams with that, you know, because it's everybody's first line's good. Yep. Shocking. Here's a news flash, NHL bettors. Everybody's first line is good. It's the second and third line that wins you the cup. You know, it's the defense. It's the
fourth line. The fourth line is huge.
Yeah, and the fourth line. You know, I mean, that's why they call the third line the grind line. Because those some bitches are out there grinding.
Fourth line is the identity line. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait. Teach me something. So the lines are basically how the defense is set up. The first line is the first two guys out. You know,
it's the people on the
ice. It's like your first string, second string, third string, fourth string, but usually the top line will get 15 to 17 minutes, sometimes 20.
I was going to clarify that, because for hockey, people that don't know hockey, and I know this, is hockey is a different sport in that you don't have because it's such an exhausting sport. It's just like soccer. You have to have people coming in and out, but they have line changes. You see guys jumping out.
Players usually don't spend more than 90 seconds on the ice on one given time, unless you're a defenseman. Defensemen sometimes go like that, but
I was going to say, like hockey, where every other major sport, basketball, football, baseball, the play stops when you change players. Mm-hmm. Hockey doesn't. Unless there's a whistle,
switch on the fly.
You switch on the move, so there'll be a lot of interactions, players on and off on it. You might not get a whistle or a stop of play for 4 or 5 minutes at a time. And those players are just shifting lines in and out and in and out. So that's why
it's basically guys, boss, it's basically guys jumping over the rail and jumping back in, and they have to time it right, because if you catch them, you'll hear this is something. If you catch a team in a line change, that means that you get across the blue line before they're getting their guys in. So there's a mismatch in players.
Yeah. Or they have too many guys on the ice and they take a penalty.
Yeah.
And then they're down a guy for 2 minutes when you have extra. But I was going to say before, player props, the reason why you want to go with player props more than totals a lot is player props are going to have a ton of value. Adam Fox last year, this kid was getting an assist every single game, but he was plus money to get an assist for months because the books weren't paying attention. They're focused on football. They're not paying attention to hockey props.
RotoWire, right, Terry? Where do you get your
don't use RotoWire.
The best.
Don't use RotoWire. They will tell you goalies are playing when they're not. And to the comment there, I have a few different stats websites that I use when I look at my. I use a lot of stats for hockey.
What are they?
One is shrpsports.com. They will show you any matchup from any NHL, NBA, NFL, all the sports. They have the matchups since 1800, 1900. Like they have everything, so you can see how teams do against each other in the past, and that's a huge stat that I look at in hockey. And back to the Nashville game, Terry shit on me one day. Yeah, because look at Nick. Nick would be on the show and he'd say, "Oh, this goalie's playing," and I'd be like, "No,
projected."
Well, sometimes they're wrong. Yeah, don't use RotoWire. Use RotoWire for baseball, but do not use them for hockey. Use Goalie Post or starting.
That's who I look at.
Starting goalie. Don't use RotoWire for hockey.
Yeah, I think
I got one more question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. Shoot.
I got one more question. So, is NHL hockey more like the NFL or more like college football, in the sense that in the NFL, it has to do with the players that you have, the type of quality players. Like when the game is on the line, the top players rise to the cream of the crop, and basically you base it off the best players. Or is it more like college football the point where it's about coaching, it's about system and scheme and different stuff like that? How does that weigh in NHL? What side do they lie on?
I want to compare it more to baseball than anything else because it's a money line sport and stuff like that. It's a team sport where all lines matter. For me, at least.
I think it's 50-50. Coaching is super important. You can ask Lenny down below, and you can ask a lot of people. Coaching is really important. But then you need top players. You need
50-50 is probably, honestly, not to sound like a square answer, but that's probably about right. Realistically, depending on the it's all about strategy and this and that. But if the players don't actually execute, then they don't execute. It is what it is. But strategy in hockey, there's some different defensive methods and this and that. Red Wings back in the day played a whole different trap game and was like changed. Like people were like, "Oh my god!"
But they had the entire all-star lineup, though.
Yeah, I attribute it to like remember when the NFL, the running gun, like, oh my god, how are they going to stop the St. Louis Rams and the greatest show on turf? Now that offense is damn near obsolete. You know what I mean? Right. So it's like, oh shit, remember when they started play action, and then so everything's got to adjust, stuff like that. Yeah.
But I know that you're talking about the Red Wings, and this is a question I was going to ask. There are some like transcendent players like Ovechkin and Crosby that they've won. They both won cups, right? Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they both won cups.
But then I remember there being a team like. Was it the Hurricanes or the Panthers way back in the day where they had like no all-stars on the team, but they just had a really good team together and that went to the cup but didn't win? Or you have teams like the 90s Red Wings that are an all-star team, or like the Avalanche last year that's just so much better than everyone else. Does that do the players matter to where can one player take over a team like LeBron and win a championship, or do you have to have more of a well-meshed team?
I'll say that I think you need a well-rounded team because, and I'll attribute it to in recent time, the Rangers, the New York Rangers last year were a hot team, made it to playoffs, all that, but they relied a lot on Igor Shesterkin, their goalie. And without Igor, that team doesn't make the playoffs, doesn't even probably come close. I mean, he can make a difference, but that's a goalie. Where what? You're going to tell me that the Rangers are full of all-stars, Terry?
No. Sorry, no. I'm making that face to Cheshire's comment that McDavid will do shit that the Malone. Like, you can't
don't like
compare
McDavid.
McDavid and
That's fair,
Lamar.
that's fair.
McDavid does not do it.
But I think hockey is definitely more of a team. A team. You always are going to have those young guys, those studs. Those guys that are just, Connor McDavid. Dude, just take that guy to get points every game because he's Connor freaking McDavid. You know what I mean? I mean, he's great. He's
Same thing with Austin Matthews.
Matthews, yeah.
Boss, what were you
young
had another
guys.
question?
Hold on, let me write this down. Austin Davis, Boston Matthews.
Austin Matthews, Connor McDavid.
Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah,
No,
Steve Yzerman. Anybody with the
Steve
end of their
Yzerman.
last name OV, which is Russian. All
Alex
the OVs.
Ovechkin.
All of them. All the
OVs. I like that. That's
All
that's
the
good
OVs.
enough for me to remember. All the OVs.
See, I got
I'm on
you.
it, G.
I got you.
Yeah. No, but I was gonna say this is my last one too, because we can go on and on the days. This kind of
Go
stuff.
for
I
it.
like.
I'm all for
interested in.
talking
But
about hockey. It's about
This-
time.
This is my last question. So, NFL wise, right? You could look at an NFL matchup of quarterbacks alone. So people can cap this quarterback versus this quarterback alone, and that'll do you to get the winner, right? So, as far as in hockey, is it like goalie versus goalie or best scorer versus best scorer? How do they
it's a
ever
full
match
team
up?
sport. And I can't count football just looking at quarterbacks. I have to look at defenses and stuff like that.
No. Obviously no, but I'm just saying some people like on a novice level can just say, "Hey, it's Jameis
a
Winston
full team
versus
sport.
Stafford."
You
Yeah, I don't
can't
think you
cap
can do that
it
in hockey
looking
at
at it
all.
like, Sorokin versus Shesterkin, so and so.
He's talking about a starting point, like I was talking about. Like you can
Right.
start. You can start with a quarterback. You can start with a pitcher.
I'll tell you,
can start with a
hockey for me, a starting point would be goalies.
goalies, and then just
Goalies.
like the overall. team.
It's like
Goalies
baseball.
versus goalies.
Well, you
And
could
then
look at
there-
that for just
then,
totals
yeah.
and shit. Yeah.
So in a game where the best goalie of the league is facing the worst goalie of the league, you definitely go with the best goalie of the league.
Of course.
If that was the only thing
Depending
you could
on the
capitalize on.
line. Depending on the
The
line
worst
for me.
goalie in the
I
league.
mean,
shouldn't
can
really
you
be playing
almost
defense.
do that blindly though? Despite the money line, let's say, can you almost do that blindly? Is that a $1,000 bet for $100 return to take the number one goalie versus the number?
No. You
zero?
never lay more than minus 300. And I believe that in almost every sport. Never lay more than minus 300.
No. I'm
hockey is a money
just
line
giving
game.
you a for instance.
Right.
I'm just giving you for instance. Of course, we don't lay minus 300, but I'm just saying, in a novice world, because novice guys come lay thousands to make hundreds.
That's
But
the way
in a
the
novice
public would
world,
think.
yeah, in a novice world, would you take a bet, 1,000 for 100 for the top goalie versus the worst goalie? That's all you're looking
No.
at. You're not looking at nothing else.
Because
That's not a good bet.
No, because the best goalie in the league could have the shittiest defense in front of him,
Right.
and the worst goalie in
Okay,
the league could have the
okay.
best defense in front of him, and that can neutralize it.
Okay, now we're
'Cause it
talking. Now we're
depends
talking.
also. Now, some goalies can steal games on their own. They can have those games where they
Stand on their head.
where they absolutely dominate and nothing gets by them. But
Right.
if you don't have a good defense in front of you, you can only do so much.
So we're gonna do Terry's response to this because it looks like he wants to say something, and then we're gonna get to real sports. Okay.
Yep.
Whoa.
Whoa, time out.
Whoa.
Don't make me go put
Well-
the Red Wing jersey on. Hold on.
I guess I'll be only on here for another 2 minutes, but
Oh, geez.
No, goalies are very important, but sometimes you'll have goalies that are the same, or I shouldn't say the same. You'll have goalies that are very similar, and then goaltending won't really matter that much because a lot of goalies will have similar stats and be very similar, but the team itself will be a lot different. So, for me, I look at the team first, at who's playing, and then I look at who's starting in net, and then I look goalie's kind of second. I look at who the team is first and who they're playing against. and then obviously who is in net is important.
I think you do that anyways. I think that goes without saying. You look at and the problem is I don't know hockey teams. So if you're like, okay, it's the Falcons versus the Chiefs, right off the bat, I'm already thinking, okay, the line's going to be big. The Chiefs are the favorite. Like that goes without saying. You're looking at that, but for novices, that's a whole nother layer for me before I get there because I don't know what's good and who. I mean, I know the Avalanche are going to be good. I know Vasilevsky is a good goalie, and the Lightning are going to the playoffs every year, so they're above average. Like I know a little bit, but like Terry, being engulfed in the sport since he was a little kid, can tell you. I mean, like the back of his hand, he probably doesn't even process that first part of it. He just knows right away what a good team is, what a bad team is, where they're at, and so he can kind of skip that. I can't do that. Boss probably can't do that either. So,
no, my greatest experience with hockey was the Vegas Knights first year out, and I took the Vegas Knights, and they went far that first year. And the reason I took it was simply because the whole factor of professional teams landing in Vegas to play with the slots and all that shit there, like it's always a distraction. And basically in hockey, I've noticed as far as that angle that teams have caught up to that. Like hey, y'all in the room by 9:00 because we don't want y'all falling into that category. But the first year, Vegas Knights, we was cashing right and left.
Yeah, we were. It was a damn Disney movie, man. You knew it was like the Mighty Ducks. You knew they were going to the playoffs.
Yeah, which now looking back at it, making the Stanley Cup for the Vegas Golden Knights their inaugural season was the worst thing that happened for that franchise.
Yeah.
Because after that, they believed that their team was good enough to compete for years and years.
It was like the Jaguars and the Panthers. It was like the Jaguars and the Panthers. They came into the league, and right away they were in the playoffs. Like
that's the worst thing because you're not trying to build a team the right way. You're like, oh shit, we're already good
win right now.
We're fine.
We'll win right now.
No,
yeah.
And the Vegas Golden Knights have traded all their prospects. Like their prospect pool, I think, is one of the worst in hockey. I think the Vegas Golden Knights could be decent this year, though.
Let me say something officially.
Boomer bust.
Let me say something officially before I forget.
And this is the last hockey thing we're going to say. We're getting to UNLV because our boss wants to talk about
the Seattle Kraken will win a Stanley Cup before the Vegas Golden Knights do.
Whoa! More again. Crack is whack. Stop smoking the glass pipe. Put that shit down. That's not true.
Seattle Kraken will win a Stanley Cup.
Last thing I'm going to say about hockey is the Golden Knights. Since Boss brought it up, first loss in their regular season ever. First as a season. From my Detroit Red Wings, you're welcome.
There you go.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right, so we're going to do now, and I like that. We're going to do more of that, guys, as the season goes on. It helps me. It helps Boss. I mean, and there is hockey. I mean, hockey seems to me like baseball. It's a sport that –
it's baseball on ice, kind of capping it that way.
There's a lot of value in it. I can see.
It's a money line sport.
It's a lot more exciting than baseball.
Well, that's an obvious, but
you treat
baseball,
goalies like pitchers, and yeah.
But I want to talk. We kind of went over what games. I'm going to do this. So we went over what we have. We talked about Nevada last night. Tell us what you're on. But I know for sure you want to talk about UNLV. So talk about what you're on besides that, and then let's get to that game.
I took Nevada in tonight's game. I took it on the money line. Actually, I'll give out a parlay. I usually don't parlay, but I'm not like super interested in that Nevada game. Remember, that is a bum fight for sure. And of course, on the bum fight, you want to take the home team. But both of those teams are bad. But I've been anticipating this game for the matchup between Jay Norvell and Ken Norton. For those that don't know, Jay Norvell was formerly the coach of Nevada. He switched over because he didn't get the money that he thought he deserved and went to Colorado State, which is inside the same conference, which is pretty rare in college sports. So it's just been an exciting game to come up to watch. So coming into the game, the best of the team definitely looks like Nevada. Jay Norvell kind of lost hand of the team over there. Matter of fact, he had quite a few players hit the transfer portal, a bunch of other stuff. Broken promise is a broken promise. That guy brought 8 of the skilled players from Nevada to Colorado to be 0-4 right now. Some of those guys are looking like this is a broken promise. I want out. Some of those guys are willing to weather the storm, but some of them are not. So I'm just leaning money line. I don't really want to play. That 3.5 is a joke. Nevada could just run away with it. That's just on paper they look that much better. But I'm just gonna take a money line. I parlayed it over to one of my better bets for Saturday morning, which is gonna be Buffalo to win outright against Bowling Green.
I like that one.
So
I like that
so
one.
yeah. That happened to be a pick that I kind of looked at and was like, you know what? The wrong team is favored in this one. So if I was gonna do a parlay, I had to shoot it over to something that I had a real edge in. So it's kind of a whim, parlayed over to a nice edge. You know what I'm saying? That way, I mean, I was gonna that's a part of my pick, so I was gonna bet it anyway. But if I could parlay it over to that pick, then now I have to put less money on that game to play it. So I do that from time to time. Like these Friday games were not the most exciting. I'm on Nevada too, but I've already went live and took the under 44 to hedge out. So which the under looks great, and I still got a chance with Nevada, but I doubt they 0-13. I doubt that they catch up and cover.
Oh,
So,
you're talking about Rutgers and Nebraska is what you're talking about. You said
Rutgers and Nebraska. Yeah.
I took Rutgers before the game money line.
Man, when I first looked at that game, I had a great feel to take Rutgers. I was like, in my heart, I really felt Rutgers. But when I broke down the numbers, I kind of started vibing off of Nebraska, what they did last week. They kind of defying the odds. I even went into like the press conference, and the coaches is saying like, you know what, if you think Scott Frost getting fired is bothering us, we're over that and we're on to something better. So I was really hoping for improvement, but the only thing that I knew would happen is that they would pack defense in this game, and they did pack defense. This game should be like 28-0 right now, but it's 13-0. Yeah. But they do have defense right here, so I still got a shot. You know, I got a long shot. It's only going into the second half, but
yeah, there's a lot of
at the same time. I should have took some more time with that game and focused on that under, but I'm on it live now at -44. I think it opened at like 50 or something. I think I was like 6 points off. So I'm just right there with that one. But yeah, it's coming into the next game. I like Nevada the 2. Plus, I think Jay Norvell is like a slick talker, man. I like Mike Norvell way better than Jay Norvell, but he's a slick talker. He talks a lot, and he's one of those coaches that don't really care for defense. Like he tries to out offense teams or something. And I mean, as cappers, we love defense. That's what makes the volatility come around is defense in these games. Just like I was talking about hockey, the biggest thing I took away from what y'all was saying was that the defense is the most important thing, because that's where the volatility, no matter what kind of goldie, what kind of scorer you got, anything, if you got a great defense, it creates volatility right there. So yeah, I like that look right there.
You know, Mike Norvell is only I was just pulling him up. He's only 40 years old. He looks like he's 60. I mean, I don't get it, but I agree. I mean, Jay Norvell, Mike Norvell, they're both whatever. I'm not high on Florida State, but I did want to tell you, I've mentioned this on the show here. I did a video on it, but the reason why I like Nevada so much isn't Nevada's horrible. They lost in Cornet Word. They did. And I know you were on New Mexico State, I think, boss, the first week. I was on the other side. I think Nevada was getting disrespected. We lost Terry. But Nevada does things bad, but Colorado does things almost the worst in the league at many things. They're second to last in football in rushing. They rush 36 yards a game. So if you can't rush and you're a one-dimensional team. The other thing that blows my mind, when the quarterback drops back, they get sacked 21% of the time. That's the worst in college football. You can't win. I mean, that's an auto fade for me. If you can't run the ball, you don't run the ball, and then your quarterback gets sacked, what can you do? Nothing. They score 11 points a game.
Yeah, their sack percentage is horrible. Their third down percentage for Colorado State is even worse. But what I looked in today and I flipped over is that Nevada's on the defensive side of the ball, their third down percentage is high too. It's like they're giving up third down like 48% of the time.
They're not good. So, they're not good. It's bad versus way worse is the way I look at it. But before we move on, because I know I have another play. Lenny, are you looking at anything in that game at all, the Nevada game?
Yeah, I love Nevada too. Everything you guys just said. I'm on a little 2-team parlay with Nevada and UNLV. Not to jump ahead to UNLV, but I just did a little. I live in Vegas now. I'm born and raised in Detroit. Been out here like 12 years, so you can't not hear the hype around UNLV, and they're always on TV out here or whatever. So I kind of feel like I cap them a little bit more just because they're in front of me more. But I do a little Nevada UNLV. I took the points with UNLV, and I just Nevada just money line because it is a good old fashioned bum fight.
Yeah,
it is just a bum fight. But Nevada, is probably the prettier bum out of Colorado State, and it ain't. I've been saying this all week. She ain't the prettiest girl, but she the one I'm leaving with. You know what I mean? And that's Nevada right there for me in a nutshell.
Cool. Well, let's talk about UNLV. I mean, I took UNLV. I didn't super cap it. I capped the capper. And by the way, I will say this. I said it again. I'll say it again. Cappers that say that they don't tail, that they're so confident in their cap that their plays are their plays and they don't tail other bets, they're missing money because there's a lot of sharp people that are on UNLV today. And that because I have them indexed right at 5 points, which isn't the end all be all, but that means it's a stay off game for me because there's other games I like. But if cappers, winning cappers that have been winning, that I respect how they cap because we all have different styles, I'll take that bet. And I was convinced in multiple ways to take UNLV. So, boss, if you want to talk about that one, I don't know if did you get it on your show?
No, I left that game alone, man, because San Jose State defense is phenomenal. Brent Brenner over there, the coach at San Jose State. Man, this guy's a good quality coach, man. This Cordero kid that they got from Hawaii on offense, he's developing, but he's kind of developing the same self that he was in Hawaii. So he can kind of move around and make some plays happen sometimes, but then sometimes he can make some big mistakes. So they're not great on offense. They were expecting to run the ball a lot better than they have at this point. So the running game is not there. They have to rely a little bit more on Cordero. UNLV, this is probably one of the better defenses that they're faced so far, and I don't think the Sharps or nobody is tapping into that. So Brumfield, Brumfield, he's a local guy from out here in LA. You know, he went to Sarah High School right here in Gardena. I went to Gardena High School. Check it out. No, but he's a local guy. I had a lot of faith in him. That's why I was on some of the games. I didn't ride the UNLV train for its entirety to this point, but I've caught him at a couple sectors because I know that Brumfield is a playmaker. I caught him more at the end of the season last year where they were basically getting a lot of covers because they were so bad, but they athletically, UNLV is great. They're just not very intelligent at what they do. They're kind of like sporadic out there, especially on defense and on offense. So this time they're playing Marcus Royal is facing a way better quality coach because Brenner, he can be out of here and catch one of those new 5 jobs that's open in the college football right now. He can go to Colorado, all those little spots that's available because he brought that San Jose team from nothing to something. But the coaching quality is up there. Marcus Arroyo at UNLV, he's not the greatest coach at all. Like he's actually doing a lot better than expected, skimming by his ass. But he got a lot of money in Vegas. Detroit from living down there. Like he got a lot of money over his head. I'm pretty sure he want to keep that money, so he's putting his best effort forward to get these guys going because he has the talent. He just hasn't been able to gel them and use them like he wanted to till now. But if you watch the games right now, they're getting by on great plays on defense and Brumfield being able to make plays at any time. Anytime he's a playmaker. So I passed on this game. I didn't want to get involved. I seen a little more value in the bum fight simply because Nevada retained Tua and David Lee, the 2 running backs as a tandem, and they can run the ball alone and score. Colorado State, I'm not sure how they're going to get the ball in the end zone.
And to your point, I think Nevada wins. They lose this game if they try to throw the ball. If they get behind for some ungodly known reason, that's bad for Nevada. They got to just wear the clock, run. Love your under 44 and 44 and a half, whatever you said. And then Nevada, Colorado State. I think Nevada just runs the shit out of them.
Colorado State doesn't score points, so that's I mean, they score 11 points a game. So it's I don't know how that happens, but
and that UNLV game, I'm just 100% here. This is a Brumfield play for me. This kid he's just electric to watch, and I think this is their probably, I don't want to say toughest matchup because they did play Cal earlier in the year, and San Jose played Auburn, but they each lost those games. But this matchup,
San Jose covered though.
They did.
They did,
right.
but the thing is that Cal, I would say Cal is a better than expect. I had them at the dregs of the Pac-10. They're playing above expected value, so that's a quality game that UNLV played. And
Right.
Auburn to me is not.
Bad.
Yeah, they're bad.
Yeah.
So like, even though San Jose State played Auburn well, but that doesn't mean anything. Auburn's that type of SEC team that could be beat by anyone. In my opinion.
And this is just a good
One more.
like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You don't say San Jose State at home. San Jose State is one of the funner stadiums to play in for the alumni, the kids, the area, and everything. They have beer nights, all kinds of wild shit. So I usually take San Jose State at home. I definitely don't feel comfortable, even though, I feel that UNLV might be that team. Like, they might be that dark horse that, is right in front of our face. But like I said, I haven't been on the train the whole time. So I can't really just jump on, especially at a point like this. But San Jose State, on the other hand, is a way more solid team, and they're playing at home where they like to play. This game is probably definitely going to go under as well because San Jose State is relying on the defense. And, Brumfield can be stopped, but he's a great athlete. I really respect that.
So Cheshire Cat has a question. Granted, Southern California is one of the most populated places in the country, but he's asking Big Boss if he knows a guy named Bear that he worked at Dragonfly in Hollywood, which I'm assuming he was a bouncer, maybe, I don't know. And he lived in Ontario. That's all over the place. I mean, I don't know why you're asking that question.
You be any more vague, bro.
No, well, here's the deal. A guy in Southern California named Bear is probably not someone that these dudes are hanging out with. So that's all I gotta say. You know what I mean?
Hey, one of my best buddies' name is Big Bear, but Big Bear never did no nightclub in Hollywood. But I've done the Dragonfly as a DJ. I'm not just DJ because I wanted to add that. Like, I was really a DJ out here.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah.
But I'm retired now. But I've done that Dragonfly Club several times. So, whoever you're talking about, I probably passed them or whatever. But that was back from 96 to 2000. And
I'm gonna dive into this more. If you know a guy named Bear from Hollywood, that's probably not a guy that we're hanging out with. But
yeah, nobody's from Hollywood. I don't have too many people that I know. Period.
Yeah, no one named. If you're a Bear from Hollywood, it's not anyway.
Snuggy Bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Huggy Bear from what was it? Starsky and Hutch. The only bear I know out in LA, out in the Southern California area.
Yeah. So let's move on. So I know people have limited time. This show goes until until really late, but you guys have limited time. Let's get to Saturday's card. I have a bunch of games on the list here. How much interest do we have in Tennessee LSU? That's a big. I think everyone might have some sort of
a whole lot.
So let's go. You're an LSU guy, right?
No, I'm not an LSU guy.
You're a Notre Dame guy. I thought you were Notre Dame LSU.
I'm a Notre Dame guy, but I'm here to fade Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly's Achilles heel the whole time in Notre Dame was the big games versus the good teams. So he's put off some wins. I like what he's missing a safety right now. So if you go back to what he did at the beginning of this year, he took the best player that was already at LSU, made them the captain, the go-to guy, and then he brought in nothing but transfer portals underneath them. So it's worked out for him in some spots, but he's playing a really high-intense Tennessee team. This Tennessee team could be number 3, possibly number 2, or even a number 4 team in the SEC. I mean, Hypo has really got these going. Everybody's bodying at Tennessee on what Hypo is doing over there. And they're moving. The offense is high-paced. It's high-scoring. The defense has some issues here and there, but who's to say that Brian Kelly can manipulate that defense with that offense? If anything, I lean to the under as well. Brian Kelly, he's been known to take these games ever since we got our ass kicked by Alabama. And the first time he said, "Oh no, I'm gonna manage the clock way better in these great big games, so I give myself a chance and it doesn't look as bad." So I'm expecting him to do the same thing right here. So I'm leaning on the under, but I'm also taking the Tennessee minus the point. Like I said, this Tennessee team, they're dynamite on offense right now. All cylinders are saying go right now. So I like Tennessee a lot. I think the number is really shy. It should have been like 6.5, 7.
See, that's what scares me. So I'm off this game. Right off the bat, I thought this would be Tennessee, and then I saw the line. They're -3 right now, I think. But the index, which I bought these. Some of these guys know. I don't know. Lenny or Boss doesn't know. I start with indexes, so I don't make my own index. I don't have enough time for that. But I take 3 really respected indexes. One is Sagarin, which is the name everyone knows, and I average those together, and I get a starting line of where I think it should be. The index has this as a pick'em, which is crazy to me because I like Tennessee way more than LSU. This just seems maybe like a spot at home where LSU plays a little harder. Maybe that's what the Sharps are seeing. But I think everyone – and I don't look at money, the handle on a game. Some people do. I don't think those numbers are accurate. They're different on different sites. But I'm going to assume that a lot of the money is on Tennessee. I'm just going to assume that. Nick can look – or I don't know if Nick or Tim's the line guy. But,
Nick.
Anyway, that's my point. I'm off this game because the index is odd. But I'd love to hear Lenny's opinion because this is a big game. I'm sure he's on it somehow.
I'm on Tennessee. I love the under as well. I think it's going to be – I mean, we might get into the 40s here as a total. I don't think it breaks 50, to be honest with you. I really don't. That's fair. But I like Tennessee. I was high on Tennessee at the beginning of the year. So I'm still riding on Tennessee. Excuse me. I don't think LSU should be ranked. I think they're kind of going to get their ass whooped. Good old fashioned passionate ass whooping is what I think Tennessee is going to bring to LSU. But I've been high on Tennessee. I mean, listen, anytime you got a quarterback named Hooker, I'm going to ride that team. I'm just going to roll that way.
Yeah,
so it's not how I play the game.
He's the only legit. He's the only legit dual threat guy. Like everyone says, oh, Malik Cunningham, screw that guy. Hendon Hooker is a dude, and I liked him last year. I like him this year.
Yep, I agree. I agree totally. I'm on Tennessee, but I wanted to say, Dave, thanks for having me, man. I got to bounce out of here. I got to take the kids to some fucking pumpkin patch thing. So
let's do this,
you guys. But it is what it is.
Before you go, Lenny, what we do on the show is we put our record up not by people, but this is a collective. So we have a group.
Okay.
We let guys give up 1 to 3 bets, their best bets that they have. What you like this weekend. It can be any sport, and give a little if we haven't capped it, give a little cap with it on the way out.
No problem. I'll tell you right now, Tennessee is one of my favorite bets. Just straight out the gate, we just kind of talked about that.
Yep.
I'm just gonna keep riding my Lions over. I'm just gonna keep riding it till the wheels fall off. I mean, they're just go. Oh, they can't stop nobody. New England should have 40 by themselves. Not even gonna lie. Hopefully they keep it close and Lions backdoor cover in some way. But the total in that game is probably my best bet.
We've given that out to the last show, so we do it weekly. So that's I'm on it with you. So
like until the wheels fall off, that's where I'm at. And then I'll say this: tomorrow in baseball, I'm kind of I'm still gonna ride these Mariners. I'm glad Terry's not here no more, but I'm still riding the Mariners. I think. Minus these Mets who are getting destroyed right now, I'm going to end up 3-1 in baseball today. So I had a good baseball day. I think I like the Mariners. I'm a fan of Robbie Ray. Blue Jays for me. It's because they're inconsistent, and that's 100% why I'm on the Mariners. To be honest with you.
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll put you down for those 3. Well, those 2 because we already got that. So Tennessee -3, Mariners money line. I'm assuming is what you're on.
Mariners money line, and that's I be honest, that's Nick. What's that plus what?
It is a plus money bet. He's a little distracted right now.
Yeah, the fucking Mets
right now.
the Met. Yeah. Somebody needs to put a suicide watch on Nick Earl and Terry Edelman for the Blue Jays and the Mets currently.
Well, Tim didn't even want to come on the show.
Yeah, no.
Send one out to my boy Don Ricci, man. You know he lives right down the street from Mets Stadium too. He's a big Mets fan.
Yeah,
He's been stumping on my Dodgers all year. Now he's stressing. Oh my God!
Listen, hey, don't worry, Mets fans. It's just setting you up for the biggest comeback ever against the fraud Rays. So I'm just
Who Banging's got a lot of different. I mean, they got Dom, who's a Mets fan. They got Big Ragu, who's a Yankees fan. They got Big Boss, who's a Dodgers fan. All these people are in the playoffs, so there's going to be some fireworks going on over there.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, check my boy Don Ricci out.
Guys later. Take care, man. Nice meeting you all. You guys take care.
You're always welcome, bud.
Thanks.
No, we'll plug Dom. Dom and I have been talking. I've been trying to get him on here too. He's a great guy. I mean, by the way, you can plug stuff later. Who Banging Sports. If you guys aren't following that channel, them on Twitter, Big Boss, Dom Ricci, Big Ragu, Wham Bam, go do it right now.
Hey, we need you. We need you on the Sunday show, man. Before you bet, me and Dom Ricci.
I want to be on it. I reached out to you. I think that's a cool idea you guys have, kind of midday, going for it. So
chill. It's chill. It's just chill, man. We just want to. It's one of our grounds where we want to get a lot of new cappers on. That's one of our passions that we had with this whole thing since we've been low baggers and all that good stuff is bringing on great new talent, people that are a little shy but are involved or in the chat but not yet on camera. We're that place where you can come and just feel comfortable, even if you're on your cell phone or whatever. And that's what that show is kind of designed to do, to let some guys in.
We have the same. So this show's inception was me, the Earl brothers, Terry, Moose, Cab. We all behind the scenes capped. We got together on StreamYard. We didn't shoot it live. We'd constantly be capping behind the scenes. So we said, well, why don't we do this out in front of people's faces? We're not going to have a structured show. We're going to go for 3 or 4 hours, just hang out. And I have guys on here that have never been on camera, just like you said, that are cappers. And this gives them a kind of a chill, laid back place. It's not like one of the shows where you have to have your picks. You have to, I've been on those shows too, but this is for them. And you're right. So, kudos to that. This is a community. We're not playing poker.
Absolutely.
We're all
absolutely. Hey, I tell my family members and friends all the time, I never once in my life thought I would be involved in the social media community, but
me neither.
I'm a part of a huge community. I'm next level. Like I've met like a great percentage of these guys in person, and it's just a wonderful thing to be involved of. I've never had a nasty taste in my mouth from meeting none of my fellow cappers, so it's just an exciting thing. I just hit my man Detroit up, letting you know I'm gonna be in Vegas, and I want to, meet him in person and hang out with him, man. But anybody near?
Go ahead.
Anybody near Southern California or whatever, I'm always willing to meet up, watch a game, have a beer, or just chill and connect with my cappers. Like we're like-minded people. Opposites attract. We're all weird because we're all weird, meticulous. It takes a lot to be a sports bettor, but to be around other sports bettors is like a warm blanket on a cold night, man. It's just I have best friends that I have for years that we just can't comprehend on a sports betting level, and then I have great sports betting friends that I'll know for the rest of my life. And we just have nothing but the greatest vibes, man.
I feel you. I was going to say that. So I grew up in Orange County and went to school at USC. I'm a Southern California kid. I just moved out to Arizona. We need to link up, but here's the deal. I'm in California once a month. I also live an hour and a half away now from Vegas on the river. And I'm trying to link up with Dutch. I'm trying to link up with Ski. I mean, we're all trying.
Hey, okay. So I'm going to be in Vegas the weekend of November 5th. Okay. And I'm not going to tell all the cappers that's going to be there because I don't want to tell everybody business. But it's going to be quite a few cappers that that's there. And whenever
I already know
there,
some that are going. Yeah.
We're always at the Orleans, and you can catch us over there. A group of guys, Ski and Dutch, man. I go knock on them dudes' houses. Yeah, go hang out at their houses at time, and have great times with those guys. So that's and my man Flipper 13, man. Y'all don't see my guy. He used to be the liaison of Vegas. Like any low bagger that landed in Vegas, if you needed a ride, whatever you needed, my man Flipper took care of y'all. But my man Flipper has some issues, but he's still around. But yeah, Flipper's a great guy too. But he comes out when we come out there too.
Good. So what else are we looking at? What do you I have a bunch of games circled, but what do you really keying in on?
So I got some short looks for the week. So we already talked about Tennessee. That's one of my looks, and I also like the game I told you with Bowling Green and
yep.
My memory is lacking me right now.
Buffalo.
Yep. Buffalo and Bowling Green. That's another one of my looks right there. And where'd my paperwork at?
Yeah, go go and grab it.
I kind of like USC. I like Air Force minus the points. Couple looks that I look at. So this week, this is usually some of my worst weeks. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and sometimes the seventh week of college football is some of my worst weeks because things are landing in different way when you come into conference play. So yeah, the other one is Fresno State and Boise's my other one.
Who do you
I
like?
I like Fresno State. I was really on Green, the backup quarterback for Boise that came in and won the game for him last week. But
Mhm.
if you watch the game in its entirety, all they had was naked bootleg for this guy. He couldn't really pass the ball well. They still can't run the ball well. They still don't have any proven guys to catch the ball. So they just kind of digged in their bag of tricks. He was new. The defense didn't know what to expect, and he ran naked quarterback bootleg 3, 4, 5 times, even scored on it a couple times to win the game and cover for Boise. But this week it's not going to be that case. This Fresno State team, I have a couple worries with them as well, but as a great edge, I wouldn't say contrarian, but the backup quarterback for Hayner, who is Fife, he played exceptional in the USC game. What he did in this UConn game that they lost, I don't know, but I'm not gonna hold it against him. That guy's a local from Fresno. And if you look at some of these teams, especially like in Arizona, those local guys, they come in and they do well because for whatever reason, I don't know why, but he did throw
Fresno
two
has a really
interceptions.
hot. Fresno has a really. I know from high school we traveled up there. I went to Servite in Anaheim, and we traveled up there to
My
Fresno.
son went to Servite.
Really? What year did he
My
graduate?
son graduated. He graduated 2018.
Really? Oh, I'm 02. I'm a lot older than him. But yeah,
Yeah, you back there a little bit.
You
But
probably
yeah,
know, you probably know some of my people that graduated are teachers there now and coaches. So anyway,
absolutely.
we traveled up to Fresno. I will say Fresno is, and we talk about it. You're a big Mountain West guy. You know that they're in the Mountain West, right? My the Fresno
Mountain
State.
West for sure.
Yeah.
Fresno
So
State.
you know this, but Fresno State is a very unknown hotbed for some really good football talent. And Fresno State, which they get a lot of it, but Clovis is up there as a school that's really good. But Fresno State is a place they should be in a Power 5 conference. They should be in the Pac-12, I think. If Colorado is, Fresno State should be.
Yeah, Fresno State's a wonderful place to play in California. Not so much in the Bay, not in LA, but just in a great spot right there. But overall in this game, I'm leaning on the under right here. I mean, we have two backup quarterbacks coming in. Boise State defense played as phenomenal in the second half of that game last week. And I like the vibe, like they were all together, like we finally figured this out. This is what we're doing, and the defense held it down, and the offense came through and did what they were supposed to do. But Fresno State's more on the offensive side. Their defense is not great, but they're good. I think their defense is always a little bit overshadowed because of the offense. So I think their defense comes in and plays well against an offense that's kind of the one-dimensional with Green, even though Green's an exceptional athlete as well, man. But the part that I almost wanted to jump off the bet I had with Boise last week when they won was the fact that I didn't calculate in not only did Brockmeyer go to the transfer portal, but the offensive coordinator stepped down as well. And that offense was lost in that last game. So they probably do a little better this week. But Fresno State, their defense is up there with some of the better defenses, even though they're overshadowed by the offense. And I think that we got a great under right here. And I kind of lean Fresno State because I can't, as much as I endorsed Green last week, I cannot trust Green this week.
And so I'm off this game, but I think Boise's kind of a fade team. I've watched them. They don't have the identity of those old Boise State teams for sure. Not even close. I mean, they haven't since Peterson was the coach, but Boise State used to be. Fresno State is kind of what Boise State used to be. They're that fringe Power 5 team that could make it. Here's the deal: Fresno State or Cal. Fresno State or U of A. I mean, these are games that they can win. I guess Fresno State or Oregon State's good this year, but Fresno State and a lot of teams, they could compete.
But Fresno State took Oregon all the way to the fourth quarter, late in the fourth to beat them.
So Fresno State's bet on, Boise's bet. I'm off the game, but I'd lean towards Fresno State for sure. And these types of games are unders too, by the way. So that's a great. I mean, this screams.
And you bagging points too. You bagging points on a team with a second string quarterback, 6.5. I mean, the books are just going there trying to catch recency bias. But I mean, I watched that Boise game in and out, and that Green guy, great athlete. I'm not gonna stop saying that. Great athlete, but his accuracy was really, really low. His IQ was really, really low. And the fact that they don't have an offensive coordinator to go with that, I don't know what they're gonna do. Andy Avalos is more of a defensive guy, the coach over there. So he can't just step in and take control of the offense like that. So they kind of screw without a paddle, man. This Mountain West thing is looking all Air Force so far.
Yeah. Well, the only time I bet Air Force, it was was it Army or Air Force? I bet an over Air Force. Yeah, it was Air Force in Wyoming when they lost.
Yep.
Wyoming. And I was like, okay, well, Air Force, they're scoring about 40 points on the ground, and then they laid a fucking goose egg. But this Air Force team, definitely the best team of the academies. But this is why I like. There's in college football and baseball, there's more parity than I've ever seen. I was saying all these playoff teams can win. I think they're like seeing Oregon State do what they played USC hard, seeing what Oregon State's doing. You're seeing teams that historically aren't good be good, like James Madison. Fuck yeah! I nailed that bet versus App State.
Yep.
I bet them
totally
live.
didn't need a massive comeback.
Well, no, they did, but we on the other side.
I was being sarcastic. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I bet them. Check this out: 28-3. I bet them plus 900, half a unit. That bitch hit. So all I gotta say is,
did you catch my edge on that one on any of the shows?
I watched your. I was already on them before pregame, so I was on James Madison before you were on it.
So let me tell you, I was on App State first half, and it's an edge that I have that goes way back that I learned. I never realized that the home team has to pay for the visiting team to come play at their stadium in college football.
Yeah.
So I ended up somewhere on the internet listening to something that involved Appalachian State and teams that go to App State to play. So supposedly, I've never been there. Supposedly, it's so high up in the mountains in altitude that it rechanges your lungs. Your whole lungs have to adapt to the altitude that App State is in.
North Carolina.
So I'm always looking for teams first time going to play in an Appalachian State first half because I've seen Appalachian State drop games in the second half. But in that first half, it takes at least the first half for those teams to come acclimated. And that's exactly what happened in that game. They got blown out in the first half. Their lungs got acclimated. How did their offense and everything just come miraculously in the second half? They were able to overcome the elements and win the game. And I was spot on. If I would have had your pick and my pick together, I would have killed it.
Yeah, and the live pick too. Yeah, that was they're a fun team to watch. They're a sleeper. I think the bias in that was and by the way, they have a lot of history because they were that Division II when Division II was a thing. They were always in the championship. Those two teams are in the mix.
It was them, North Dakota State, and Sam Houston.
Yeah, but App State was a giant killer. They beat Tennessee years ago, like a big first game. Like App State's a giant, but James Madison will be a giant killer now. But they're not even a giant killer. Yeah. They're in FBS now. So
yeah, all App State does is one thing I've noticed. All App State does is go play Power 5 schools and cover spreads. That's all they do.
Absolutely true. But I'll tell you one thing about teams coming up from FCS to FBS. I mean, because I followed it closely with Coastal Carolina. So the first year they did kind of novice. The second year they did a lot better because teams are not expecting what they had. Like, the element of surprise is a great thing. And that's what James Madison got on for their, as their advantage right now. But coming in the next year, have as much fun as you want with James Madison this year. Coming in this year, you better believe that these coaches are going to be ready for this team.
I think you got with differently though.
Hey, same thing what you got with Lance Leopard over there at Kansas too. Like what he has to offer over there right now is so exceptional that they're going to catch up to it next year, and he's not going to have that much success.
Kansas is a team that has every decade they have 1 year where they're good. We looked it up. That quarterback, And in 2008 or 2009, Dunning, or his last name ended with an ing. But anyway, Kansas has one good team. I mean, it's kind of like Kansas State too. But I'll say about James Madison this year and them coming up, they're going to get some more legit recruits. They're not going to be, like a top. They're not going to get a bunch of 5-star players, but they're going to get more respect, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
absolutely. I mean, look at Coastal Carolina. They got plenty of respect real fast in the Sun Belt with that. They haven't been there a long time. They got one of the greatest quarterbacks over there, some of the greatest defense and all that stuff. I mean, this football thing that as we're doing it on this level it's evolving really fast. I mean, I'm gonna say sports in general, right? Because I keep trying to find out, like all my childhood of watching the NFL and all that shit, all my life, there's always been one or two teams that were the clear leader of all the other teams. The Rams when they did their thing, the Patriots when they did their thing, the Ravens when they did their thing, the Niners back in the day when they did their thing, the Cowboys back in the day when they did their thing. At the start of those seasons, you knew they were clear going into the playoffs and had a shot. These teams in the NFL, tell me what team is the best team in the NFL?
The Eagles.
There is not one.
Yeah.
The Eagles.
There is not one. That's opinion.
I agree.
Opinion. There's no clear cut. There's no Belichick and Brady that like, oh yeah, that team's gonna go 11 and so many. So and it's happening in all sports. Look at basketball. Basketball, it's any teams in the NBA every year. And
that's something we're going to notice with college football, especially the difference between the Power 5 schools and the Group of 5 schools. We're going to notice that talent gap is going to drastically close because
one thing we've noticed, and the reason why the talent gap is going to close dramatically is because of the transfer portal. Because players are transferring, which are taking up roster spots for these Power 5 schools. And look where these 4-star, 5-star recruits are going to start going now. They're going to go to the Cincinnatis of the world. They're going to go to Houston. They're going to go to App State. They're going to go to all these top-level Group of 5 schools. And that talent gap is closing dramatically. And then we saw that last year with Cincinnati making the Final Four. So that's one thing we're going to notice is the talent gap is going to close.
And they know this too. They know this because they already approved the expansion of the playoffs to accommodate these smaller schools that are going to be.
They absolutely should. Because UCF a few years ago should have gotten a chance at the college football playoff when they went undefeated.
I hated that team. You know why I hated that team? Because they tried to use Notre Dame as an example. Oh, we should be there better than Notre Dame. Nah.
I
what happened to y'all in the bowl game? Nah.
They beat Auburn. They beat Auburn in the bowl game when they went undefeated.
Did they?
That wasn't the year they lost they lost one game before the end of the season
UCF
or something that year.
And beat Auburn in a bowl game.
They didn't go undefeated
the
whole season.
Yes, they
did.
did.
They did go undefeated.
UCF went undefeated and beat Auburn in a bowl game that year.
But I think it was the same year that Notre Dame had like one loss to like a major loss that wasn't really counting against us. And they were like, this is why the whole system is not fair. We should be there better than Notre Dame, yada, yada, yada. But, as a Notre Dame fan, I fight every season because every fan of any conference is going to say, y'all got the weakest schedule ever. And I had to show them and tell them every time. We seek out to play the best teams all the time. We don't run from nobody.
I mean,
not Alabama,
this weekend,
not
Notre
nobody.
Dame is playing BYU.
We seek out the best. Everybody told you when you was a little kid in any sport, right? To be the best, you got to beat the best. To beat the best, you got to play the best. So all we want to do is play the best. Because we're independent, it allows us to play the best. Sometimes, these schedules are set 3, 4, 5 years out. So sometimes the schedule comes out and it's somebody, especially like SC the last few years, right? SC on our schedule doesn't benefit us in the last few years. It benefit them more than anything. If they could beat us at the end of the season, it would have been big for them, but not as much for us. But that's not the case this year at all. But anyways,
it's the other way around. No.
Yeah, it's the other way around this year. But anyways, we seek to play the best, and that's the conversations I have being a Notre Dame fan all my life. Like, oh, you guys play the sorriest schedule. No, we actually step out of different conferences and play different people on a whim. That's why Purdue can come beat us at any moment because we moved around and went. That's why Marshall can just jump in and play.
Yeah.
Like if you come to play in South Bend, you bring in your A game. You trying to beat these guys. These are elite. These are elite right here. You want that stripe. Who doesn't want that stripe? But
No, you do.
I'm not
Well,
going to go on the Notre Dame.
it's a down year for Notre Dame. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's just one of those years where it's a down year for Notre Dame and USC. There's no way that it wasn't going to be an up year because last year was horrible. No one expected them to be. Well, some people did. We talked about this. You're a Notre Dame guy. I went to USC. I'm a realistic USC guy, and I also know, by the way, past few years when USC's been bad, we beat Notre Dame a couple times. So like, it's always a team that's. It's always a letdown spot for the teams, but Notre Dame will bounce back. They get, if you're a 5-star recruit, it's on your top 5 to 10 schools for sure, just like USC is or used to be, but now it will be.
If you academically qualify,
of course, that's the thing, and this is why, which is interesting with LSU. And you talked about this at length on your show, and I've talked about it too. That's why Brian Kelly, the big question mark with him was how can he relate? Because he's dealing with guys that wear suits to the game. They pray before the game. He's not dealing with these Southern boys that don't give a shit. Like that's we still wonder with what we're seeing. I wonder in the locker room what kind of respect he gets. Like,
he might catch at LSU. He might catch a player running a rail in the back before he go on the field. I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's ready to deal with that.
Yeah, no. He's and what's funny is he tried to assimilate real too quick with that like Southern twang. Remember that one pep rally where he's trying to
worst decision made at the basketball game. I'm here with my family.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to get into that, but he's a yuppie white dude from Notre Dame coming down to the country. Like he that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. But either way.
But I'm gonna tell you this: the guy is a great coach. Let's go into his coaching set. Like he has a great coach. His whole ideology is that he puts players, and I've seen this from being a fan. He puts the team in the greatest situation to win the game every game, despite if the players go in and win or lose, he can't help that. But most of the time when we lost, it was fourth quarter. 2-3 minutes left, we had the ball and a chance to score. And that's his job as a coach. So he's saying, if I take this same job and accomplish it with athletes like the ones I'm going to get at LSU, they can finish off these games. But what happened the first game out with LSU? He lost. He put them in position, and they missed the field goals. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe he's cursed or something. I don't know. So, that's
he's a great coach. He's a great coach. He does. I mean, like he's my. I mean, you might say like Charlie Weiss. Since Lou Holtz, he is my favorite Notre Dame coach. In my opinion,
absolutely.
Yeah, Charlie Weiss was
But I tell you this, my heart fell out my ass when he moved to LSU because from being a Notre Dame fan and college football fan and watching how it goes with coaches, watching USC, you got to go through 2-3 coaches before you find the goddamn one that leads you to the promised land.
Yeah.
So I love Marcus Aurora. I like that the players like him. I like all the things, but I don't think he's there for a long bid at all. He's struggling to get out of this season. They didn't even give him money like they wanted him for a long time. No, and this is a guy that's recruited by the NFL. They want him to come to the NFL. And they
Marcus Freeman, right?
Money right? Yeah, Marcus Freeman.
Yeah. I think, and I like him. I like him a lot. I think it was too early. People say it wasn't. I think it's a little too early. I think he's on. And they're playing it up too because he's an ex NFL player. He's a young guy. He's got a beautiful wife. They're always showing her on TV. Like I think the angle of him being the coach, he might be more of the limelight might be in his head a little bit too much. What he needed to do is buckle down because they lost one of the better coaches in college football, and he needed to say, "Hey, look, we're not going to take a step back," and they've taken a big step back. So.
Hey, guess who I would have voted for the coach for Notre Dame?
Who's that?
Luke Fickell. We could have had Luke Fickell.
Really?
Nothing but the predecessor of Brian Kelly, going to Notre Dame with Marcus Freeman already there as defensive coordinator. He could have came in, do what he do. He loves discipline. He loves prestige. He loves all those things. He was the greatest fit out of all the coaches to come to Notre Dame. I don't even know why his name wasn't thrown in the box. Probably because of Marcus Freeman, right? They didn't want to overshadow his chances of getting it because he was already there, opposed to Luke Fickell. And then at the end of the day, Luke Fickell doesn't go nowhere. And on top of that, there's 5 jobs open in the NCAA football right now. Wisconsin, who is it? Georgia Tech, Cal, who else? Nebraska. There's one more.
Yeah.
I can't think of the other one. And guess what? Luke Fickell name not mentioned one time. And he's over there at the American Conference running the greatest scheme that he can run over there, damn near winning the conference hands down every year, best team in the conference.
Yes,
and
well,
nobody's
Cincinnati,
speaking his name.
He was on people's lips in a lot of different places, but I think even USC was talking about him too. But there's a weird thing about Cincinnati. That's a weird school. They play a certain type of football. That's where Brian Kelly came from. I mean, it's a type of place that like is really like rah, we're good in the trenches, we'll beat you up. Like there's a weird aura with Cincinnati and they're a good team. They're always good. That's another team that has challenged the I was going to say BCS, the college football playoffs. You know, they've been up in the talk.
They made it last year.
Well, no, they did, but
man,
I'm saying before that.
I gotta get out of here though, fellas.
Yeah.
Man, I can sit here and talk to y'all for hours, man. I love Nerd Talk for this right here, man. Just to be able to get out and just talk stuff other than I got this team, I got that team.
Yeah. But we're gonna do that now because we want to get some of your picks. So let's hear what you got.
Well, basically, like I said, I got Boise, the under in that game. Let me pull this one up. Also, I'm going with Tennessee.
Yep, we got that one down.
And then tonight I'm going with Nebraska. I also have Nevada, and then I'm taking Air Force. So Air Force, I think you got a little recency bias playing that Navy game. I talked about it last week on the Saturday show. Like, I don't know why those military schools play each other the way they are. Like, I expected Air Force to cover last week, just talent level versus talent level, but something weird about those teams matching up or whatever. Navy played the greatest game I
Academy
ever
is
seen.
always the dog covers. For whatever reason, the dog always covers with military academies because they play basic football. They play under and they play the dog.
They're playing
covers.
Utah State.
Yeah, but Utah State, on the other hand, Logan Bonner's out. They got the other guy in. He did a little bit, but I mean, you playing grown-ass man against Air Force. Air Force, one of their strengths is their defense. And I'm just waiting for Air Force offense to spark up the game where they're really enthusiastic about playing offense. Hadiq Daniels been playing this monotone-ass football and winning, other than the Wyoming game. But I expect him to get out there, really display that he can throw the ball, really display that he can run the ball. But instead, they've been getting money running Roberts with the dive out of the triple option. They're eating people up off of the dive. So I expect them to do what they're going to do. This Utah State team, classic team, like I talked about earlier. Blake Anderson came over from Arkansas State. He hit the Mountain West. People didn't really know what he was about. And guess what he ended up with? A goddamn Mountain West championship. So this year coming back, his quarterback's already busted. One of his best players on defense, Justin Rice, he's moved on. So the defense is not as great as they was. That whole season that they played last year, they were all determined in the second half and the fourth quarter because they were getting thumped on early and just figured their way out of a lot of games. And this Air Force team, they really need to get the wheels back on the ground. We're rolling back. Big Ragu put me up on this, but I totally endorse it, and that's Air Force first quarter.
Air Force first quarter?
But also Air Force first half and full game versus this Utah State team that's not ready for the triple option. They didn't even get a week off or nothing. They're going right into this game. They're already bleeding from the run. They're playing a triple option team. It's a wrap. The dive's going to work again this week.
Well, anything Utah State's just garbage. But what do you like the best out of those 3 plays? First quarter, first half, or full game?
Well, we taking first quarter automatically, just like we took Alabama first half last year.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna even count that. Just count me out for the Air Force minus the 14 because that's the full game anyhow. But I think
I think they're minus 10.5 right now.
give me 10.5. That's great.
Yeah,
That's recency bias coming in, doing me a favor.
Yeah, the Air Force is a really good team. That Wyoming deal was bull crap. But anyway,
Well, I'm gonna tell you, in respect to Wyoming, Wyoming's a big physical team, and they played that option offense plenty of time in their defensive base. Craig Boyle knows exactly what's going over there. I had Wyoming in that game. I didn't think they were gonna win it, but I definitely took the points with Wyoming in that one. So none of these teams, other than San Diego State, physically can match up to what Wyoming does defensively. So Utah State is far from there.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, Bud, thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving your plays. Go ahead and plug Pooh Banging or whatever you want and get your
Hey,
work.
always a pleasure, man. Who Banging Sports Talk. You already know. Google it, search it in YouTube, whatever. You'll see my face somewhere in there. But as far as our show thing, we got Boston the Sauce every Wednesday at 5:30 on the West Coast, 8:30 on the East Coast. We also got the Before You Bet show, and that's on Saturdays. It's 12:30 on the West, 3:30 on the East. Come vibe out with us on that show. We just vibing and chilling. There's only 3 or 4 games left in the evening at that times. If you're having a great day, come rant. Come celebrate with us or something. You know what I'm saying? But we have that show. And then my man Wham Bam, he's coming back with Wham Talk Wednesday as the NBA is approaching right now. So look out for that. And then my guy Don Ricci, he's doing the playoff MLB Saturday mornings, 12 o'clock, I believe, on the East Coast. So that'll be like 9 o'clock here on the West Coast. So look out for that, man. And then look out for me and my man Tease. This is going to be first announced right here on Nerd Talk, in case y'all didn't know. Me and my guy Parlay Tease, we're going to team up for college basketball. That's one of my second loves. Even though I donate the most money to college basketball, hopefully I do a little better with Tease because he does better on the first halves and first quarters. I usually hang around too long with college basketball and get burnt. But, yeah, we're going to have some fun, man. I want you over here on the Sunday show, man. And, I know you do the college football thing. We have very few guests on the Boston Sauce show, but I'm extending an invitation for you if you ever want to come on Wednesday with me and Big Ragu and hang out and do some plays.
I'd love to. Wham's been on this show. Ragu and Dom have both wanted to get on, but they're busy guys. I'll come on anything you want. College basketball last year and most years is my most profitable sport. It's not my favorite. It's my least favorite to cap because it's so loaded, so many teams. Yeah. But I'm stoked for all that. So I will come on whatever you extend the invite for. I'm there.
Hey man, well I'm gonna tell you right now in front of all 3 trillion people that's watching right now. That, I want you on the Boston the Sauce show this weekend, man. This Wednesday. I'm gonna send you the link and come hang out with me and Big Ragu.
What time's it at? Because we run a show here too.
5:30 on the West.
Yeah, on the West, right? That's a bad time. That's our time on this show. We do Wednesdays.
Oh, damn.
I tried to coordinate that show with PSR and you guys and everything, but it just worked out. So maybe maybe in the future we'll figure out some sort of collab or something.
We'll figure something out, but definitely on Sunday, man. Definitely on Sunday. Stop by for 5 or 10 minutes and let us know how good you're doing on the morning games, what you got going on the evening games, and what you're taking on Sunday night.
Yeah. Cool, buddy. Thanks
for coming. Earl.
Appreciate it.
Well, I don't know if you bet NFL, but if you bet NFL, come by before you bet NFL with me and Don Ricci. Let us know what you had early, what you got in the evening, what you like in the Sunday game, and
they bet everything. Tim and Nick at Earl Sports Bets, they're on every game. So
as you're supposed to be, DJs unite.
All right, buddy.
I'm out of here, though, man. Appreciate y'all for having me, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to the chat, man. We have some great chat going on over there, man.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks, bud. That was Big Boss. Always loved that guy. Well known. This show's going to get interesting because I know LJ's coming on and Terry's coming back and Rick's going to come on, but we will say that Nick has been a little distracted because
I'm depression right now. That's where
Yeah.
I am. I'm in depression because the Mets don't know what the fuck they're doing right now.
tell Nick to get on here and cry. We can all cry together. How about that?
Tim?
No, sorry, Tim.
Like, this is truly depressing. This is a 101 win baseball team when we're playing in the fucking wild card series, and we're not even winning that shit.
This is one of those scary situations where a team that way underperformed might just blow up in the playoffs. It might be one of those weird things. I don't see.
Depressing.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Even after this, I might go on and look at the Mets' future to win this series because it's obviously going to be a good prize. I mean,
Yeah, it's going to be a much different price because they're down 1-0, and if they lose again, they're fucking done.
yeah, it is Cheshire Cat. I misspoke, but look at these fans. They're so depressed.
I mean, yeah. 6 teams since 1969 to win 100 games and not the division.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Juan Soto, you bum. I mean, I can't believe he was the dude. I mean, I had him in the home run derby. I got his big. I got him. He went down to plus 600. I got him at plus 950 really early.
Nice.
But
I was
he's
on Alonso, who didn't make it out of the first round, I believe.
well, he did, but he was the favorite. I mean,
Yeah, he lost to Julio. My bad. Yeah.
The two people I had were him and Seager lost first round. But
I had
Soto.
Seager as well.
Yeah, they were both 950 when I bet him. Seager went to plus 1100, and
I had Seager for round 1. I didn't have him to win the whole thing.
he kind of tailed off, and Nebraska's ahead, so my Rutgers
They
bet
are?
is losing. Yeah, they went down and scored. Rutgers hasn't scored since they were up 13-6.
Scoring died in the Houston game, so I'm gonna lose everything tonight. So that's what it is. What it is. Whatever.
Well, we can find maybe we can find a live bet, maybe in one of the football games that's coming on. But anyway, what
anything the rest of the night?
we have. I mean, I've got tons of football looks that I wanted some opinions on, but do you have any of the? I mean, I know you bet everything. Do you have any opinion on the Texas-Oklahoma game? I mean, Oklahoma's getting 8.5 points at home. I know that Oklahoma's been. I was down on Oklahoma. I knew this would happen. It has to do. The coach left. Venables is a good coach. That's fine. Okay, but when you lose, Lincoln Riley is a top 5 coach. 5 to 10 coach in college football. When you lose him, that's a gut punch, and he took a bunch of players. That's a gut and a coach. That's a gut punch to the veterans that are there and to the fan base. So I was down on them. I was high on Baylor, but that's not happening. And I was also high on Oklahoma State, which might happen. But in Texas, I will never say that my least favorite team in college football. We all know why, because of Vince Young and beating SC in that Rose Bowl. I respect him. And a Sarkisian, by the way, I'm not high on too because he was our coach multiple times in different roles. But I think 8.5 points is ridiculous. And the Red River
rivalry.
That's such a tongue twister. Yeah, I haven't jumped in to the cap in this game too much, but I think I'm just going to like it even more. I'm almost going to auto bet Oklahoma. I don't know how, and it's also not it's in Texas. But I think it's in Dallas. I think
Cotton Bowl.
Yeah. So I mean, I have it as a pick'em indexed. You like Oklahoma?
Same. Yeah. I like Oklahoma and the points. I like Oklahoma outright. It's a rivalry game, so you can throw the records out the window. This is a buy low spot on Oklahoma. We're getting 9 points with them.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
crazy.
Just way too many for me.
Yeah.
I also like the over in this game because these two teams, when they play, defense doesn't exist.
Is that quarterbacks for Tech? I haven't been following it. I guess I should.
I think Ewers is expected back.
Yeah. That's probably why we're seeing the line we're seeing is that.
Yep.
And they got a dude. They got Bijan Robinson, who's a dude at running back. They got another top wide receiver recruit. I forget his name. They've got some players, and they played Alabama. They should have won that game if it wasn't for that kicker, that goofy fucking looking kicker. But just off the bat in this, okay. So there are a lot of rivalries they talk about. There's this one, there's Auburn, Alabama, there's UCLA, USC, there's USC, Notre Dame. Georgia, Alabama has become one. Michigan, Ohio State. But
Michigan State, yeah.
I'll say this. Of the years, of all of the rivalries I can think of that really is the closest, because I know like Michigan, I don't know what the record is, but Michigan, Ohio State, it's usually Ohio State. It's usually USC. Yeah, there's very few, and nowadays the Notre Dame USC one hasn't been that good because neither team is that good. But I think this one always has the most parity. These teams are always closer.
Yes.
Than most other rivalries. So
it's one of those rivalries where you throw the records out the window.
And they hate each other. I mean, this is the part of the country where Oklahoma will snipe Texas people that are going to Texas to go to their team. Like, there's a lot of like bad blood. Red River, yeah. So I think, I don't know if I'm gonna have. I might have that as a play that I'm giving out later, but I'm definitely betting that game, Oklahoma for sure. Even though I'm down on Oklahoma, I'm not high enough on Texas in a rivalry game to be over a touchdown favorite. Screw that.
No, absolutely not. No, Texas has not proved to me they should be more than a touchdown favorite over Oklahoma.
No, they're definitely, which is crazy. This year, they've probably been the better team, which I would have never, ever said beginning of the season, even though I'm down in Oklahoma. Because I thought Oklahoma was like a 2 or maybe 3 loss team total. They've already lost 2 games. And Kansas State, by the way, Kansas State's quarterback looks like a dude.
That was Adrian Martinez, right?
No, Adrian Martinez was Nebraska's. This is a Gabriel.
No, he transferred to K-State.
Did he?
Yeah, Adrian Martinez, I thought, transferred to K-State.
I don't think that's his. No. Maybe he did.
See, I liked Oklahoma earlier in the week when they were.
No, you're right. I'm thinking who's. No, you're right. Who am I thinking?
An 8-point favorite. Yeah, I'm an 8-point dog. I liked Oklahoma even when they were a 7-point dog. I like them outright.
No, I'm giving fucking Oklahoma's quarterback. That's his name. You're right. I mean, he did transfer, but
Caleb Williams transferred out of Oklahoma.
I know, but Dylan Gabriel is the quarterback now.
Yeah, Gabriel was.
But anyways, AJ Martinez, to get on that, he looks like a different dude.
Quarterback, right? Dylan Gabriel.
Yes. Yep. He transferred out.
He was he was the quarterback during the undefeated season, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, he was. But I'll say that AJ Martinez looks like a different guy than he was at Nebraska. That's.
Well, yeah, you get
Nebraska's a cursed.
You get out of Nebraska, you're fine. Scott Frost is a fucking disaster.
But that team, this is the thing about Nebraska. It sucks. Who was their coach 10 years ago? They have not been good for 20 years, or a little over, when they had the Heisman, Crouch, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
When you were born. Like that's how long ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, I like that game. I definitely, I'm looking at the Buffalo game.
I like the Bulls in that one. I think the Bulls outright against, or I like their money line.
Yeah, they're a -2 favorite. I have them as a 7-point favorite. Bowling Green's not a good team. Buffalo's always one of those surprising teams. That's another one I like. What's another big game? I'm looking at Georgia Southern, Georgia State. We're not going to talk about that. That's
I like Georgia Southern in that game. I think the wrong team's favored.
I do too. So I definitely like it too. But I want to talk about a little bit more high profile. So there's TCU, Kansas, or there's Florida State, NC State. And let's talk about your backyard. NC State are 3-point favorites. I have North Carolina State as a 5.5-point favorite. NC State's defense is good. They were the dark horse to win the ACC, in my opinion, beginning of the season. And Florida State, I'm not high on. I know they beat LSU and whatever, but I'm not high on the coach. We talked about him, Norvell. I love their quarterback, though. I think he's good, but it's just Travis. I just don't. I think a lot of people had different expectations for them, and they're about what I thought they were. So what are you on this game at all? Are you betting this game?
I did not bet it. I had to do this game for Picks and Parlays Power Hour, and I gave out NC State at -3. I had this game at a -5, so I leaned towards NC State. I'm not betting the game though, but that's where I would lean.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
I agree with you. I think NC State was a dark horse to win the ACC.
Yeah,
I saw them live.
You did, and they played. ECU played.
They probably played their worst game of the season against ECU.
Well, and maybe the opposite. Maybe ECU played the best game of the season.
Potentially,
yeah. I like too many games. Always when I like too many games, it's not going to be a good day. But I mean, I've got 4 bets I'm already putting out, and I've got a lot more capping to do. What else? What else are some? If I know you sell picks and all that, what other games are really standing out that we can talk about? I don't want to go to. I mean, there's so many games. I don't want to go down the card, game by game. But
yeah, I like Utah -3.5.
I do too.
This one is one that I've seen everybody on one side, and I kind of lean the other way. I like the Spartans getting the points against Ohio State at 27.
That's another one. I'm thinking about that too.
Because I have it at 20.
Granted, Michigan State versus Minnesota was a complete fucking horrible game. I had Michigan State in that game. I think
I had Michigan State too in that game. It was brutal. 27 points though, that's a lot.
It is a lot. The problem is I can see Ohio State just bulldozing them.
Absolutely. I can absolutely see that, but I'm going to probably have Michigan State tomorrow.
Yeah. But the Utah game, I have Utah 7-point favorites and UCLA, I was on them versus Washington State. I had the money line. Washington State, Washington. I think Washington and UCLA, if you look at the Pac-12, I had them both tied for the 4th best team. I didn't think Oregon.
I have Utah as the best one.
Well, most people did. I had USC. So USC, Utah, Oregon were the top 3. And then 4 was them. I mean, Oregon State might be up there too. But I think 3 points is – granted, they're on the road. But I like Utah too. I'm going to be betting Utah to cover 3 or 3.5. That's what it's at. I'd take it up to 6.5 probably, to tell you the truth. What's going on in the any excitement? No, there's none. I wonder what Moose is probably elated. The problem is if the Padres go to the next round, they face the Dodgers, don't they?
They get their ass kicked against the Dodgers in 3 games.
Yeah. No,
they get swept against the Dodgers. I would be all over the Dodgers in the next round.
We said it on Terry's show, and I've said it to everyone else. I don't see how the only other outlying team, I'm not just saying that because you're here, the Astros are going to the World Series. I bet on the Guardians and the Cardinals just because they were good odds for futures, a half unit. But I don't see how the Astros don't go, and I don't see how the Dodgers or Mets don't go. I think it's a Dodgers-Astros rematch. I know people think the Braves are there. I just don't see it. The
Braves are as good as people think they are.
I don't think so either. I know they have good pitching. You might lean towards the Braves a little bit than the Dodgers, which is crazy because if the Dodgers had Walker Buehler,
starting pitching, yes. Overall, no.
But the Dodgers have the most complete 25 bench players or 26 or whatever it is, and that's not even close. More than the Astros. They just think about this. They didn't have any explosive, like the Astros were explosive. The Dodgers weren't. They just won every fucking game. It's because they're so deep. It would be a waste, in my opinion, to see the Padres win this series. It would be a waste. They're going to get wasted.
Yeah. If the Mets advance out of the series, it goes 5. If the Padres advance out of the series, it goes 3.
Yeah, I agree. It would go to 5. That I wanted to see that. We talked about it about a month ago when the Mets played the Dodgers. The Mets played the Dodgers exactly how they had to play to win.
The Mets proved they can beat the Dodgers. They haven't been able to beat the Padres much this year.
Yep, it's the opposite. The Padres have been kryptonite for a few teams. It's disappointing. What you have anything in Arkansas, Mississippi State? Did you do that on Picks and Parlays or ESP?
No, I haven't. And I like the dog in that one. I think Arkansas potentially can win this game outright. One thing that I have been following, and one of my sports betting buddies pointed out this trend to me as well. Every single team that has faced Texas A&M, the following week they do not cover. That would have put you on App State against Troy. That would have put you on Middle Tennessee against Miami. That would have put you on Alabama against Arkansas. And there was one more that would have covered. Oh, that's a double.
I'm taking this game around. I think Mississippi State is.
I think Arkansas wins. I potentially wins in this game. Definitely covers, if not wins.
Yeah, that was. By the way, when they lost that game with that field goal, I've never seen a field goal ever hit that place on the upright.
Yeah.
At the very, very top, and it wasn't even the side. It hit the top and sputtered straight up, not even sideways. It was heartbreaking, and that's one of the better field goal kickers in college football too.
Mm-hmm.
That was a heartbreaker. We got a lot of looks. Marley was busy tonight. He's a big college guy, and your brother obviously is busy.
Dead to the world right now because he's watching the Mets game.
Yeah, he does it. But either way, I think we got a lot of good looks for college. We might shift gears. Might get Terry back on here. LJ is supposed to be coming. He went out with his wife, but he said he's coming on. But we need to look back at this NFL deal because we've got Circa, obviously.
We do. Tim and I have already put in our Circa place.
I'm lost. This is a tough week for me.
It's an ugly week. I will say that it's a team full of ugly games.
Yeah.
This is what we have submitted for our Circa contest. We have the Commies plus 1.5 against Tennessee. We have the Panthers plus 6.5 against San Fran. We have the Cardinals plus 5.
Yeah.
We have the Cowboys plus 5, and we have the Chiefs minus 7. Those are our 5 Circa picks.
You have the Chiefs. That's interesting. Not that I don't agree with you. I have that. Well, actually, I have the Chiefs as 10-point favorites. It just worries me. That game worries me. There's a lot. The only one I have 2 for sure, is
Houston
and Dallas. Those are the only 2. Dallas is. Can't believe I'm so high on Dallas, but
they look good.
Nebraska has the ball. We're gonna wait a little bit and see if we can wait for some NFL guys to come on. But Nebraska has the ball with less than 3 minutes left. 3rd and 7. So if Rutgers stops them here, I'm surprised Rutgers. I mean, the Rutgers look like they were going to run over them, but. And by the way, if Nebraska is a much better team and should be than Rutgers.
Yeah.
We got another thing we're seeing too in football, NFL and college. Does Rutgers have any timeouts left? No, they don't. We see guys faking injuries. We have one right now. Not that he's not hurt, but he's dogging it up. He's hamming it up.
Yeah.
No timeouts. I wonder if coaches tell their players to do that. Soccer, they definitely do. That's a soccer thing.
Yeah.
We got into the Nevada game supposed to come on. I've got a larger than normal bet in that one. It's not a 1-unit play, even though I posted it as 1 unit.
Yeah.
Quasi-Eufus curveball. I heard that one.
Yep. Darvish is just destroying the Mets as usual.
He's the guy that's done the best that I like the least. I can't put my head on it.
So it looks like DeGrom's pitching tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's a win.
Is it though? The Mets don't fucking score any runs for him.
Well,
it's the same thing every time. He goes 8 strong innings, gives up 1 run, and he loses the fucking game every time because the Mets are like, "Oh, DeGrom's pitching. I don't have to score anything today."
what are the odds on that one? Let's look it up.
fucking look.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
They don't have any odds on my
Yeah,
book.
it's off. No, it's not. It's off. We've got everything's kind of. We've got Tampa Bay, Cleveland's minus 115. Tampa Bay is minus 105.
Wow, Seattle's plus 140 tomorrow.
Yeah. I think they have to win. They have to win. How could they? If I said this too. I'm sad that Seattle and Toronto played each other because I wanted those teams to kind of be in the mix.
Seattle or Toronto's a fucking fraud.
You think so?
Absolutely.
And then you can get plus money, barely plus money on the Cards, which I thought the Cards would play the Phillies a little harder, but I think they win tomorrow. In fact, I'm probably going to be on the Cardinals.
Phillies shut the door tomorrow.
I don't think so.
I think at least the first 5. Aaron Nolan, the first 5.
Well, we'll see. Mikolas has been sort of like an emotional pitcher, kind of like Manoah is, in a different way, not as aggressive.
Manoah looked like it was his first playoff appearance today.
That was a strange game. I didn't give a shit about who won the game, but you're going to tell me that the Mariners score 4 points and I'm not going to hit an over of 7? Are you kidding me? The Toronto's been scoring like 6 points a game or 6 runs a game for like 10 games or something. Some fucking that was disappointing. The Cleveland game, I'm glad I won. It wasn't what I expected. It was just 2 home runs that were scoring.
Yeah.
But I think Cleveland the Toronto was the team. Was it Toronto? Toronto was the hotter team coming in to the playoffs, and the Rays were the coldest team coming in. And that means a lot coming into MLB playoffs, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to see what the line is tomorrow for the Mets. But we've got the Cornhuskers on 3rd and 7. Are they going to convert? They did. Wow. Oh, there's a flag. Is it holding? It had to have been holding because the guys were all there. Holding. Offense. There you go. So it's going to be 3rd and 12 with 1:55 left. And Rutgers will get the ball if they don't convert. Yeah, well, it was holding. The receiver held him.
His over is freaking dead in Memphis, so I'm going to not win anything tonight other than the Mariners.
I almost jumped on Memphis. Almost did. Almost jumped on Memphis. For everyone that's watching, we're kind of waiting for a couple people to come on with NFL because I know that if we jump into NFL, I mean, we've talked about college. There's a couple more games I'm interested in, but I think we talked about games that we like. Go over them one more time. Boss likes Boise State, Fresno under, which is always a good bet. We all had Nevada tonight, which I think has gone off already. We gave that out. Nope, technically it hasn't. But we gave that out earlier. He likes Air Force covering the 10.5 points, which I don't hate at all. We have Tennessee -3, which I have a question mark about, but a lot of people like that game a lot.
I feel like Tennessee may be a trap tomorrow.
That's kind of what I feel. I
feel like LSU wins that game. I like the under.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to feel really strongly enough to go against it. But other things I'm betting, but I don't know if I'm giving them out as plays. I'm going to bet Oklahoma. I'm going to take that chunk of points in a rivalry game. It shouldn't be. I like Buffalo over Bowling Green, laying 2 points. I like Georgia Southern. I think the wrong team's favored too. Georgia State is trash. Utah over UCLA. That I'm not as confident about. It's not going to be a pick I give out. It's a pick that I'm going to bet. I might even half unit it just because of UCLA did look good versus Washington. And then I'm on NC State over FSU covering 3 points. Those are I think we talked about all those at length, but anyways, let's hopefully Terry comes back, but we do have another nerd backstage. We're going to get to NFL, unless he wants to talk about something else. We talked about hockey earlier, by the way. I don't even know if he caps hockey. But anyways, let's get him in here. Houston's finest, LJ from H-Town. What's up, dude?
Look at Earl.
Well, you know why?
Yeah, I know. The Padres bats woke up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, fucking shit. He's been drinking the whole time. He usually drinks a little bit sometimes, but I've never seen him like this. But you know what? That's the show. We hang out and we lament with each other.
The Mets in a playoff game. Of course, I was going to have my booze ready because even if they're winning, I was going to be nervous as hell.
Did Scherzer
It's
give up
fucking
on?
bullshit, though.
Scherzer get what?
Scherzer got lit the fuck up is what happened. So now DeGrom's going to pitch, and if we win that game, then Bass is going to have to pitch, which means we're probably going to have either Scherzer on short rest if we happen to make it out of this series, which I don't know if we do anymore, or we have to see Tejon Walker or Carlos Carrasco start a series against the fucking Dodgers. So they're fucked.
I'll catch you up.
The Mets are fucked.
I'll catch you up on everything that's going on. I know we talked about hockey at the beginning of the show, which we're going to start doing because Terry and these guys are. And Big Boss came on, talked about hockey. Big Boss. We're talking about hockey with Big Boss. Crazy. We went over college plays. If you were here, I don't think you can get it anymore. We're all in Nevada, which I think is going off. It hasn't gone off yet, but we're on them. That's one of my official plays. I just got it in early. And if you have any questions on college, we can. I know that's not your bag, but if you're betting anything and want to talk about it, we can. But we started talking a little bit about what circle plays we have. I know that we did NFL on Wednesday, but I still have a lot of questions. What did you hit? You hit like fucking 15 props or something last night, like crazy number.
I hit all the Denver ones. I hit Russell Wilson over 15.5 rush yards.
Yeah.
I hit Cortland Sutton over 63.5 receiving yards.
Yep.
I hit the under total. I hit McManus over 1.5 field goals.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it for last night. Oh, Melvin Gordon. I hit Melvin Gordon less than 59 rushing yards.
I had the over on that one.
And I hit Zaire Franklin more than 8.5 tackles. So, yeah, I hit all those.
Yeah. That McManus one was Terry's official pick on the show, but I tailed both you guys on that one. I will say the one that I really like is Jason Myers.
Well, I'm propped up for Sunday. I'm propped up.
Do you have that one? Seattle's because New Orleans is the worst team at giving up field goal attempts, and Seattle's the second worst team in the red zone to score a TD. So that is a surefire recipe for.
Oh yeah, I'm on that because Seattle's that's the only way they're probably going to score. Because I think the Saints are going to be ready for this game because you got to understand the line had went up. That means that Kamara's probably going to play. Winston's probably going to play. I think they're going to play.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try everything.
Has that been confirmed or no?
I think they're going to play. I just think the line is moving to them being questionable to where Sunday they're going to try to suit up because they don't want to lose, bro. This will be what 1-5 if they lose this game.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
1-4.
Yeah, I was low on the Saints. I will say this: I'm not a futures guy. I did. Nick and I did Terry's show. I did your show.
I said Saints were going to win the South.
I don't think there's one team in the NFL, and I'm not saying I'm right all the time, but all the teams I was high on, like I was high on the Eagles, I'm high on the Ravens, and the Ravens are still. Don't take any of that. I mean, there's some fluky shit. They're still there.
Hey, the Ravens, I saw a stat for them. They're 2-2, and they've trailed this year for 14 fucking seconds.
So that just tells you that like they're there. But the other teams I knew that were going to be down were the Colts. I said it. Your brother didn't like that, but the Colts. The Saints were another one, and the Rams were another one. I mean,
I wasn't high on the Rams coming in.
Yeah, well, Cowboys is my best play for the weekend. But
I feel the same way.
We'll go back.
I love the Cowboys this weekend, which scares me.
Right?
I mean, we'll go back. I lost the Rutgers bet by one. Isn't that crazy? They look like they had it.
Did you take Rutgers +3 or?
No, I took I money lined them.
Oh, yeah.
But they were up. They were. Yeah, what a horrible throw.
I
Anyway.
swear they cannot. They got to stop these 2-point conversions in this Houston game because they've missed 3 of them already.
Yeah.
There's been 3 touchdowns that ended in a 2-point conversion that failed,
Houston,
which
Texans.
is killing me.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
Houston,
Houston and Memphis.
Yeah.
Because I had the over in that game, and they keep trying 2-point conversions and failing. But all of a sudden, that live line's at 54.5, which the over 58 is not dead at the moment because they just returned a 100-yard kickoff.
Wow. So did you confirm everybody's plays? Circles, like the ones you're gonna put in?
I have not. So
mine.
we're going to talk about mine. He's already confirmed his.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is, and I don't know how much. I mean, I know you might work tomorrow, but
Yeah, I do.
I'm kind of waiting for Rick to come. We might just jump in because I don't want to double back, but I kind of want to go game by game real quick, or just say dump it or talk about it. I guess we should just start. Any thoughts on Giants on the London game? Giants Green Bay.
Yeah, I'm on
Daniel
Giants.
Jones is going to be active, by the way. I saw that he was practicing this week, and he's active for this week.
Yeah, I'm on Giants +8.
I like that. I'm not going to bet it, but I like it. I'm a Giants fan, though.
Definitely. I think they run the ball because Packers defense, rush defense is suspect. So I think they can accumulate yards on the ground. And, Aaron Rodgers, like I say, he don't trust his receivers. So he can come anytime to where if they drop a ball or miss a route, a read, he can, get into his head and not go to him and just, fuck the whole game plan up. And, I just see that coming. He's done it before. Why not happen again? But I'm not saying that Giants will win the game. But I think they could keep it close to, cover 8 points.
Yeah.
I am off that game. I lean your way, though, definitely for sure. Pittsburgh, Buffalo.
I think the Steelers can cover that 14, man.
I was going to say it's Steelers or nothing.
Yeah, I think that's too much. Even though Buffalo's real capable of doing it because they are at home. But Picky would have to just have
win 31-7, but I don't see it.
He would have to have a horrible game. Like I'm talking about turnovers, like just total debacle for them to win by more than 14 comfortably like that. But I'm not gonna bet it. I would take the Steelers +14 if I had a free bet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been on the Steelers twice this year. They look bad. They just don't look good.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't realize. I mean, and granted, it was his first game in, and this will be Kenny Pickett's first start. But he looked horrible. He threw 3 picks. One of the picks wasn't his fault, really. But you kind of rely on Pittsburgh's defense, even though T.J. Watt's out. But they just haven't been able to hold anyone to anything. If you watch them with the eye test, teams are just driving right down the field on them. It looks bad. And Buffalo, who is still the best team on paper in the NFL, still one of the best teams in the NFL. I think right now my top 3 are them, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. But that could change. Buffalo has the team to still be the best. We're too early in the season. We're only a quarter of the way through. It wouldn't surprise me if Buffalo wins by 3 touchdowns. I mean, it can happen. On paper, it looks like it's too many points, but I mean, I have it indexed at 12.67, and it's at minus 14. It's too close for me to take a bet.
Yeah.
Any props in that one?
Yeah, the field goal kicker, Boswell, easy.
Yeah,
because I think that's the only way they can put up points. To be honest.
Yeah. Well, they might not even be able to drive in the red. There's a possibility they might even not be able to get in the red zone. I mean, it's
exactly. So yeah, he should make 2 field goals. They should get at least 6 points.
Yeah, that might be a look. Look at that field goals.
I have a nice 6 kicker parlay that I'm gonna do.
Oh, well, let's just jump right into that one. Let's go.
I mean, it's Carlson for the Raiders.
Okay.
It's Meyer for the Cowboys. It's Young Ho for the Falcons. It's Gano for the Giants. It's Succum for the Bucks, and it's McPherson for the Bengals.
Well, Myers is Seattle's kicker.
I'm gonna put him by himself. I'm not gonna put him on this parlay. I'm gonna take that straight bet because I want to put more on that.
I have 2 units on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
if
more
you
on
put
that.
More on him, why not include him in the parlay if you're that?
Because I'm not. 9 times out of 10, this is gonna crash. You know what I'm saying? Like all these probably won't hit just to say, but I want to put Myers on one by itself. You know what I'm saying? Just to know that I'm going to hit that. I'm going to put Myers. I'm going to put Matt Gay, and I'm going to put Prater all on separate ones because I know for sure that they're going to get theirs. Yeah. But all these right here, one can fuck up and just fuck all the shit.
Yeah,
but hey, it's just fun just to do it. Hey, why not?
That's I have two right now, and I give out my plays. So I do it two different ways, and I don't count my record for plays that I say on the show's record is a show's record, and plays that I bet I don't repost on. People all day are saying I'm taking this. No, my whole premise when I started on January 1st posting plays, I said I want there's three things. One is I wanted full transparency of posting my record. I haven't updated my record for the past 2 months. And there's a reason why. I got a new computer and I lost my file. I'm having to rebuild an Excel file with 900 picks. So that takes a long time. With all the shows I do, with all this crap, I have a job. By the way, guys, I have a 50 hour a week job too that I do on the side. So just like you work, you go to school, Nick, and you edit videos all night long. You're up, you barely get any sleep. So
yeah,
that's why it's there. But full transparency. I lost one. My first losing month was August. I lost 1 unit. Last month, I'm up 3 units. So it was two of my worst months. But it was transparency was the first thing. The second thing was having it at the same time because people post their picks. Sometimes they say, "Oh, it's in the morning at this time," but they never hit it. When you wake up on the East Coast, my picks will be there. They're always in by about midnight every night my time. So I don't add picks to that on Twitter, but I bet other picks. So what I'm going to say is that I haven't posted obviously Sundays, and I always post them. Oh, this is nothing. The last thing, 1 unit. You have to be able to have your record. Some people say, oh, they post their record with units. Like I know Razor does that, which is fine. He talks about different units. For me, I want it to be an equal playing field. So all of my picks are posted at 1 unit. That doesn't mean that I bet them at 1 unit. So Nevada, which I posted at 1 unit, I've got 2 on. And then I already have Myers field goal prop at 2 units. Those are the best bets I have of the weekend was tonight and Sunday.
Are you single?
Yes.
Okay, that's another reason why you got time.
Yeah. So I am single. And Dutch made that. Dutch tried to show me up last night.
Yeah, I heard.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know. But yes, I have the ability to wake up alone, which isn't bad. Doesn't mean it happens every night or often.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can wake up alone when I want to. And if anyone says that's a bad thing, you're crazy. Because I can do what I want to do.
It's much less stress free.
Yeah, big time. But I am, and I don't know. I think for all of us too, we're all busy, but life's never been better for all of us. I think all of us are. I mean, all the people that are in our circle, everyone's positive and optimistic. No one has that like I hate life.
Yeah.
You see it. You. But
you hate life now.
I fucking hate life right now because the Mets can't do shit. I can't have anything nice in my life.
If you hate life because you're losing a bet, it's not hate life because you hate your boss. Or you have to, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I find it hilarious that my boss the other night texted me about why the Broncos threw the ball in the end zone rather than run the ball. That's my life. That's what my boss messaged to me about is why the fuck did the Broncos pass the ball instead of run the ball in the red zone?
Let's hit the chat up before we get going because I don't want to waste time, but I mean, LJ, what do you got? You got like an hour or something, or?
Yeah, I got about an hour.
Okay, cool.
I lost 500 on that too, man. Like if Denver would have won by 3 last night, I would have won 500. Man. Like, God damn.
I had the under.
I had the under too.
I mean, I hit that too, but I'm just saying on my other big play, I would have hit the 550.
Michigan Wolverines. The game that I didn't really look at, but I'll just touch.
I want nothing to do with that game.
Yeah, let me pull something up real quick.
That's not one of the games I have written down.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Let me look at the line real quick. You know what? You know what I did? I didn't even index that because Indiana I bet twice this year and lost. And Michigan. I mean, Michigan should roll over Indiana.
I have it at a 19.5 indexed.
What's the spread at?
I have not a clue.
I'm gonna
I
look it
know
up.
it wasn't enough for me to go ahead and bet it.
That's what it was. When I do the eye test, I do skip over games.
That was an easy pass for me.
Yeah, 22 and a half. That's why I passed it. That's just too much. I mean, Michigan could cover that. Michigan couldn't.
Yeah.
Michigan's a run defense. Indiana can't score. So maybe an under. You can't score against Michigan's defense. Anyway, we'll get back to NFL. I put 50 hours a week. Yeah, I mean, we all have other things we do.
Yep.
Yeah, man, you just gotta enjoy what you do, man. Life is what you make it, pretty
It is
much.
true. And I know we've all got goals.
Yeah.
Nick's young. He's a college student, but he's already further than both of us in this game. He's already on a major site. He's already editing video. He's him and his brother have his own company.
Yeah.
And then we kind of joined it a little bit later. I mean, I've been capping forever, but I know your goal is to eventually do this 100% full time.
Definitely.
Which you're 10 times more skilled than the majority of guys that are doing it already.
Hey, I put in the work, man. That's all I can do.
No one comes up with some of the. I mean, that Charlotte. I mean, granted, it lost. What's that?
No, you mentioned Charlotte. I'm like, UTEP.
That was LJ's baby. He gave it to me. I just ran with it. But
I know I had UTEP written down like days before you mentioned that stat, and I was going to bet it regardless.
Well, I will say this: UTEP fumbled the ball in their own territory twice, and driving down the field with a chance to win the game, and threw an interception, and they still only lost by less than a touchdown. So that game was Charlotte's game. Either way.
All I know is that the money for UTEP came into my account, so that's all that mattered.
That's all good. I mean,
that's all good. Hey,
it don't matter what you win, but when you win, ultimately how you win. But it is a good explanation. I mean, the cap on that trend wasn't wrong. I mean, they weren't playing it. No, but anyway, yeah, Michigan, Indiana. I'm off that game. We were on a lot of other games we talked about, but that's not one of them. We'll go to the Chargers and the Browns.
Browns.
Yeah. I think
the simple fact of the rush, like the Browns are second in rushing behind the Giants, and the Chargers are second last in rush yards per attempt. Like they can't defend the rush. So that's an easy clash because all they do is pass. So if I'm the coach of the Browns, it's going to be a heavy dose of the run game.
Problem is they've got their front sevens kind of muddled.
Well, I mean, I believe that the Chargers will be playing from behind. So I believe that
really,
I believe that they'll be playing from behind most of the game. I think Cleveland get up on them in the first half and make Justin Herbert press. I believe he'll be pressing most of the game. He may cause a turnover because he'll make a mistake. And Cleveland will control the game. And I'm on Nick Chubb's rushing prop. They only have it at, 80-something yards, and he's averaging 110?
Well, according to Itch Nizzle, Chubb is the modern-day Jim Brown, which is the craziest
I ain't going to say all that.
Chubb is one of the best running backs in football. Fantasy-wise, at least, I have him on
Brown
both.
Might be the best running back to ever play the game. So I don't know what. I mean, you can't do. I mean, that's generational. I didn't watch him play, but there's only two players that have done so much in like 9 seasons, and that was him and Barry Sanders. So anyway, we're not going to get into that argument, but that's a very, very bold statement from our buddy Ixnizzle.
Yeah.
Granted, he's from Cleveland, so
exactly.
I want to look up the Chargers. Give me a second. The Chargers or the Browns versus the pass, because you're right. And what scares me about this game is I would be all over the Browns. I still might even have them as a circa pick. The problem is we saw Jacksonville smoke the Chargers because there were injuries. And then we saw the Chargers play like they were the Chargers last week versus Houston. Granted, Houston came back, but they didn't look hurt.
Yeah, but Houston can't run the ball. They can't sustain offense like Cleveland can. Cleveland can sustain offense, at least a drive or so. Houston can't do that. That's
I'll
totally
tell you.
two completely things.
Well, Houston can rush right down the field, and Kareem Hunt too. He's a third down back. Throw the ball to him. I mean,
There you go.
Yeah.
And we can't convert third downs. Cleveland can convert third downs if they need to.
So actually, the Browns are 12th, so they're above average, 12.12 yards per game. I would look at their sack percentage is down because Garrett's hurt. Yeah. It's just scary. I have the Brown. I think actually technically the wrong team's favored. Usually the books. I mean, putting out a line of -1, which is how I have the Browns, is a rare line. But I might. This might be a circle play. I'm gonna say question mark.
You know what you should look up? Look up the Chargers' road record the past 2 years, because this is their third road game in 4 games.
Okay,
that'll be a good look to see how are they been good on a consistent basis on the road.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, and that would determine how they come out. Because
Colorado State scored. That's not good. How did they score? Oh no, it was a pick 6.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Colorado pick 6. That's the only way they're gonna score. That was a horrible throw. Wow, this night might not be so great for a lot of us. But anyways, let's look up.
I'm hoping Houston can go down and score a touchdown here and can push the over 58. They're at 51 right now.
They could.
They'll probably go for a 2-point conversion and miss again because that's all they're doing tonight. Both those teams have combined for 3 missed 2-point conversions.
All right, so this doesn't go to last year. Chargers 2021. All right, so they went. That's preseason. 1-0, 2-0, 2-1. 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4 last year on the road, and then
all right.
So the Chargers went 4-4 last year on the road.
Okay,
which it doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, I don't.
And let's look at 2020, which was a weird year, obviously. Because home field advantage didn't matter in a lot of places in 2020.
COVID.
So there's 1-0, 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, 3-5. So they went 3-5 in 2020, and they went 4-4. I don't know. That's not telling enough to me.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I get it. I'm just trying to find every angle.
Of course.
But I just trust that Cleveland is going to control the game on the ground. That's what they do. That's their identity. What's the Chargers' identity? That's the question.
Justin Herbert.
But that's what I'm saying. Passing the ball. They have to depend on him to make elite throws at timely, because he doesn't have Keenan Allen. Who is he going to trust in a crucial situation? That's the question that I have. We know Cleveland's identity: run the ball, pound it, get possessions, and control the clock, time of possession, because they're like second or third in the league in time of possession. So. Yeah,
you're right. No, I'm liking it more as you explain it. I'm pulling up my live betting right now because Colorado State just had a pick 6. It's a pick 'em at Nevada plus 100. I'm gonna nail that big time right now. I mean, I'm gonna do a really irresponsible bet on that one.
So, Earl, are we going to be on DeGrom tomorrow?
Who the fuck knows anymore? Mets haters are going to come in their pants tomorrow because the Mets are going to be done, and that's going to be it. And the Mets, the Lowell Mets is going to continue, and I can't have anything nice in my life.
Has DeGrom played the Padres?
Don't say that. I mean,
let's look that up.
Here's the deal. It's one game. I'm going to bet after this game's over, I'm going to look at the Mets. I'm going to look at 3 things. One is the Mets to win this series, the Mets to win the NL and the World Series. I'm going to see where they're at. I will probably be on the Mets. I still think the Mets might not even be plus money to win this series. It'd probably be
It'd probably be a pick 'em if
Yeah.
I had to guess, because the Mets are going to be what, minus 200 tomorrow?
Yeah.
With Snell against DeGrom.
They haven't even
Like,
decided. It's still
realistically
undecided.
speaking.
Why is it still undecided?
What'd you say?
Because they want to decide after this game ended. Because if the Mets won, it would have been Bassett tomorrow. And they would have saved DeGrom for the Dodgers.
Gotcha,
but we're not going to be able to do that because the Mets don't know how to fucking hit. So it's going to be DeGrom tomorrow and Bassett on Sunday if we make it that far.
Yeah.
Knowing the Mets will lose tomorrow and I can't have anything nice in my life. But this is
Hey,
DeGrom will probably be a minus 200 tomorrow. Take the Padres. They're going to sweep this series and it's going to be over.
No, they're not. It's a win tomorrow, and it is going to be minus 200 probably. I wonder if this will show you whether DeGrom. I mean, DeGrom is, in my opinion, when he's healthy, the best pitcher in baseball. When you have a guy, and I don't know, LJ would say one of his Astros is, but I don't.
No, DeGrom's a beast. Like I can safely say
DeGrom's the best pitcher I've seen in my generation.
Yeah,
he is not quite there yet. There's been one other pitcher. The two best pitchers I've seen in my life,
Kershaw and Verlander.
No. Verlander right now is the best of your generation. Until DeGrom, in your lifetime, Verlander is the best one. But who was the other dude that just well, Scherzer's one of them too.
Where would you put Nolan
in my
Ryan?
lifetime, I saw Nolan Ryan pitch.
Okay.
I saw the two best, and based off a lot of different aspects, not winning or whatever, were Greg Maddux and Randy Johnson. And this is why I say that. Greg Maddux did not pitch hard, the most pinpoint pitcher. He didn't even have like the sickest movement. I mean, he had a really good changeup. He just knew. He scouted the fuck out of you. He prepared the fuck out of every pitcher or every hitter, and he knew where your weak spot was, and he exploited it. Randy Johnson was the first. He was 6'10". He was a left-hand. He was 6'10", first of all. He was a left-hander. He threw 100 miles an hour, and he had a slider that was over 90. He was one of the first guys to have a breaking pitch over 90 and throw it. And he had movement on his pitches. That's why DeGrom is going to – he throws 100 miles an hour, and his pitches go from one side of the plate to the other. That's absurd. And that's why DeGrom, if he has a healthy rest of his career, will be a Hall of Famer, blah, blah, blah. But it's Randy Johnson and Greg Maddux for me. And LJ, you're a little older than me, not much, but who are your top guys?
I will put Nolan Ryan up there.
Yep.
I will put Randy Johnson up there too, because when he was with the Diamondbacks, him and Schilling won that World Series by themselves.
Yes, they did. Luis Gonzalez had the
but them two pitchers right there, they won that by themselves. So I saw that. That's probably, like I said, just because I could go to the Astros, Mike Scott. I could throw some people out there that I saw live. I
forgot one. He is there in the top three. He's not a starting pitcher, and maybe the argument might be he might be the best pitcher of all time because
Mariano Rivera.
He only threw one pitch.
Yeah,
Mariano Rivera.
Was it a cutter? Was it a cutter?
Cutter.
Yeah, he threw
and
a cutter.
His walkout was better than Edwin Diaz. I'll say that now. Enter Sandman is better than Narco.
When he came in, you were done. You were done. If the Yankees had the lead and you came in, you were done.
Yeah, no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, he's up.
By the way, somehow I got a push on this Houston over because it's now 32-26.
Wow.
So the 58 pushed.
Well, you have something good in your life now. Money back in your pocket.
Yeah, ain't that a fucking miracle?
All right. Well, I love talking.
I know I'm Mr. Pessimistic tonight because I'm depressed as fuck.
It's all right.
My bottle didn't make it through the night. It's empty.
Yeah. What are we thinking about? Again, I have down here from the show before that's the over in that one. Minnesota first half, but Chicago, Minnesota. I have a capped at 7 points. It's a 7-point favorite. Chicago. If I had to say, if they were better or worse than I thought. They're slightly better. Minnesota, I actually think are slightly worse than I thought. But
I have
still,
it at 10.5.
Do you?
Yeah,
I still think
I like
Minnesota
that.
wins the division though.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason they shouldn't win the division. They have the second easiest strength of schedule remaining in the NFL.
And the Rodgers is checked out. He's like the Beatles.
Rodgers doesn't give a fuck anymore because he has no one to pitch to or to throw to.
Yep. A lot of people like the Mets under. LJ, are you on any bet in Chicago, Minnesota?
I don't know what the hell the total.
I may get to the window -7 Vikings. I haven't done it yet, but I did take Dalvin Cook over 80.5 rush yards because the Bears have the worst rush defense in the league. So why not take advantage of that?
Yeah.
I just don't like putting my trust in Kirk Cousins, to be honest.
Dalvin Cook's gonna run down their throat.
Yeah.
Vikings
that's for sure bet.
Vikings by double digits in that game. I honestly think the Chicago Bears may be one of, if not the worst team in the NFL.
Definitely.
How many times have they thrown the ball this year?
Hey, Corday agrees with you. Fradres and I actually agree with that. I think the Mets still win this series. They're by far the better. Well, not by far. They're the better team. I would
They're
say
the Mets. They're always going to Met. It's just the way it is.
The Padres do the same thing.
I've grown up with this team. I know what the fuck they're going to do. They're going to win tomorrow and they're going to lose in game 3 because you can have nothing nice in your life if you're a Mets fan. That's just the way it is. This team is always going to break your heart. What I say is being a Mets fan is character development. Because I can never have anything easy in my life. I can have never anything nice in my life. The only time I've seen any of my teams win a championship is when Eli made Tom Brady his bitch twice. Other than that, all my other teams suffer. The Islanders suffer and the Mets suffer. Like, I can't have anything nice in my life. So, no, the Mets are not going to win this series. They just lost this game tonight officially. The game's now officially over, so fuck them. They're going to win tomorrow by some miracle, and then they're going to find a way to break your heart on Sunday. That's the way it's going to be. And
so are you a Knicks fan too?
I do not give a fuck about the NBA. My favorite team is the one I bet on.
Okay. Who's that?
Nobody.
Was that a fumble? Was that a fumble? Oh, my God. Was that a fumble?
Hold on. I got food.
No, it wasn't.
What?
In Nevada. So we talked, Big Boss and I, we both said the only way that Colorado State can win is if they score, and we didn't think they can go up like 2 scores right away because Nevada can't come back. Colorado State has the ball in their own territory, granted, but they're up 7.
The over just cashed in Houston, and Houston came all the way back, and they're up 1 point now. 18 seconds left.
There you go, buddy.
Houston came all the way back. Cash the over, though. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. No, bro.
Memphis on the site.
Houston is one of those teams too. They're an underperforming team. They've been really disappointing. Let's get to the chat. Give me KC and Cowboys. We're going to talk about those, but I know all of us are real high on the Cowboys for sure. That's my best bet
I want to have the Cowboys money line.
I have the field goal prop. That's my best bet for the NFL, but that's my best side. Dalvin Cook will kill. Well, Bears can't score either. They can't. Well, they did a miraculous thing versus my Niners. Granted, it was weird. DeGrom, they must win. Apple sign.
They must win doesn't mean they will win, guys. Come on. You know, this is the Mets. I know the Mets better than probably anybody else on this panel. We know the Mets, they're going to choke. That's just the way they are.
Well, the Padres are the other team that does that. The Padres are a choking team too. So we'll wait.
I don't trust this Mets team right now.
We'll live watch this Colorado State Nevada game just because I have a big interest in that. I just rebet the live bet at a pick 'em.
To be honest, I totally forgot to bet the game.
Now Nevada.
I totally forgot actually to place a bet on this game.
Nevada's plus 3.5, minus 130.
I might jump on the live money line.
I'm going to rebet. I rebet it at pick 'em. If Colorado scores again, I probably will rebet it again. And this isn't. I guess that's considered chasing, but Colorado State's just so bad.
Yeah, I don't know how I totally forgot to bet that game.
They just picked it. Nevada just picked it. Yeah, crack. There we go. Yeah, Cracker Jack.
I can't believe the fucking over in the Houston game hit. That was a live line at 41.5 at one point, and it hit over 58.
Hey, LJ,
I
you got
don't
one
know
of
how
your
that hit.
burrito bowls tonight?
What?
No, I got chicken tenders.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Food.
I got you. Yeah, you know, Dutch, I'm going to say this. Dutch came at me with that, and he's like, oh, talking about cooking. Dude, I can cook. Well, I don't want to get sexist. I can cook better than any girl I've ever dated. So you don't talk. I mean, granted, we're talking about, I can't roll over and stick a finger in someone, but I can cook. So there's no worry about single. By the way, if you're a single dude, you need to learn how to cook because you can't do the Uber Eats thing every day.
That's how I learned how to cook.
Yeah, well, me too. I mean,
I've learned how to cook as a single dude I've been single for over 3 years. There we go.
Yeah.
I've learned how to cook pasta because it's 85 cents. It's 85 cents a box, and I can get a big jar of sauce for like $3. So that's how my broke college ass is able to eat every week. Is I make a shit ton of pasta, and I have that for a few days at a time. And when I run out of that pasta, I make another box of pasta. And sometimes when I have a little bit of extra money to splurge, I'll get some Taco Bell.
Well, you know what? You sound like knocked up. The Seth, whatever, Rogan. He's all like, yeah, I just eat a lot of pasta. That's totally the stoner, not that you smoke, the stoner young kid thing. Let's get to a couple things before we bring someone else on. Would you move on Tennessee? I'm not. Everyone else knows. Everyone else that I know is on Tennessee.
I kind of lean LSU.
Well, that's the thing. I have this as a pick 'em. That's just the index. What scares me is Tennessee is such a talented team. I'm a Hendon Hooker guy. So the answer to that is no, I'm not, but a lot of people are. And actually, that is one of the picks for the show that Lenny gave out, Detroit Lenny. TCU Kansas over 69, not a horrible look. LSU money line, wrong team favored. We were just saying it's a pick 'em. I mean that's what the index says. That's a starting point. 8 fried chicken tonight. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm gonna figure out what I'm doing.
See, it's 11 o'clock, and I haven't even thought about dinner yet. But I have my drinks, so we're good.
Kind of like the LSU over. All right, let's bring on. So we're talking
I'm
NFL.
on the other side, Alex. It's the under. I think
The
that
under?
line's too high.
You think so?
Yep.
Should I bet? Nevada plus 3.5 is minus 115 right now. Should I bet it? I mean, that's they're driving down the field. All right, we're gonna get crazy. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do math.
On the books.
If only we had a live show doing NFL, I would be just like this with y'all.
Yeah. I bet Nevada pregame. What just happened? Did they pick him and go down right when I bet that? Yeah. They picked him and went down. Oh, this is fucked.
So that hurt you?
No, I'm gonna I got the bet in, which is bad. I got it, but this is the thing. I got it at plus 3.5, and they can come back within that. I think they're just. We'll see what happens. I might put another bet on something else. We need to get someone else in. Okay, my screen's up now. We're gonna get one of my buddies in that has been one of my first fellow followers. Both of us followed each other like right off the bat. He's one of the first 5 on Twitter. Great capper, Chicago area, does fantastic videos. Just started doing a YouTube, but we'll bring him in. Rick Punt the QB.
Hell yeah!
Rick.
Hello, everybody.
I love the hat. I love that team this week. Panthers.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not a Panthers fan, but man, I think it's a sharp hat. So.
Oh, I don't mind it. I'm in Carolina. I'm not a huge fan of the Panthers because the year I moved down here is the year they made the Super Bowl, and everybody was a fucking bandwagon Panther fan. But I think that they have a good chance of upsetting this week. I'll put that one out there.
So
yeah, I don't think they have a good chance of upsetting, but I if they do, and
hope you cash.
So we did NFL on Wednesday. We're going. The reason why we double up on NFL for anyone that's watching is because, we've got a lot of NFL cappers, but both me, Nick, and Tim are in the contest in
Yep,
Vegas.
I've already submitted our picks, and Carolina plus 6.5 is one of them, actually.
Yeah. So we've gone over. We'll just do a quick run through. We're at Chicago, Minnesota. But do you have any thoughts in Giants Green Bay for the London game?
For Giants Green Bay, no, not really. It's not a game that I really want to have anything to do with. I don't really see a whole lot of value in playing that one for myself.
A little bit of breaking news real quick. Fumble touchdown for Colorado State.
That's what I said. I've already said that. So yeah.
Oh, I missed that then.
Yeah, they've thrown a pick six and a fumble for. That's the only way this team. This is why I still have hope. The only way this team's going to score is that way.
I just saw that on Live Lines jump to 13-0. I might take the points here.
Yeah, you should. I'm thinking about betting it again. I still think Nevada can win this game, but
yeah, I think Nevada can still come back and win this game. And if anything, it helps me. I have the over and I have Nevada. I mean, I don't have them paired together, but I like both the over and Nevada, and them scoring these points this early. Colorado State just helps me with my over, because I think when Nevada gets going, when Nevada gets going, they're not going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, and the thing they don't rush the ball. They're the second worst team rushing the ball, 36 yards a game. And when they try to throw, they're the worst team at getting sacked, 21% when the guy drops back. I'm not too worried about that. But let's stick with NFL. Steelers, Bills. You have anything in that game?
Steelers, Bills. No, but it would be really awesome to see Kenny Pickett have a good game. But I don't really see him having a good game. I think trailing back to Giants Green Bay, maybe for first half under. If I was going to play anything, it'd be first half under. I'm looking through my notes right now while we were talking about college football.
Yeah. Well, we've got, LJ's got another 30, 40 minutes. I want to get to the rest of everything, but I will just kind of.
Yeah. By the way, I just took a live play, Nevada plus 9.5.
Yeah,
that's a great value play on a live bet.
Yeah. Because I never got around to actually betting Nevada. For some reason, I forgot to actually bet the game, and I wanted to. I just totally forgot to do it.
So you're the one we have to blame when Nevada doesn't cover.
Yep, exactly. No. That means Nevada should cover because I forgot to bet the game. If I bet them, they would be losing even more.
That's true. Well, we'll answer this question and we'll move on. Oklahoma versus Texas. We talked about this.
Sooners outright.
Yeah, well, I have Oklahoma plus the points. There's no reason you're telling me in a rivalry game, even though Oklahoma's down and Texas is up as far as expected value, you're giving me over a touchdown in that rivalry game. No thanks.
Yeah, I mean, has Texas ever been favored in the past handful of years against Oklahoma? So, I mean, the fact that they are now kind of puts them in uncharted territory, I would think.
Yeah, it's just too much. I mean, they might win, but 8.5, I'll take it all day. Chargers, Browns. What do you think?
Chargers Browns, another game that I really don't have any interest in. I mean, I could see the Browns pulling it off because the Chargers just underperform. I mean, if there's one thing I could say, like, what's one word to describe the Chargers right now? Underperforming. You know, they had plenty of opportunities to put the Texans away, and they just go out of their way not to do it. Like they avoid putting teams away. They were up like 17 at one point against the Texans. They let the Texans get back into that game. And that whole time, Austin Eckler carried the ball 3 times the whole fourth quarter.
There's another Nevada fumble.
Are you shitting me?
We're gonna see. They're pointing that he was. The ref was pointing the other way, but they got the ball. This is craziness.
By the way, I just want to touch on that comment by Moose saying Padres. I just want to say fuck you, and that's it.
Well, what?
That's all I wanted to say about that. I just want to say fuck you and move on.
Yeah. Well, he's a Padres fan. You're a Mets fan.
Nice. Let me be drunk on your show. I mean, we're both.
Yeah, we're all. I'm getting there. So we'll do this. While I get him on, Chicago, and then you'll be caught up with all of us. We get everyone back in Chicago, Minnesota.
Chicago, Minnesota? Sure.
We're Bears.
The Bears are – I'm from Chicago, and I can see it right in front of my face. The Bears are terrible. The Bears are terrible. If you're going to give me 7.5, this should be a 10-point spread. I mean, maybe Chicago could cover it. I don't think so. Minnesota is just a better team.
Yeah.
I know that they might have a little jet lag coming back from London. I don't think it makes a difference. Justin Fields can't throw the ball. The coaching staff has no desire to let him throw the ball. No one's trying to grow this quarterback. Everyone's kind of coddling this quarterback, and I don't know why. But in my opinion, I would have to say Minnesota, because the Bears just don't look like they're even trying to put a winning team out there. It's kind of like watching Denver play call.
They don't have a winning team, but anyways, yeah, I agree with all that. By the way, Moose, if you come on and you're antagonistic in this, I'm kicking you off, because we're talking football right now. You guys can have your shit, but
No, there's no Mets tears or anything like that. I'm numb to the pain. I'm used to this after 21 years of watching this fucking team. I'm used to the pain by now. I know I'm not going to watch them win a World Series for years. That's just the way it is. So I'm numb to the pain.
So here's the deal. So we're gonna bring someone else on. He's obviously, I can see that he's preparing for some bullshit, but because I'm the only one that can see him. But we're gonna bring on this dork.
Yeah, fuck off. Let him enjoy this one game.
All right. Well,
How's that Trent?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, baby. Feel good up in my belly.
How many boots deep are you right now?
2.
That's
I'll
all they
tip my
got.
cap to the Padres tonight. They were the better team. I'll tip my cap.
Nothing you
to
can do but tip your cap on that one. I mean, the Padres played a solid game. They outplayed them today.
Yeah.
They fucking smashed Scherzer. I haven't seen a performance that bad by a Mets pitcher on a situation that big since Tom Glavine in 2007.
Scherzer was
Oh,
missing
wow.
over the plate like all night
Yeah,
long. He was
Scherzer
missing
looked
over the
like
plate.
shit tonight.
Yeah,
DeGrom's gonna dominate tomorrow.
It was so fucking funny when Bell hit that home run. Literally the pitch before that, I said, Bell, that was your
I knew we
fastball
were
right there."
fucked by the time Bell hit the home run.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But we were fucked by the time Bell hit the home run. That's the way it is.
Yeah, well, and when the pitch before it, the fastball before it, I sat there on stream. You can literally go back and look at it. Ooh, Bell, that was your pitch. You're not going to get another one of those. And literally the next fucking pitch was a fastball that leaked over the middle of the plate, and he fucking crushed it to the opposite field. It was just one of those moments where you go, all right, this is probably not going to happen. When Grisham came
return
up.
of the Lowell Mets. That's the way it is.
Yeah. When Grisham came up, I'm sitting there going, all right, well, here comes a strikeout. We all know he's about to strike out here. And he hits a bomb. He hits a fucking bomb. It was one of those games that you just go, man.
Everything went right for the Padres. It is what it is.
Well, my question would be, was Scherzer 100%? Because if DeGrom's dealing with a blister issue.
He had a problem with his quad heading into it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what I was seeing was he was missing so consistently over the plate. And one of the things that elite pitchers will do is they will miss to their location by just a little bit. And I don't think I saw maybe more than like 6, 7, 8, 9 pitches where Scherzer missed his location by just a little bit. He seemed to be missing by quite a bit. But I mean, in the counterpoint, Darvish was missing his location by a lot. But
the Mets had opportunities in the beginning that they just couldn't punch in. They had first and third in the first inning. They had multiple, they had a guy on third in the second inning or something like that. They had multiple opportunities. They just fucked it up every time they had the opportunity.
Yeah, first and third, 1 out. First and third, 1 out with Alonso up, and he strikes out.
Yeah, he struck out at an obvious strike, and he shakes his head on the way back to them. I'm like, you fucking idiot. You know that was a strike. Stop arguing with that shit. That was a strike right down the middle.
No, I think he was shaking his head because he fucking demolished that first pitch.
I saw that, and I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And Machado, to the same point, the first at bat, like he just missed that changeup. And I was sitting there going, like, hey, watch out for Machado. Like he was right on that pitch. He seemed
good luck
well.
versus the Dodgers, Padres, because the Mets ain't winning the series.
Well, that's the crazy thing is if the Padres beat the Mets here and they get
swept by the Dodgers.
Here's the thing is that we at least played them way better this last series, and there were
Because
some
they didn't give a
calls.
fuck.
They didn't give a fuck. I get it. But in the NL West, when it's your little brother, when it's the guy you're supposed to dominate, even if you clinched everything, you still kind of do what you're supposed to do. And they absolutely were throwing out their A lineup. Almost every single game they were throwing out their A
I'm going to
lineup.
say this before we rein it back in. Congratulations, Padres.
Yeah.
I
Shout out
still
to the Padres for
think
winning
the
tonight.
Mets are way live to still win.
Yeah,
the.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be honest with
They're
you.
done.
I'm going to go if it's plus money, which I don't even know if it will be. I will go bet the Mets to win the series because
I truly wonder what that line is.
we're gonna find it out. But we're gonna talk. We're gonna keep going with NFL, and we're going to I think an interesting
NFL.
game, which I don't think a lot of people would have thought this would have been an interesting game, but the Detroit Lions and the Patriots.
I have the. By the way, I have the line. If you want to bet the Mets to win the series,
What is it?
plus 170.
Really?
Oh my goodness! I'm going to
What?
be on that.
Plus
I'm absolutely
170
gonna
for the
jump
Mets
on
to
that.
win the
I'm
series.
absolutely jumping on that. I'm
They're
jumping
fucked.
on that.
That's insane.
I'm
The,
absolutely.
the Mariners are
I'll
the
pay for
Mariners
that.
are minus 220. The Guardians are minus 350, and the Phillies are minus 300. And
Moose
the
is gonna
simple
bet
stat behind
bet
that,
his team into the World Series.
What a difference a day makes.
Yeah, really. What
yeah,
the hell?
and the simple reason behind that is during the season, teams that win the first game of a series went on to win the series 78% of the time.
That doesn't
Matt.
matter. I mean,
Man,
that's a nice trend, but still, I don't know. But back
That's
to
just
this,
regular season, though.
But how long has it been like the first two though, right? This is the only season that they had
No.
that extra
This
wild
is
card,
just
right?
saying regular 3-game series during the
Oh,
regular
okay.
season.
we've never
Team that
had a
won game
playoff.
one.
Yeah.
Obviously, that does not include when like the Dodgers played like the fucking Pirates or something like that, when it should be a blowout. Like that doesn't
Okay.
that includes that into the stat.
Well, the other
Right.
thing is we've never seen. There's a dynamic. We've never seen series a 3-5-7.
Yeah.
We've never
Yeah.
seen it, and where all the games are in the same place. They're all going to be in New York.
The
But
only time we've seen this is in college baseball during the regionals.
yeah, well,
Hey, Dave, why are you doing NFL tonight? I thought tonight was NCAA. That's why I
We did-
showed up.
that was the whole first part of the show. We got to double back on NFL because we're all.
Oh, there was a first part of the show. How'd that go?
Why are you still pacing, Moose?
I got so much adrenaline, LJ. Oh my
That's how it
God.
happened.
All right, hold on.
Sit down,
Time out. LJ, you have experienced the playoffs. You have experienced a championship. And, I haven't been there, even if it's an
Neither
asterisk.
have
I
I.
have not been there. I have so much adrenaline going through my body. I cannot even begin to tell you right now. I could do 50 push-ups. I'd have to do them 3 at a time, but I could absolutely do
You need
a
to let
bunch
some
of
that energy
push-ups.
out
If I tried to
somehow.
do push-ups, my head would be on the ground and I'd fall asleep in depression. I'd cry
That's not a
myself to
push-up,
sleep
that's a
because that's the
sleep.
way it is.
That's not push-ups. That's just a sleep.
I could tell.
Yeah,
Moose
that's
is,
just
like,
laying on the
really-
ground depressingly.
I could tell. He was
LJ,
like-
you remember your first championship, like quote unquote championship? You remember how you watched those games when the Astros, figured
Banged
out a
on
way?
the trash cans to win the World
all
Series.
right.
Well-
Let's rein it in. They won one game in this weird wild card series. We're talking about championships. all right.
I'm just talking about the emotions.
We'll get
yeah.
to college football after we're done with
No,
this.
the Padres have already won the series. That's fine. You're good.
All right.
I got so much fucking energy. I apologize.
I see. You need to let it off somehow, bro. You got a girl
I'm
there?
9 beers deep already. I'm 9 beers deep already, and I still need to finish my college card.
All
So I
right.
have a feeling. I'm feeling I'm going to make some really bad bets here tonight.
No, Moose, we're gonna go through the next 20 minutes. We're gonna go through NFL, and then we're gonna go back to college football for you. So, but let's double back.
All right, so come
We
back.
were
in 20
all of
minutes.
us are a bunch of us are on the over.
Yeah, just keep pacing for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the
You
ability
just
to
keep
do that.
pacing back and forth. Get your energy out there, buddy.
Detroit, New England. Oh, I'm on the over. I think a lot of us are too. I want to see if
I
people
like
are on
New England.
sides. Rick, because you weren't on the NFL show, what do you like in that game?
You know what? I agree. I think the Detroit team total is they've been soaring over this. It's 21. It's 21.5 now, and I think they get to that point. I think the game goes over. Detroit can't stop anybody, and Detroit has a tendency to put up points. And the Patriots' defense isn't really something that really, excites me.
No.
Gotcha. Moose was on the show. Does anyone else have any other thoughts on this game? We all talked about it. Is anyone's mind changed? I mean, the side. I mean, obviously the total we're all there, but I'm hearing a lot of people on New England for the side.
I like New England.
I do too.
I like Bailey Zappi. I actually like Bailey Zappi more than I like Mac Jones. And the reason is we've seen, granted, it was in Conference USA, right? Conference USA with Western Kentucky. But we've seen Bailey Zappi has the talent to air the ball out and to go down deep down the field. Obviously, Bill Belichick's not going to let him do that. He's just going to make him hand the ball off to Damian Harris all the time. But I can see the Patriots being able to win this game and dominate it, and Nevada just badly missed a field goal. Fantastic. I'm glad I bet them plus 9.5. Fuckers.
Thank you, Tim Earl, for making an appearance on the show that's on your channel. I know but you should be on this bitch. Get on it. Anyways, go ahead. LJ, you got it.
Oh yeah, I'm on. I like New England for the simple fact Detroit's probably missing both of their players, Swift and their receiver. That's probably the two best offensive players. And I like the trend that I saw today that Jared Goff hasn't won a road game since he's been with Detroit. So why would that end tomorrow against New England? One of the best defenses, minded coaches of Bill Belichick that could probably take the best attribute that Jared Goff has and make him beat him some other way. So that just sways me to think that New England could pull off the game. And I think it'll be a heavy dose of Damian Harris as well. And that's why I'm on his prop, because he's had a touchdown in 3 straight games. So I'm on his touchdown prop because Detroit gives up the most rushing touchdowns to any team in the NFL.
Yeah, I've got Stevenson on my fantasy team, but he's like the third down back. He's actually been doing pretty well. Moose, did you have anything on New England, Detroit? You had your bets were. What were your bets last time?
The only thing I had about
You're the
New England, I haven't
Broncos.
bet. Yeah, I had the Broncos and I had the under. So let's throw that in there too.
Yeah.
The only thing that I had about the Patriots was I was just really 100% worried about what the offense was going to look like, even against a really bad defense. It's still an NFL caliber defense, and Zappi making his first start. I loved him in college. I loved him at Western Kentucky, but that was a completely different division. And we've seen guys that have come through those lower tier divisions that have absolutely struggled at the NFL level. I mean, you could say that what's his face, fucking Kaepernick had a really good career, but I mean, he didn't have a great career. He had a good season. He had a good season. You got Daniel Jones that came from a lower tier division. You had, the only guy that really has made a name for himself out of a lower tier division is Lamar Jackson.
Daniel Jones came out of the ACC.
He's bad.
Oh, what? Yeah, that's a lower tier division to me.
No, it's not. That's a Power 5 school. That's a Power 5.
I get Clemson has won it, but how many other teams from the ACC have even made the playoffs?
Conference.
How many other teams from the ACC besides Clemson have made the playoffs?
That is a Power 5 conference. It's the ACC,
how many other?
the Big 10, the Big 12, the SEC, and the Pac-12.
How many other teams from the ACC besides Clemson have made the playoffs? I'll wait for your answer.
None. But by the way, Daniel Jones was
zero. Is it zero? Is it zero?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's zero. Okay, so from a lower tier division such as the ACC that only has Clemson in it to basically be good.
Oh yeah.
He should be a comedian, man. I swear he missed his college.
He's a fucking
I'm just
goofball.
gonna sit back and drink and call it a night.
I know, so I'm a comedian for making a really good, valid sports.
Well, you're doing a stand-up routine right now. Well,
Damn, you're like killing it.
Definitely is standing up.
Literally standing up. But
so a woman walks into a bar with a poodle under one arm and a 6-foot salami under the other. Let's go.
What?
She said, "Would you like to touch my wiener?"
No, that's not how it goes. That's Breakfast Club. But anyways, you missed that one.
Sorry, I haven't watched that in a while. That's not in my my DVD
All right.
library.
Okay.
But anyways,
Oh,
so
here's the
about
filibuster is over. Let's do this. Detroit, New England. What do you like?
yeah, so I would like to be on the Patriots. I missed the -3 because it's -3.5 right now.
Yep.
And I really would like to have the -3 just to push because I feel like Detroit is one of those teams that you can be up by 10 points and they'll score a touchdown late and have it to create an onside kick to recover the ball. That's kind of just the team that I think they are. I'm not going to be sold on Zappy coming in and just being an absolute boon to that offense. The offense isn't great. The offensive line isn't great. They don't have great skill position players. The one thing that I do like, and this is something that LJ threw out on whatever day you do this, was a Damian Harris anytime rushing touchdown, as well as a Damian Harris rushing attempts and rushing yards. Because the one thing that Detroit really, truly struggles with that we know the Patriots will do is run. I don't trust Zappy with the offense. I mean, not just Zappy, but what skill position players is he going to have? I mean, are we really going to look at Nelson Aguilar, Jacoby Myers, Hunter Henry? Are we looking at those guys as dudes that can create separation and get yardage? I'm not. So if anything, I'm looking at a Patriots rushing prop if I cannot get a -3 or a -2.5. But I honestly think the Lions are going to be a trendy pick on Sunday. I think there's going to be some pundits that pick God, dude, did you puke? Like, what the fuck smell is that, dude?
Legit question here: is everybody's New England Detroit game
dog.
pulled off the books? Because I don't have that available on my book actually right now.
Yeah,
I don't see
puked
New
a
England
big
and
Dude,
Detroit.
god damn, bro. The fuck smell is that?
All right. We're moving on.
No, legit question: is this game
Yeah.
pulled from everybody
you did
else's
puke.
book? Because I
No,
don't
I
see
got it.
available on
I
mine.
have it. It's
I'm
on
checking it right
DraftKings.
now.
It's on FanDuel. On mine,
It's not on Bet Online. I will put that out there. It's not on Bet Online.
they know something.
Well,
Yeah.
It's back down to 3 now. So if Moose really likes it, when he's done cleaning up his pet's puke or something, he can go ahead and take the 3.
He puked.
I will probably be on New England
so
-3 tomorrow on Sunday.
all right. I'm muting you. You can come back when you want to come back. We're gonna go to. Does someone have the show on in the background?
No, it's pulled
Nope.
from my book too. I don't
I
have
didn't
it.
think so. Hold on.
Okay, it's not just me. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
I'll
pulled
be
from
I'll be back.
Have you-
I'll jump out and
LJ, have
get
you
back
signed
on.
up with
Yeah, I
Bet
think it's
Online
you.
yet?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I need
Okay.
to. I need to.
Yeah.
Make
Moose,
sure to use the link I sent
when
you.
you're ready, let me know.
$5 free bets.
I am. I'll probably try it.
I appreciate that. I wouldn't mind $200 in free bets,
We'll move in on Seattle, New Orleans.
especially after the Mets fucked me tonight. That'd be
New
nice.
Orleans are 5.5 point favorites. It's a horrible. That's a dog line.
That line went up, as you noticed.
Where's it at now?
No, I'm saying it was at 3.5. Did it open up at 3.5?
Yeah. It's the same as it was on Wednesday though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In which game?
The
New Orleans,
Seattle.
New Orleans. I want nothing to do with that game.
Rick, you have anything
I'm
there?
really pushing that Saints are going to win this game.
All right.
I
Go
like
ahead.
Seattle. I like Seattle. Honestly, Seattle's one of the worst teams. I mean, New Orleans is one of the worst teams. The fact that they're 1-3 is pretty amazing, considering they should have lost that game against Atlanta. Besides the fact that they decided to play towards the end of that Minnesota game and hung around at the beginning of the Tampa Bay game, this team has done nothing but underperform. And at least Seattle under Pete Carroll is actually playing with some kind of aggressiveness. New Orleans just does not get started at all in games until the game's pretty much out of control, and then they start scoring. I mean, the game that they lost against Carolina, and it's Carolina, they're a bad team. I know I'm wearing the hat, but they're a bad team. And they pretty much drubbed New Orleans for 4 quarters until New Orleans scored, 15 points in garbage time? It wasn't even as close as
I
Oh,
was
that.
all over Carolina in that game. That was easy.
Yeah, me too. But I just don't see. I got the Seahawks. I'll take the points with the Seahawks.
I can remember back in the day, I did 102 push-ups in a row, all the way to the ground. Now I could probably maybe do 10. I mean, it's just I'm
That
mushy
sounds like
body.
way too much effort.
Well, I was your age. That was a different time.
Still, at my age, that sounds like way too much effort.
You come from a soft generation, so what can I say?
Yikes.
Fair? No,
does anyone want to argue that? Here's the deal:
If
if the greatest generation, my grandfather's generation, they were then the baby boomers, and then Generation X, which I'm on the and then Generation Y. I'm on the edge of millennials and Generation Y. But every generation is mushier than the one that came before it. That's for sure. But you know what? They're also, the thing is I'll tell you what, people are maybe not IQ smarter, but they're smarter because information starts way earlier. I mean, if I don't know how to say this, if I had a phone with internet porn, I would have been a maven at 14 years old. I was still trying to figure things out when I was 17 and 18 and 20. Now these guys are ready to go because they know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, what I know you've got a college age kid and you don't want to think about that stuff, but hopefully he'll be better than we were back then, if you know what I mean. So
yeah.
See, the thing is, with the way our generation is today, the classes that provide content where you need to memorize shit ain't worth anything anymore. Because
back in the day when I took classes, there was no online.
There's no point in memorizing information when you can just Google
you read out of a book and take a class online. But here's the deal. Let me ask you this: do you know what a blue book is? No, a blue book is something you had to buy. So when you had a final and you had an English final, like in college, when you had a final where you had to write out, they'd give you a prompt.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, yeah.
And you have to go to class. They give you a prompt, and you had to write an essay for your final.
Yep. I know what a blue book is now. When you explain it,
here's the deal. So I took some online classes for something I was going to do.
Turnover on downs for Nevada, by the way.
Turnover on downs.
They're really not going to score anything against Colorado State.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a different generation. Seattle. I mean, I'm off that game. LJ, if you have anything else to say, but
no, I'm not going to bet it. I just think the Saints are going to be in a desperate situation, and I like Andy Dalton better than Winston, and I feel he can throw the ball in a much precise. He won't turn it over, and Alvin Kamara, I believe, is going to play. I think they're going to run it, and I just see Seattle traveling east once again. I just think it's a bad spot for them. Like, they may pull it out, they may cover the points, but I see the Saints desperately having to win this game.
Does anybody not think that there's going to be a jet lag? I mean, I'm not trying to step on anybody's picks. Does anybody think there's going to be any jet lag? Because in London games before, the teams usually got to choose if they wanted their bye the week after, or if they wanted to play. And both Minnesota and New Orleans both chose to play this week. I'm just wondering if you guys think there is going to be any kind of lag in that game. It lag from those teams because of the fact they played in London.
Well, legitimately speaking, it's an 8-hour flight to London?
Yeah, it's about a 7-hour flight.
Are they flying there?
So it's all of a 4-hour flight difference from London to New Orleans than it is from Seattle to New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm just saying time change and everything else. You're basically playing it at 8 a.m. rather than playing a 3:00 game or a noon game.
Yeah.
It's technically it's 8 or 9 hours from West Coast to London, meaning time change, but it's a 10-hour flight because it's 5 to the East Coast and it's 5 to London. I don't know what day do they? I've always wondered this. What day are they traveling? It's not. Is it Monday? Is it Tuesday?
I would assume it has been Monday, right after, like the day after the game.
Yeah, you're acclimated by then, I think.
Yeah, you're professionals. You're fine.
I don't know. They've got probably some sort of witch potion that the voodoo doctors can give them to get over that.
I'm going to jump on Chris Olave's prop, though, because I just looked at his 62.5, and he's their leading receiver. So, because Landry's out and Michael Thompson's hobbled, so Olave's the only person that he could throw to.
Marcus Callaway makes some pretty sick catches. I saw a lot of targets to Callaway when Thomas was out, and if Landry's not playing, I would kind of lean towards Marquez Callaway. He makes some pretty spectacular catches, and that pretty much gets the eye of the quarterback to throw the ball to him a lot. I like Olave too. If anything, I fade the running backs more than anything in this game.
Yeah, Callaway's at 30 receiving yards.
Yeah, he could do that in one catch.
Yeah, I'll fucking around take them both.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, shoot. Hey, because I'm a prop guy. instead of just taking a side, I'd rather just take the for sure receiving yard. So hey, but yeah, I'm not betting. I'm not betting this game. But I think the Saints will be desperate. That's just my opinion. We can move on.
Yeah. So Miami and the New York Jets. This game to me is, I have Miami as a 6-point favorite, and they're only 3-point favorites. And Miami's playing well. Granted, Tua's not back. I'm sure he's not back.
No, he shouldn't come back for the whole season.
Yeah, he got
for real.
Yeah,
should be a lawsuit.
Yeah, but I have. I look at this game and I don't see how they can't cover 3 points versus the Jets. But the Jets had some juju with Flacco, but our boy, as we all know, our boy.
Oh yeah, you're gonna play the clip. Hell yeah, it's some of my best work right there.
Brady Wilson, yeah,
that is pretty good. That's good.
I don't know. This is an I don't know spot for me. If anyone, we'll start with Rick because he didn't have an opinion before, but this is just a big question mark for me.
These Dolphins are pass for me. To be completely honest, I think the Jets are a little overrated.
I don't know about overrated, but I think
My bad. I had this game at 4.5, so I think there's value on the Dolphins.
Well, I also think everyone thinks that Miami should be favored by more than this, which makes me think that there's some kind of trap here going on. When I see that every single person says that they index this, and there's no way that Miami should only be giving up 3 points, it makes me think it's my Star Wars theory. It makes me think like, Luke, it's a trap. Don't go in there. It's that's just what I think. I just think this just screams trap to me.
That's what I'm kind of thinking too. It's a big question. It's weird. And the Jets are one of those weird teams. The thing is that they, besides their coach, they have no shining light as a team. And Miami,
I like those receivers. They're young receivers with Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall, Michael Carter. They have some great weapons, great young weapons on the Jets there. But their defense still needs to improve. And you got to see if Zach Wilson is actually, a great quarterback or just, the MILF hunter.
No, he's
MILF hunter.
He's a MILF hunter. No homo. He's a good-looking dude. If there was anyone,
he's not bad looking. Yeah, why not?
You saw what he pulled. We all when we were all younger, we dreamed of one of our friends with the hot mom. He got her, but she's model hot.
Stacey's mom has got it going on.
OJ, yep. What do you think? I forget what you said. You didn't have a pick in this game, but do you?
I took the prop though, the receiver. He just mentioned him. What was his name? Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, it's hit every week over 40 and a half. 44 and a half receiving yards. He's averaging 64.
That.
So
love that. Miami's defense is 27th against wide receivers. But so I don't see why not.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, and you might be looking at garbage time or a late cover or something, or a late passes with Zach Wilson throwing the ball down the field. If Miami, if we're all correct, and Miami is going to win by as much as we think we are. They are.
Yep.
Yeah, if I was ever going to bet this, the hook would be important. I think. I haven't looked at the odds since I wrote it down, but it's 3 and 3.5. I'll look at it right now. We should do that.
We could be a full service operation.
Yeah, well, that's what this deal is about. There's no rules here. We do whatever. No rules. Fuck it. NFL.
No rules, no filters, and no anything. So fuck it.
Mine says 3.5.
I got 3.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's in between. Where are we at? Why is this not okay? So we've got 3 on FanDuel and 3.5 everywhere else. So I would if I'm ever going to bet it, it's at 3. But I'm off that game, so whatever. Another interesting game, which wouldn't be interesting, I guess, unless you're a Falcons fan. But Falcons Bucks.
Smash.
Bucks are an 8.5 or 9-point favorite, depending upon the book. And I have them as the Bucks as 11-point favorites. But that scares me just because the Falcons they were to me. Them and the Bears were the worst 2 teams in the NFL starting the season. The Falcons are in the bottom middle now. They're not even anywhere near, to me, the bottom compared to other teams. Mariota's playing. Cordell Patterson's out. That's the big question. That's the
Mhm.
big deal. So, Rick, what do you think?
Well, I think that this is not a trap, and I think the Tampa Bay is by far the better team, and Tampa Bay is probably going to get healthy after losing that game to KC. They're gonna come back and I think wipe the floor with Atlanta. I think if you want to talk about props, you got Mike Evans anytime touchdown. I mean, Brady's going to be looking towards him pretty much all game long. And yeah, I think this game, I give it to Tampa Bay anytime touchdown. Mike Evans. I mean, yeah, I mean, Brady's going to have a day.
He had a day versus the Chiefs. He had to have a day. He had 360 something yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean,
Well, they only ran the ball 6 times. I think
that's
the whole
the other
game.
thing. Yeah, that's scary to me. I mean, I don't know.
That's just this NFL that we're in right now. And I think maybe if you actually counted how many running backs actually had 25 carries in a game and actually took out the players like Jonathan Taylor and Javonte Williams and those guys that have been hurt and stuff like that, it's maybe 2 guys that are playing this week.
That's a fantastic point. LJ, Nick, do you guys have anything else?
Smash. This is one of my biggest
Bucks
bets.
in a route.
Yes, smash. 3 touchdowns, bro.
Let me see what my number was. My number for this game was Tampa Bay at a 15-point favorite.
I have as 11, so we're on the same page.
I think they absolutely, I think they absolutely fuck them up the ass and destroy them this game. Like
Brady's gonna have 3 touchdowns because he's had 15 touchdowns.
This is a Brady getting frustrated over his divorce type of game. This is one of those. It's a get right spot. The Atlanta Falcons are 4-0 ATS. Whatever bullshit you want to believe with that. This is a Tampa Bay in a route spot. This is a sell high spot. Because I think this should be up towards 13, 14, 15, and it's only a 10. This is a sell high spot for the Falcons, for sure.
Where did it open at?
This is like a 31-7.
I think it opened at 8.
Yeah,
I'll take minus 10. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I take minus 10.5. I mean, you're talking about an Atlanta team that can't pass the ball and can't stop the other team from passing the ball. And you got a Bucs team that all they want to do with Tom Brady right now is pass the ball. And it just feeds right into one weakness and the other one's strength. I mean, even if they decide to get Leonard Fournette in the game, I don't think Atlanta's going to stop them. I mean, when was the last time Atlanta beat Tampa? When was the last time Atlanta's never beat? Brady has never lost to Atlanta.
Yes, all of that scares me though.
Why?
That's what I'm talking about. I have my index says Bucks. My brain says Bucks, but my eyes say Falcons ? Just from the eye test. And also, here's the deal. I just took 100% trend, 26-0-1. I took it. And I lost it. Yep, and I lost. So all of these, this is 100% trend. Brady's never lost. I think there's 4 teams he's never lost to. One of them is the Falcons. I forget the other 3, but
Dallas,
New England.
Dallas, New England, the Bucks.
He's beat. He's never lost to Dallas. Yeah.
No, Dallas is one of them. There's
He's never lost to Dallas. He's never lost to Atlanta, and he's never lost to New England.
There's one other one, by the way.
Is there?
Yeah,
Oh.
They showed it on the statistic on screen.
but you have to put this too, Dave. He got embarrassed against Kansas City last week. You got to understand.
This is a get right spot.
He's going to come back and murder Atlanta, man. Like, this is the perfect scenario.
He's going to show no fucking mercy. He's going to
This
get
is
no
the
quarter.
perfect scenario. I'm telling you. It lines straight up. Straight up, man. I'm telling you. Like, Mariota might be like, timeout.
Gio, by the way, Gio in the chat. Tim's probably not in the chat anymore.
No, he's not. Well, there's the other one here, but
Tim didn't want to show his face tonight. He was too busy with the Mets, and I was the one that embarrassed myself watching this game on live YouTube.
And we appreciate you doing that for everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say. And Nevada,
you got to see a Mets fan in his natural habitat experiencing pain.
The Mets fan will have to wait until tomorrow to get satisfaction.
Yeah. No,
I don't even know if they win tomorrow, to be honest. This team has bad mojo since that Atlanta series.
Nick's on one of these. Nick, this is one of Nick's circa bets. I'm off this game, but Titans.
Oh yes,
Commies.
yes,
Titans
yes.
commies. We'll start with Rick, but I'm off the game big time. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a desire to have anything to do with this game. I mean, Nick, if you really want to kick it off, you can. I mean, maybe the under. I don't. This game is just me now spitting out just spitting out stuff. I want nothing to do with this game. I have no interest in this game. If I did have interest in this game, it would probably be that I think Tennessee, after going 0-2, has now gone 2-0, and I think they're on a streak here, and I think they could probably pull this one off. But there's so much better value on the board for me than this game. So I would just say, if you're putting a gun to my head and say pick the right team, I would say Tennessee and cross my fingers and close my eyes and hope for the best. But other than that, I have no interest in this game.
Go ahead.
We're on. Tim and I.
What? Hold my breath and close my eyes.
No,
Tim and I picked the commies for this game.
There's 3 rules now. There's 3 rules. There was only 2 rules. One is don't do anything illegal. Don't show your private parts. The third one is don't die on stream, please. Please don't die. Don't do that. But Nick, go ahead.
Our circa pick, one of our 5 circa picks, and reluctantly speaking, because I know this team has burnt me many times, I'm on the Commanders again. And this line says it all. All the money, all the tickets are all over the Tennessee motherfucking Titans. But this line has gone from 3 to 1.5. Vegas has told you everything you need to know about this game. The only thing you have to do is have the cojones to say, I'm going to place my American dollars, my United States American dollars, on Carson Wentz to win a football game. And I'm going to do that this weekend very reluctantly because the Commanders are going to win this game. The Titans are overrated as fuck. And this game is going to be a shitty game that the Commanders walk away with the W in this one. I have the Commanders plus 1.5 on circa. And I'm going to have their money line this weekend.
All right.
It's ugly. I know. Everything that you need to look at tells you Commanders in this game, other than the Titans are the better team, which they're overrated as fuck. They traded away their entire receiving core, and they are probably one of the worst teams in the AFC.
They are. And by the way, I said at the beginning of the season,
Jaguars probably win that division at this point.
The Commanders are you need to pick your spots. I had them the first week versus the Jags. That was a perfect spot.
This is a Commander spot for sure.
This might be, but it scares me. LJ, what do you think?
Absolutely. You have to have the cojones to back Carson Wentz in this game. And not many people do.
Yep.
I'm on the commies.
Diarrhea brain, Carson Wentz.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
LJ,
what do you think?
Bad.
You like this game?
I don't like it, but the fact that this is the 3rd road game, Tennessee in 4 games, and
they have a bye next week and the Colts a week after.
Yes, this is a perfect spot for for Carson Wentz to win this game, man. And I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to trust Carson Wentz to win this game, man.
Yes. Can I just throw this out there? You guys are talking about the same Carson Wentz who last year played with Indianapolis and threw interceptions all over the field for Tennessee to pull those games out, and Tennessee won both of those games against Indianapolis.
Okay, let me look up Washington's rush defense.
I'm just saying. Like, if you're going to say that you're trusting in Carson Wentz against the Tennessee Titans, I feel like this is something that got played out the last 2 times last year.
Yeah, and while you look that up, LJ, I'll just say about diarrhea brain. I mean, the only way you could pick spots is versus teams like versus Trevor Lawrence, where Carson Wentz in his own side of the field threw 2 interceptions that Jacksonville couldn't convert, or maybe they kicked the field goal one time, and they still lost the game. You need to really pick your spots with this guy, and I don't know, man. This is a tough one.
They give up less than 100 yards at home. I'm going to go with the Commander. No, rushing. They only give up 90 yards rushing at home. So I'm going to go with the Commanders at home.
Yeah, because all they can do is rush with Henry.
Yeah. So I'm on the Commanders, Earl. I'm on the Commanders.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Moving on. moving on.
I'm gonna regret it.
Yeah, you are. Move to a game that I find very interesting. The Texans versus the horrible teams. Houston versus Jacksonville. We've got. I've got Jacksonville as 5-point favorites. The line was at 7. What's the line at now?
It is at. Well, I have it at.
I have multiple screens up, so I'm trying to deal with this.
Oh, this game's not even up. They took. Oh no, it's
7.
7.
I see
So
7.
So here's my take on this one, and I'll let you guys go. Houston's 3-1 ATS on the season. They had a chance with the ball going down versus the Chargers, which screwed me up last week, to cover the spread too. And by the way, in those 2 of their 4 games, they've led at halftime twice. The shitty ass Houston Texans. And by the way, they're 8-0 straight up the last 8 games versus Jacksonville. And Jacksonville is improved, but they improved from the worst team in the league to middle bottom. They didn't improve to a playoff team. They didn't even improve to a top 15 team. They improved. They're now out of the bottom dregs of 3 teams. They're like the bottom 8 teams. Okay. So tell me why Jacksonville should be a touchdown favorite versus anyone.
Because they're top 10 in offense and defense.
Of top 10 of what? You said that before, but that's not top 10 of what? They're not.
Yes, they are. They're top 10 in points scored and points allowed.
Okay, but when you look at, like, I'll pull it up, like their rushing stats, their passing stats, they're all still they're not way below average. They're still below average.
Well, Houston is not good enough to beat a team that is top 10 in points scored and points allowed. They're not that good.
Okay, but you can take out a couple. I mean, you can take out one game completely, and that's versus the Colts, which was an anomaly. Why the Colts are bad, but the Colts should never have been shut out by Jacksonville.
Correct.
Ever. So take out. But this is the points. That is true. They're scoring points, but when you look at how they're scoring them, I haven't looked into whether they were defensive touchdowns or what. And I'm about to pull it up. Like I said, I have multiple screens. I'm a horrible producer. But when I looked at this game, there are no. I look at rushing yards per game given up and gotten, passing yards given up and gotten. They're not. They don't rank in the top 15 in anything. So it's.
But look at the skill positions. Who's the better quarterback?
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. Trevor Lawrence, people think are really high, but yes, no, I take a clipped him. There's nothing that Houston does or has that is better than Jacksonville, but by how much? By a point?
By a touchdown. By a touchdown.
I don't think so. I think this game should be like a field goal.
Nah. Jacksonville's gonna win by at least by 10 points.
Oh no, I would take that. Give me 10 points. I'll bet 5 units.
5? What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, they're gonna win because for the simple fact that they're gonna be determined to win this division. They're determined to win.
The Texans lost by 10 points to the Chargers, but we all saw them come back to within 3 points, and then also have, when the Chargers came up 10 points, have the ball again. They're a cover team. 7 points is crazy to me. This is what I'm asking. Like,
exactly, the Texans are a cover team, but yet they're getting 7 against Jacksonville. I think that line tells you everything you need to know. I think Jacksonville, and I'm not high on Jacksonville. I think I faded them every single week this year. I think -7 is telling you everything you need to know. I'm going to be on the Jaguars -7.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was crazy.
What?
I was distracted. Nevada, who has turned the ball over 3 times in the first quarter and a half, had a 4th and 6 and completed.
And they converted.
Pass. Yes.
I almost bet them +200 here, but I end up just
Hammer Poop, who couldn't be on the show, is texting me the whole time, like, "Oh my god, oh my god." He's that type of guy. But
is he on Colorado State? Because that feels like a Hammer.
No, he's not. He's not. No, he's. I'm not sure he was on Nevada, but he's tailing my play.
I was gonna say it feels like that would be a Hammer Poop spot taking the Colorado.
It would
State.
be, but he's not even that dumb. He's not dumb.
I don't know. That's one thing that worried me about this game was why is Nevada only 3 favorites against Colorado State?
No pass interference.
That's one thing that worried me here.
The only thing that worried me was Colorado State getting up by a pick 6 and a fumble 6. I mean, give me a break. They haven't done anything.
I almost doubled down because I live bet him here, put a full unit on plus 9.5 at -115.
This game should be 0-0.
I think you'll still be okay with that plus 9.5.
Yeah.
I still think
I
Nevada
hope I
can
put a
back
full
win this
unit
game.
on it.
Well, I have it. What do I have it at? I have it at. I bet it a few
I have
times.
it at -6.5 as my power ranking for this game.
I have -3. I have a -3. I have it at Pick'em, and then I also have it at plus 9.5. I have it 3 ways. I chased it, but this seems like if you're going to chase it, how in the hell is that not a spot, even when they're down? Anyway.
Yeah, because they got 2 fluky defensive touchdowns.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only have 6 more games to go through. Moose isn't coming back. I think there's something wrong with his.
I don't need to talk to a Padres fan right now. That's fine.
I'm waiting for LJ. He'd take a deuce or something.
He celebrated with the champagne with the pet, and the pet got sick.
Oh yeah, the Padres won their World Series tonight, winning that first game.
That's how I feel, kind of.
I mean,
When was the last time the Padres legitimately won or when was the last time the Padres won a playoff game? Legitimately speaking.
1998, maybe. I don't know.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I will say on the getting back to this Houston-Jacksonville game, I will say that as much as Houston can't stop the run, I would love to say James Robinson, player prop over rushing yards, but I don't trust any running back right now because nobody runs the ball. Nobody tries.
Yeah, I already
No
put
cares.
a free pick out on
All of my
ESPN.
rushing props have been fucked. Melvin Gordon was the only option for the Broncos. Look what he did. I mean,
Yeah.
it's no rushing
Well,
props for
you know,
the rest of the season.
You want to get me on a rant? You talk about that Broncos game yesterday. I mean, you're talking about a team. You're talking about a team that gets exactly what they deserve. You get exactly what you deserve. When it's 3rd and 4, you can kick a field goal and put yourself up 6 with 2 minutes left with the other team have no timeouts and make them score a touchdown, which nobody's been able to do all game. And you let Russ cook an interception to the end zone. And then on top
Russ
of that,
opened up his own bakery. He serves turnovers.
The worst. That's a good one.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That the Broncos team is ridiculous.
Well,
And
the
we get
worst-
another
the
primetime
worst-
game with them next week. Woo!
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Check
Under.
this
Bet
out.
the under now.
The second worst decision besides that field goal is your 4th and goal on the 4-yard line. Actually, no, you're 4th and 1 on the 4-yard line. You don't need to get into the end zone. The Chiefs have it. Don't you have a goal line play, a 1-yard play? I mean, QB sneak, even though it's Russ, that's fine. QB design run, some sort of shovel pass.
Russ can run the ball. I don't know why
Okay.
the fuck they're not
What they
doing
did
that.
was they ran double post flags on both sides. They just crossed. That's freshman high school football play calling, and you don't have to go for the touchdown in the end zone. You just go for get 1 yard. Worst play call of the season. Second worst besides the field goal.
Like I said, I was all over Denver. I was all over the under. I was on Melvin Gordon rushing yards, and I got burned on burned on 2 of them. And you know what? You're talking about a team from the whole organization down, from the new ownership to the new coach to Russ to the new quarterback. Be like, if I was a Broncos fan, I'd be sick to my stomach. I'm a Bears fan. I live in Chicago and watch Justin Fields unable to do anything on offense. And I would rather watch the Bears right now than watch what Denver's doing.
I was on the live stream with one of the biggest Bronco fans in the world, Dutch, and it was not fun. Anyways.
Yeah.
Real
quick, can you click on that comment by Nathan?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The first 5. It's Rasmussen. I see Tyler Glass now.
Well,
I
Glass
see Tyler
was-
Glass. Now, Rasmussen may be the primary reliever after Glass now goes 2 to 3 innings. With that being the case, I think the Rays win tomorrow. I think the Rays force a game 3.
Maybe.
So I lean Rays first 5. Whether or not I'm going to bet that at -125, that's a 23-cent difference between the full game and the first 5 money line. I just want to point that out there. That tells you everything you need to know about this. Rays win the first 5. The Guardians win the full game. That's what that tells me right there.
Yeah, that's why we got to get through this.
Let's fly through stuff
Sorry,
here.
I wanted to point out
let's do this. What, because LJ was on the show already.
I lean
What
over.
what other stuff? I mean, you're on. Let's just do this. You were on the you're on the Browns.
I can give you my whole list, and you could just.
No, I'm
see
saying
if
what you
anybody else
did
is on.
before. You're on the Browns +3.
Uh-huh.
You're on the Chiefs -7. You're on the
Uh-huh.
Cowboys money line. Those are your
Yep.
3 bets. So
Yep.
what other bets you have? We went over the whole card on Wednesday. So.
Yeah, I'm on Tampa Bay -8.
Let me see if someone has that. But by the way, it has to be what the odds are now. So
Okay, 10. I'll take 10, 15.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
Bucks -10. You went over that one.
Patriots.
Is anyone on the other side? Yep, Nick already has the Patriots.
Okay, I'm on the
I
Jags.
like the Patriots.
Um,
I forgot what I gave
we're
out. on it.
already on the Texans.
Okay, I'm on Giants +8.
Yeah, no one's on that crap. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna make Commanders.
You have any props? Give a prop or something.
Man, I got a prop for every game.
What's your favorite prop?
I feel like we do this every week, and every week he has a prop for every game.
I have a prop for every game.
You gotta have a give us a besides Myers, which is the
okay. My best prop is Dalvin Cook because I'm gonna take advantage of the Bears' rush defense.
What's it
Horrendous.
Over 80.5 rushing yards.
Okay, that's probably at -115.
Yeah, -114. I got it at 114.
Everyone's 14 or the offshore. All the offshore books put it at -114. It's crazy.
They want to give you that extra penny.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, it's a socialist way, you know. Yeah. Anyway, all right, buddy. You got anything else to plug? You have tons of stuff to plug. You're everywhere.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm gonna be on Jimmy's show Sunday, doing my picks for the NFL.
PSR, by the way, in case people.
Yeah, PSR, Post Sports Radio.
Touchdown, Nevada.
And I'm gonna start doing my NBA shows once the NBA start. I want to start doing some hockey shows with y'all because I do cap hockey as well. I don't know the players.
We capped hockey for an hour. The first show, this show, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know players, but I do know, team totals and good teams to where I know that to take advantage of things like that. But and like I said, once my Astros play on Tuesday, we can do a baseball playoff show because hey, I'm gonna be riding my Astros all the way to the World Series, buddy.
But probably gonna win the World Series.
Hey, I already got money on them. You ain't gotta tell me that. My money's already invested.
I had the Astros and the Mets, but the Mets ain't gonna make it past.
No, it's gonna be Astros and the Braves, brother. It's gonna be a rematch from last year.
If it's the Astros,
I will not watch one game.
I want nothing to do with the fucking Braves. I'm tired of that goddamn team.
The most uninteresting matchup ever.
Well, hey, it's all good.
And I'll root for the Astros. I will.
Oh yeah, I'll bet the Astros every goddamn game.
But follow me on Twitter
the Braves.
at LJ Sports Media and YouTube Raw Words Podcast. Just type in LJ from Houston. It'll come up. Like, subscribe. Dave's on with me on Sunday nights. We recap the Sunday games on football. And like I said, man, we're gonna start doing our shows probably every day. So just follow me. Like, subscribe, and let's cash, baby.
I can never get that right. All right, buddy.
Thanks, LJ. Good to see you, man.
Go follow LJ from Houston on Twitter. By the way, he puts up picks every day. Thanks, bud.
All right, bud.
See you. You want to stick around?
We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait until
you can stay if you want. All right, we'll keep going over this, and then we'll whatever. So my 49ers versus I have no play in this game. I actually would lean the Panthers. I don't think they cover the Niners win this game. They have to win this game. Baker Mayfield can go suck a goat sack. Niners, Panthers -6.5. I need to check that line, but I have them as Niners as 4.34 point favorites. Slight line edge to Carolina, but I am probably not betting Carolina any game this season. Rick, you can start.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I want nothing to do with Carolina. Carolina is an absolute mess. I mean, you're talking about there's no more dead man walking coach than Matt Rule. The only reason why he's there is because they owe him so much money. If they could fire him and not have a head coach and not pay anybody, they would do it. It's basically just because they got to pay him that money. You might as well just stick him in there and let it happen. You're talking about a dead coach on a dead team with a dead quarterback. It's not good at all. They don't. If you listen to my videos and you listen to our podcast, the one thing I say every single time is that Carolina is a team that fantastically does everything they can to make sure their superstars do not get the ball.
That's
Christian
true.
McCaffrey is criminally underused, and so is DJ Moore. And Robbie Anderson is probably the biggest piece of hot garbage in what I believe this NFL. So, I mean, if you're telling me that I got to pick every single time, I'll always pick against Carolina.
Yeah. Nick, you're on the other side, right?
Yeah. I'm on Carolina plus 6.5 as a circuit play. This is just a bad scheduling spot for San Fran. They just played on Monday night, and they have to travel to the East Coast, and they only have to win by a touchdown. 6.5 is a dog number for me. Because kind of the way I think about it is I am what you call bottom up is when you look at indexing.
You're a bottom up. Yep.
I'm a bottom up, but I'm also a top down because I have bottom up where I index games, but I also am a top down where I have 5.5 as a dog number, 6.5 as a dog number, 7.5 as a favorite number, 3.5 as a favorite number, 2.5 as a, or 3.5 as a favorite number, 2.5 as a dog number. Where you look at it and the public will be like, oh, 2.5, they only have to win by a field goal. 3.5, oh, they only have to keep it within a field goal. 6.5, they only have to win by a touchdown. I'm taking Auburn plus 30 in that game, by the way. Yeah, Terry loves the Braves. They can fuck off. But that's beyond the point. That's me speaking without a filter now because I finished my bottle. But
he's on the bottle.
What game were we talking about?
Carolina.
I think this is too many points because I don't trust the San Fran offense to put up many points in this game. I lean under in this game as well because I can see this game tanking under. I can see this being a 17-14 type of game where 6.5 is way too many points. I get it. Carolina is an ugly play. I feel like nothing but ugly plays here this week where we're taking Carolina plus 5 or Arizona plus 5 against Philly. We're taking Carolina plus 6.5. We're taking the Commanders plus 1.5. We're used to ugly plays at this point. If you're betting NFL and you feel uncomfortable, I feel like you're doing it right. If you feel comfortable with an NFL play, the books are probably loving that.
A really good
because NFL is probably the sport that the books clean up the best in. So if you're betting ugly plays, I definitely, especially with being a 39 total, I think this is too many points. I think this is a field goal type of game. I like the Panthers, and I'm somebody who's faded the Panthers plenty of times, other than the one game against the Saints. So I'm on the Panthers plus 6.5 in this game, and I would probably sprinkle the money line too. I think this is a bad scheduling spot, especially with the 49ers playing on Monday.
I don't think there's any way the Niners lose this game. I just think 6.5 is too much. I will say that the reason I'll a couple things you said, absolutely the sharpest, the least value in any sport.
Is the NFL.
The major sports
because we're shocked by 3 points of value.
But there's two reasons why. One is there's one reason why. Cappers bet NFL the wrong way, and people think they know what they're doing because NFL is the number one most beloved sport in the country. People think they're
sharpest lines out there
because they're fans. They're the biggest fans. So fans don't bet well, and people don't bet the NFL. And the books know this. People bet the NFL horribly, and if you can't bet against your team in the NFL, you're a loser. And if you can't see. So, for instance, there probably should be some sharp cappers on Carolina. In fact, if I bet this
sharps are all over Carolina every week.
Yeah, I think Carolina is the spot here. I'm not going to bet it, but Carolina getting points is the spot here. But you're going to have and I'm a Niners fan, and they're a big fan base. You're going to have every Niner in the world saying Carolina is a bad team. The Niners are going to blah blah blah. But that's why they went. That's why NFL is my favorite sport to cap. But is by far my least profitable. But it's
usually the least profitable.
It's everyone. It should be everyone's least profitable.
For sure.
Yeah, Yeah, the books know that it's the most bet sport, and they spend the most time.
Absolutely.
They spend the most time doing their algorithms and shit. But anyways,
That's why you can find value on other sports. By the way, if you're looking to live bet that Nevada game, Nevada's at even money now.
I already have them at even money.
Yeah. I almost bet them at plus 190, plus 200 before they scored that touchdown, but I didn't. So I only got them plus 9.5. I just want to point that out there that they're even money now when they're plus 200 like 10 minutes ago.
Which means I'm going to win 2 of my bets probably, which is good.
Hopefully I'll cover the 9.5, and that'll be my full unit bet for that game because I forgot to bet him -3.
I bet the plus 9.5 bigger, way bigger than I should have. But
I think Nevada's coming back and winning this game. They're going to cover 9.5.
Yeah.
They're going to come back and win this game.
By the way, I want to touch on Nathan's comment there where he's saying tough game for you. Absolutely it is. I want nothing to do with that ECU game this weekend. They just lost one of their top running backs and Rajay Harris for the year. And all they have is Keaton Mitchell now, which I like Keaton Mitchell. He's one of those. He's the Ahmad Bradshaw. If you guys, he's the Ahmad Bradshaw.
He is. Yeah,
Quite the name drop.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because when I grew up watching the NFL, it was Brandon Jacobs and Ahmad Bradshaw, the 2 running backs. I
remember that.
One was the bell cow, one was the speed guy. Keaton Mitchell's the speed guy. They just lost the Brandon Jacobs of the team. That's who they just lost. So I do see the ECU Pirates struggling with Tulane, which is a really good team and is on the rise in the AAC. So yes, I do see it as a tough game for ECU this game. I want to touch on that because it's my team. So.
We're gonna So what we're gonna do is, because Rick's here, we're gonna barrel through these 4 NFL games. Stop Gio. We'll to go back to. By the way,
whatever you guys want to do.
NCAA to go over.
Do you have like 30 minutes?
Yeah, I got time. I just whatever you guys want to do. I mean, don't go over just NBA. Just don't go over NFL plays just for me. I mean, if you got some college stuff you want to talk about, we could talk.
We do whatever the hell we want to do. It's based on your time, but I'll talk about. This is what we'll do. The college, because this is supposed to be more of college football. Granted, more NFL guys came, but that's fine. I could talk about all the sports. By the way, locks is a 4-letter word. It's actually a 5-letter word, but it's not a good word. But we'll talk about things that the panel liked and that I liked. Everyone likes Tennessee. Lenny liked Tennessee. Big Boss liked Tennessee. Big Boss was here. It scares me a little bit because I have this game as a pick. I'm on index. That's just on index.
I have this as I think a 2 or a 3 in index.
Yeah.
Let me get up my spreadsheet, or not my spreadsheet, my Google Docs where I keep track.
We're not going to dive into each game. We're going to be real quick, but
no, yeah. I have this at a 2. I like the under in Tennessee more than anything in this game.
Yeah. Another game. I would say one of my favorite games is Oklahoma getting points in a one of the biggest rivalries in college football.
Yep.
I don't care who's playing.
Oklahoma, I mean, this is still outright at that price.
This is still Steve Sarkisian, and Venables is still a good coach. I said that Oklahoma would have a down year. Everyone's like, oh, blah, blah. They're the 4th.
It's a buy low spot with the Sooners. I said this
when
earlier.
you take a coach, a top 5 coach in college football, and he leaves, and he takes people. That's a gut punch.
He took Caleb Williams with him.
Yep. So I think Oklahoma plus 8.5 is big. I like Buffalo versus Bowling Green. I have them as a touchdown favorite.
Yep.
They're -2.
Where I have Buffalo as a touchdown favorite as well. So I'm going to have.
We didn't talk about this one, but I might be betting Ohio versus Akron at 10.5 points.
Let's see. I think I was leaning that way.
17.
I think I have that at 2. I have that at a 14.
Yep. I've got Georgia Southern as should be the favorite in this game.
Correct. I have that as well.
Yep.
It kind of scares me, but yeah, I agree with that.
It does because it's a weird shit team
Georgia State is a favorite, but they're 0-4 and they're whatever.
They're
that scares me.
Utah, I like versus UCLA. Kind of scares me a little bit, but Utah.
I have Utah as a 9-point favorite in that game.
So do I. 9.85. So that.
Yeah, I like Utah and I like the under in that game.
Do you like that? Yeah,
I like the under and I like Utah.
The thing that scares me is UCLA played Washington. They beat them. So granted, Washington is
UCLA is a free pick video. I'm going to do one when this stream is over.
You're going to do UCLA as a free pick?
No, I'm giving Utah as a free pick.
Utah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And then
that game I was going to do as a free pick video. I have 5 videos I'm going to probably do after the stream. Mets, Padres, Phillies, Cardinals,
Utah, UCLA, Notre Dame, BYU, and Dallas and LA in the NFL.
You're a trooper.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do one video. I'm gonna drink a little more, and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Fair. I have 5 videos I have to record after this, so that's fine.
Okay,
I'm going to be up for a while. I'm fine with that.
Florida, and I have NC State over Florida. I have them covering.
I like that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to bet NC State, but I gave that out as during Power Hour for picks and parlays this week because I was assigned that game. I gave out NC State -3. I think they're still a dark horse to win the ACC.
They are, and they were my dark horse too originally. We capped all these games, by the way, so this isn't just blind betting. And then the other one that Boss was talking about, he likes the Boise State Fresno under, and Air Force covering 10.5 points. I'm whoa.
You just said the two that I actually had circled here.
Really?
You said the Boss picked. I had Air Force -10.5 and Boise. I had Boise State with -7.5, but I didn't have the under. But I do have Boise State and Air Force.
Yeah, he gave both those out, so that's why we're on the same page, which is scary. Actually, maybe we shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Either way, that's the college stuff. We capped it in pretty, great detail. Clemson, Bama, OSU, even okay. Well, all favorites.
Well, that's
yeah.
Favorite.
Let's go to my favorite game of the NFL, and that's the Cowboys-Rams. The Rams are laying 5.5, the biggest dog line there is. And tell me why. Tell me why the Cowboys can't win this game. I mean, I'm not gonna tell why they can't. No, I'm not gonna tell you why they can't. I'm gonna tell you why the Rams are not gonna win this game, and that's because the Rams play like they're the Super Bowl champions and they ran out of gas. And we're not talking about week 15. We're talking about 4 weeks into the season. This team is playing like they have no energy. Matt Stafford isn't looking for anybody that's name is not Cooper Kupp or Tyler Higbee. I mean, we're not even talking about a team that's made themselves. I said this in the video. You saw it, Dave. You're not talking about a team that's one-dimensional. You're talking about a team that's a quarter-dimensional. They aren't even looking at players. They aren't trying to run the ball. They aren't trying to move the ball to Allen Robinson. They aren't trying to pass the ball to any other player on the team besides Cooper Kupp and Tyler Higbee. And on top of that, Matt Stafford can't run the ball, can't run around like he used to. And Dallas is coming at everybody, throwing blitzes and pass rushes and everything. They're sacking people left and right. They sacked Carson Wentz 9 times. And Matt Stafford, they're coming for him. If it was like, if I actually could get a chance to talk to somebody at a pregame press conference, did anybody tell Matt Stafford that the Dallas Cowboys are coming for him? I mean, I don't understand how this is a 7-point spread. It's crazy.
It's 7 now?
No, I don't understand how it's with it's 5.5. It is 5.5, but I just don't understand how this team is favored by that many points by a defense that is literally licking their chops to get to this team.
I got some great stats to reiterate again, which will be my pick video tomorrow, and tonight my pick video is going to be Texas, Oklahoma. But Nick, before I get into that, Dallas. Rams, Dallas, LA.
Yeah, Dallas and the Rams. I'm looking at this game and saying, fuck them points. Dallas outright, +200, +195, whatever. I'm not going to take the points in this game. I think Dallas wins this game outright, and this coming from a Giants fan. So I remember Dave mentioned this last stream, and I mentioned this as well. You are a true handicapper when you can bet on teams you hate. And as a Giants fan, I fucking hate these Cowboys. But the Cowboys are going to win this game outright. I'm not high on this Rams team whatsoever, and I have this game around a 2.5, 3. So I don't think this – plus 5.5, I mentioned this as a top-down type of handicap because I bottom-up handicap with indexes, but I also top-down with 5.5 being a line that I will never lay the points with anymore. I will never lay 5.5 points in a game because that is a dog line. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but when a team is 5.5 point dogs, they win that game or they at least cover. We saw that with Atlanta week 1. We've seen that with multiple teams throughout this entire year. I don't think a -5.5 has covered the entire year. So I am only going to take points or take the money line with a 5.5 point dog
Dallas money line will make my card week on Sunday. And I don't think I'm going to take the points in this one. I think they win outright.
Did you put it on your circuit card?
It's absolutely a circa pick. Them and the Cardinals are circa picks for us.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll say with that post that somebody just posted up there, right there, about be careful.
I have something to say too, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But the one thing you could say about that is, yeah, Arizona was a very public play. Was a very public dog last week, and that was a hand me. That was a hand me down. That was here you go. Here's a gift. That was like DraftKings giving you anybody scores a point and we'll give you $25.
Well, here's why I'll talk about two things. One thing Nick said, but I'll talk about this. There's a reason why when not just this season, when the Cowboys are a dog, when are they ever not a public dog? Here's why. They're probably the most bet on team in football. It's because of their fans.
Absolutely.
They have the most unrealistic. This is what I'll tie this into what Nick said. I'm a Niners fan. I grew up when I was a little kid in the late 80s, but into the 90s, it was the Packers, the Cowboys, and the Niners in the NFC. I have no love for the Cowboys. I respect a lot of their players, Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Deion Sanders, which we had on our team too. But the problem is the fans are unrealistic. Every year they're going to the Super Bowl. Every year they're winning the NFC East. Every year Dak Prescott is the top 5 quarterback. Are you fucking kidding me? But they'll say it. They're a public dog, not because the random betting, actually also because the random betting public is betting them, because they're America's team. I would be shocked if sharps are on the Rams on that line and on what's happening. But Cowboys were my best bet in the NFL last week. I can't believe I said that then. It's 1 in a million shot that it will be 2 weeks in a row. It just is. And here's why. Dallas is giving up 15.5 points a game. That's 3rd in the league. But let's dive into it even more. 171 pass yards per game. They're 6th in the NFL. All the Rams can do is pass because they're 30th in the league, 3rd worst.
Because who the hell is their running back?
68.5 yards. Okay, that's the thing. But here's the crazy thing. So they're a passing team, right? Well, Dallas is 4th best in sack percentage, 9.5, and the Rams are 30th, again, 3rd worst in allowing the sack. So they can't run and they can't defend against the sack against a team. Micah Parsons is going to bury this MF for 5 inches into the cement because it's in turf. It's not even in grass. And 2 other things to kick it off. Red zone scoring. Dallas is 5th in allowing, but this is TDs, not field goals, because red zone scoring is just TDs. 5th in the league in red zone scoring, and the Rams are 26th in scoring in the red zone. And here's the kicker. Dallas is 10-1 ATS last 11 games on the road. This is just Dallas. If I lose this game, I can sleep easy. There's been very few games this year in any sport that had so many arrows towards one side. It's a Cowboys spot. And
Absolutely.
I'm not a Cowboys fan at all.
I can't stand the Cowboys. I love them this week.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's go on to the game you talked about too, the Eagles and the Cardinals. The game that scares me. The Eagles are my favorite, and I think them and the Chiefs are probably the 2 best teams in the NFL right now. Philadelphia definitely is the most improved team, not even close. They did all the right things. I said preseason. I've said it every week. Problem is I index it as a pick 'em, and these are sharper people than me. It's a 5, and it's also is a 5.5. No, it's 5.
It's 5.
It's 5.
So it's in that weird realm. I'm tinkering around with taking the Cardinals. I live in Arizona now. I grew up in California, but I live here, and everyone here hates the Cardinals. That's how much Kyler Murray and Carson Wentz are the 2 worst decision makers in football. Cliff Kingsbury might be Daniel Hackett.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Nathaniel Hackett. Yep.
Daniel Hackett was the guy I went to high school with. That's why I was mixing up. They have the same letters in the name. I lean the Cardinals, and I freaking hate it. But that's just the sharper side of me. I know where Nick's going. I'll let him talk. But Rick, you haven't talked about this. So go ahead.
Really, I don't. do get a little bit of a concern about Kyler Murray against the Eagles because the Eagles really haven't gone up against a really mobile quarterback yet this season. And I'm interested to see how that defense plays against a quarterback that can move the ball, because you've seen when Kyler actually got his head on straight and that second half against the Raiders, he was really going for it. And he was moving around. He was untackleable in the backfield. I will say that I like the Phillies, the Eagles in the first half. I like the Eagles first half -3.5. And at that point, I want to stay away from that game altogether. That's the only thing I like about it. I think the Eagles, they get off the hot starts, and the Cardinals rarely ever get off the hot starts. And I think that this is a game, but coming into that second half, man, the Cardinals put up a lot of points. I think it was a stat said that they've outscored their opponents 49-13 or something in the fourth quarter. I don't trust it. I trust the first half with the Eagles, and then after that, I just want to actually use this game as kind of like a reference to see how the Eagles do against a very mobile quarterback.
I think this is backdoor city, and I mean, I have 1, 2. I have 2 for sure circle plays. I have 1 other probable. This is one in the running for Cardinals, full game. But Eagles first half is a great look. Nick, what do you think?
If you are a live better, I think this is a great game to live bet the Cardinals because I don't mind that Eagles first half look. The Cardinals are a circa pick for Tim and I at +5. I have this game handicapped at a 2. I think the Cardinals hand the Eagles their first loss this week. This is also around that 5.5 range where it's dog or nothing when it's ever this line. It's dog or nothing for me. And I really like the Cardinals here. And this may be a game very similar to the Cowboys where I may look at this game and I may say, books, fuck your points. I'm going to take the money line straight up with the Cardinals in this game because I think the Cardinals can win this game outright. I think the Cardinals are a team that is slept on a little bit. They are improving as the weeks are going along. We saw week 1, they got absolutely blown out. They bounced back a little bit, and they've been playing much better as of late. So I think this is a game that the Eagles or the Cardinals can win this game outright. So I don't mind the Eagles' first look, and I might take a spot where I'm going to have pregame. Probably this is another game where pregame I'm going to have the Cardinals +195 as a bet for me. And I might live bet this at halftime at Cardinals +9.5, similar to what we're doing with Nevada tonight. When the Eagles are leading at halftime, let's just say I think they're going to lead probably 14-10. I'll take the Eagles, or I'll take the Cardinals at +9.5, and I think they're going to win outright. I think that this is a game where you can take the Eagles first half. Go for it. Because the Cardinals are going to come back in the second half. This is the Cardinals team that struggles in the first half of games. I think LJ mentioned that on Wednesday, that they're a team that I think they're like dead last in first half numbers. But second half, this is where that team comes to play. So this is definitely if you're a live bettor, the Cardinals are your favorite team this week. Because this is a great game to live bet because the Eagles don't do anything in the second half. We've seen that multiple times where they haven't scored anything in the second half but still win the game. We saw that against the Vikings. We saw that against the Commanders, where they don't score anything in the second half. So I can see this as definitely a game if you're willing to take the points. They'll backdoor cover and win and lose this game by 3, potentially. But I'm going to have the Cardinals +195 is probably going to be my main play in this game. I'm probably going to look at the Cardinals and the Cowboys and say, fuck the points. I'm going to take the money line straight up. That's probably where I'm going to look in this game. So Cardinals outright for me to hand the Eagles their first loss of the season. I have this game at a 2.
Yeah, yeah,
it's not definitely not out of the realm of possibility. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm a big question mark for me, but we'll move on. Bengals, Baltimore. I have this as a 3. Baltimore's a 3.5 point favorite. It's at 3. I have the under circled here. I think that might be a good look. I'm not to the window yet on that one or anything. Definitely not a circle play or a side bet. But
I was going to say you can't take the under as a circle play.
No. Under or a circle play. Like
yeah,
meaning
exactly.
a
I
personal
got you. I was just gonna say
Yeah.
you can't take the under as a circle
No.
play,
No,
unfortunately.
I wish,
Unless
but
we've
that
been
just
way
changed,
better in this year.
changed the contest.
Yeah,
Rick,
absolutely.
do you have any looks in this game?
Me personally in this game, no. I don't. These AFC North games when you're talking about Cincinnati and Baltimore, this is to me it's kind of more of a coin flip. I mean, if I was going to do anything, I'd take the points, maybe the under. But that's more or less just if I had to bet the game. Like you said, there are just certain games when I look at and I start looking at it and I start doing all my numbers and stuff, and I just look at it, and after 5 minutes, if I just don't, I just go nope, and just scratch it off and move on to the next thing.
Yep, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
The only thing I would say is all the primetime games. If you don't like the unders, don't bet the game. If you if you don't like the under, don't bet it. Otherwise, bet the under.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's probably why I
10,
circled
3,
under.
and 1.
Yeah, 10,
I've been on every single one.
Yep. And I've been on almost all of them. One, I bet the over like an idiot, but
You've been following me for most of them, I think.
Yeah,
You've been taking the unders with me.
It's because of you.
Yeah, but basically most of my plays, if you watch the videos, it basically says first half under, full game under. This is a primetime game. Nobody scores points.
Yeah, it's also It's also a game in Baltimore that's going to be gritty. I mean, interdivision game too is under.
Yep.
Trends the under too, so it's under City. I will get to the window probably. It doesn't matter what it is. It's probably at low 40s, but
48 and a half, I think.
Well, then that's just fucking give me.
Yeah, 48 and a half.
Yeah. All right, so we've got the last game, the Monday night game, Raiders and
shit out of me.
Yeah, Raiders and Kansas City. LJ loves Kansas City. I wish he was here.
I like Kansas City. I'm not scared about the side, but I know what I'm going to bet for this game, and it scares the shit out of me.
You're over, yeah. But I don't have
be on the under. I won't be on the under. What time is this game being played? It's prime time. It's a primetime game, right?
Yeah.
You know where I'm going for this one.
Yeah,
It's
but
an under.
that shouldn't scare you. Betting the over should scare you. Betting the under should not scare you.
These two teams could put up 65 points easy.
Well,
Yeah, but that's what everybody says with all these primetime games
Here's
is,
the thing
there's
about
no way
that.
these guys aren't going to score 50 points.
Here's the thing about that. If you like the under, you like Kansas City to score to cover. I think. I have them as 10-point favorites.
Usually, at least in my head, when I like the under, I lean underdog. But this is a different thing where I don't want to thread the needle. But this is a game I'm going to thread the needle. I like Kansas City -7 is a circa pick for us, and I like the game under. So I'm anticipating the Raiders to score 14 points in this game.
What do you like more? Do you like the Bucks covering 10 or Kansas City covering 7?
Bucks covering 10 because I like the under on Monday night.
Bucks covering 10.
Yeah, this is a question. So these are the two favorites that I'm looking at. Those two. Yeah, those are the two favorites I'm looking at. I don't know. I have some things to think about. I'm going to wake up. I got to put it in by 1:00 my time, 4:00 Eastern. I only have 2 right now. It's a big question mark. But what
you said your 2 are what? Houston and
Dallas.
My
other consideration,
one of them as well that you're looking at?
so it's a consideration. Kansas City, the Bucks, the Browns.
I like the 2 favorites there. I don't want anything to do with that Browns.
The Bucks, the Browns, the Tampa, the Bucks, the Browns, the Chiefs, and Miami is another one.
I would do Bucks, Browns, and Miami, or Bucks, Chiefs, and Miami. My bad.
Well,
If I had, you only need what, 1 or 2?
I need 3.
5 picks.
3.
He already has the Houston Texans and the
the toughest week yet is this week by far.
This is a tough week. I think the week we're going to go 4-1 because it's a tough week.
The Bucks should be number 3. That should be your 3rd pick right there.
Yeah, I think it's Bucks and Kansas City.
Tim likes the Falcons. That's why that wasn't a pick for us.
Bucks, Kansas City are probably the 2, and then the other one's probably the Browns, actually. But
yeah, I have that Browns game as a 1.5-point favorite towards the the Chargers.
I have it the other way.
I guess it's a 0.5-point lean towards the Browns, but not enough for me to want to have any interest in it.
Yeah,
So
no
what-
interest in that game.
What do we like? Do we have any picks in camp besides Rick? Did you go in this game? Raiders,
No.
Kansas City?
Well, I haven't. No, but this game, yeah, I would lean maybe towards Kansas City. Obviously, I'm going to stick with the unders for now.
I'm gonna ride every single one until week 17.
I'm gonna ride every single under until like the over hits like 3 or 4 times in a row in primetime games.
Even
Otherwise,
then-
there's no point.
Even
You're
then.
gonna make more money.
Yeah, the last 5 years, primetime unders have hit, I believe, 60%. So
Yeah,
I
and right
think
now-
if I bet every single one, they're going to hit at 60%.
Just keep betting unders on the primetime games. Can't wait until Turkey Thursday. Can't wait until Thanksgiving. I get to bet 3 unders in one game. One
By
day.
the way,
I would consider only the late night game as the primetime game.
shout out to Canada. Isn't it their Thanksgiving today?
Yeah, it's a Thanksgiving this weekend. That's why we get the CFL game, a CFL game on Monday, which I'll bet.
Didn't who was the Indian and the one that there's a story about our Thanksgiving story. Who was it? Us meaning America, like U.S. people. Anyways,
I don't know.
Not a fucking
No
clue.
idea.
Is the thing? I
Not a
thought
clue.
Thanksgiving was only a U.S. holiday. I didn't know that Canada had it.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know it was another. I didn't know there was a Canadian Thanksgiving.
Well, we should all. Well, we should all be giving thanks for something. So
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the Canadians Thanksgiving, we get the Red Blacks and the Alouettes on Monday night.
Do
Monday
they eat turkey and
Monday
cranberry sauce?
Monday at 1. We get Monday at 1 for a CFL game. Let's go.
Nice.
I'll take the Red Blacks all day in that game. By the way, plus 6.5 Red Blacks on Monday.
I could care less. I'm not.
I like the CFL. It's a fun product. I'd rather watch a CFL game than a Thursday night football game. I'll say that.
Oh, go deport you. Get out of here.
All right, Dave. You want me to give you my?
It's time to wrap this up.
Yeah, let me give you my picks here. I haven't given you any picks for the week here. Let me give you some picks here, and then I think we should probably let Nick get into his picks before he really starts going off about the Mets.
Oh, I'm done with the Mets by now.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm gonna do a college play. I'm gonna take Kentucky minus the 6 if nobody
I love
has.
that.
And,
Love
No
that.
one has that.
all right. I think you guys already had Air Force, right?
Yep. Big
All
bucks.
right. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna switch back over to the NFL then. I'm gonna take Chicago, Minnesota under 21.5 first half.
Ooh.
Okay. No one
And
has that one. Do you have any?
Yeah.
What's your explanation for that? What's your take on it?
What's my take on it?
Yeah, because we didn't cap it.
Oh, Chicago can't score. Chicago can't score the ball. Chicago, it's simple. Chicago can't score.
847 times.
Their defense just does just enough to hold Minnesota to field goals, or maybe a couple of points. This game, even if it's 17-3 at halftime, Minnesota, this game still goes under. So, yeah, I mean that's my thought
Probably
process.
will be
on it.
17-0 at halftime.
What's that?
It'd probably be 17-0 at after 17-3.
Probably. Let's see. Did anybody take Philly in the first half minus 3.5?
Nope.
All right, I'll take that. Philly minus 3.5 first half. And what do I got?
That
One more?
three. That was 3.
That's 3. All right. Let's see. And most of the spreads are already taken here. I like Seattle plus 5.5, but I mean I think that's taken already, isn't it?
It's not, but you already have 3 pit. What do you like? You have Kentucky. You have.
Oh, am I getting 3? Do I only get 3?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. There's my 3.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 per show. We just we can keep going, but I think there are very few rules on this show, and one is and there's been argument about this, but one is 1 to 3, because if not, Tim and Nick would give $1 million. And the other one is if it cancels out, that's fine. But this isn't an individual thing. It's a capper collective. So if we disagree, it doesn't make the car. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's why I just wanted to make sure that I'm putting 3 out there that we're gonna, be able to run
Those are
with.
really good. All those are really good looks. The thing is if I take Arizona as a circa pick, I'm not. So what do I have? So I've got Arizona.
I love Arizona this week.
Arizona or the Browns or the
Arizona.
Bucks or the Chiefs. So I have 4 choices to make
Ooh.
3 bets.
Oh yeah, just leave off the
The Browns.
What
You
was-
like the Browns.
Yeah, I was.
But
just
if I
saying-
bet the Arizona, even though I like it, I won't bet Philadelphia because I'm not going to make a counter. Even though I think that might win, I don't want to do one of these things like, oh, they win the first half, they win the second half. Like
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
Totally get that.
Anyway, Nick, you get 3 more. You were on New England minus. Actually, you only had 2 last, so you get 3 still. But
I only gave out 2.
yeah. New England, because one canceled out, and it was
What game canceled out?
It didn't cancel out. You gave it, and someone else gave it. The Cardinals, and you didn't know. I didn't give you this, so Chris gave it. Hammer poop, and then I didn't tell you that he took it. So New England minus 3, and you have Bengals Ravens under 48.5. So you get 3 more. And if we haven't capped them, cap it a little bit because that's the whole point in this. But we've capped almost everything.
Someone gave out the Cowboys already, right?
Cowboys money line, which I would have liked Cowboys with the point.
I was going to give out Cowboys money line.
LJ gave it out.
And someone's already you're on the opposite side for that one.
Okay.
And somebody's already given out the Bucks, and I'm terrified of that game. So I'm going to keep it with the 2 with the NFL for right now.
2. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it with the under in the Baltimore game and the Patriots minus 3. I'll keep it with that.
So you don't want any picks, any other sports?
I have. I'll give out 3 in college football.
Go. Yeah, this is
All
a
right.
college football show, by the way.
I'm going to go Notre Dame minus 3.5 against BYU.
Okay.
I have this game power ranked at an 8, and I just think Notre Dame is a much superior team than BYU. And
I have it at a 3, by the way, but that's just
it's
me.
a 3. Okay,
have
I saw 3 and a hook, and I love 3 and a hook with a favorite.
No, I'm saying
because-
I have a power index as a 3, so you're.
Oh, okay. No, I have it at an 8, and I love when the line is 3.5 with a favorite because that's a public perception play to take the dog. I feel like that's a public dog sharp favorite number because they only have to keep it within the field goal type of atmosphere, kind of thought process with that. Plus, I think they win by a touchdown plus in that game, so I'll take Notre Dame minus 3.5 against BYU. This is the second game is a game I've seen everybody on the opposite side laying the points, and I'm going to take the points with this one because I only have it at a 3 touchdown game, and they have it at a 27. I'm going to take Sparty Nation here plus 27 against Ohio State.
Scary.
Very scary play. Very scary. I'll take Michigan State plus the 27.
Okay.
This is another one. It's another scary one because the 2 teams combined for 8-2 to the over. One team is 5-0 to the over. I'm going to take an under in this one. Taking Western Kentucky and UTSA under 73 because I had this game more like a 69.5. I had this game under a 70, and it is a 73. I think this line's moved way too high. And I think a 38-31 type of game is what we can see in this one between UTSA and Western Kentucky, and it still hit the under. So, scary number once again. I'm okay with scary plays. Under 73, Western Kentucky and UTSA.
No one has that
Pressure
one.
Cat, I said 69. Very funny.
Yeah, he's been on one today. Love Cheshire Cat.
I appreciate him filling up the comment section and having something to interaction.
Well, we had a lull there, but for a while we had it going, and then I like.
He's kept the chat going. I appreciate it there, Chester Cat.
So I am right off the bat. I'm taking Oklahoma plus. Is it 8.5 right now? Let's see whatever.
It's an 8 on my book. I don't know what it is.
Let me check all the just so we could be accurate. I don't think it matters. They don't win by a touchdown, but let's check.
I remember last year was a heartbreaking cover because I had Texas plus like 4.5, and they've
actually gone down to 7.5 at most, but it's 8 on DraftKings, so we can take an 8. It's dropped, so the line's moving my way. That's just fine, whatever. Oklahoma plus 8. I am also going to take. I'm going to take Utah.
Love it.
Utah minus 3.5. Utah should be a touchdown favorite. It kind of strangely scares me how well UCLA played, but here's the deal. I had UCLA as the 4th or 5th best team in the Pac-10. I had Utah.
I have Utah as the best team, and my power rankings say they're the number 4 team in the nation.
Yeah. So I have them as the second best team. Obviously, I had USC as the first team, but they're still Utah's still a well in the top 10 type of team.
And Utah plays UCLA or plays USC next week.
Yep,
which
at
I have.
Utah.
I have Utah as a 6-point favorite in that game.
Biggest game of the season, for sure.
For the Pac-12, absolutely.
Well, for USC and for both of them. And then the other one, where is this bet at? Because we didn't talk about it except for me saying I liked it. How are they listed here? I thought they were.
What team?
So you're going to spoil it.
Oh.
So
Secret.
it's +3 on Unibet, a book I don't use, but I can. I don't know why I don't. But I like Georgia Southern +3.
Yep.
Because I have Georgia Southern as a, what is this, 4, 6, 18, so high. I can't even read my writing. 4, 6, 18. 18 divided by 3 is 6 minus 2.5. I have Georgia Southern as a 2.5-point favorite, and they're a dog.
Yeah.
Georgia State is in that bottom 10 to 15 teams in college football. They're 0-4, and I don't care that they're at home. They should never be a favorite this year versus any team. So I'm getting 3 points. So I've got Oklahoma +8, Utah -3.5, Georgia Southern +3. Those are my 3 plays. Let's get out of here because we got things to do. Some of us are going to sleep. Some of us are going to work. We'll start with Rick. Plug whatever you want. I know you got videos and all sorts of stuff going on.
Yeah, we're having a good time here with the new YouTube channel. We're pushing out some good stuff here. We got videos coming pretty much every day. I think I take Monday night off, maybe Tuesday night off, and then we're going Wednesday night all the way through Monday night Monday night. We're going for it. At Rick Punt the QB at Twitter, at Punt the QB on YouTube. Check all that stuff out. We got Punt the QB on pretty much anywhere you find your podcasts. We have a one where we just talk about football in general, and then we have another one where we talk about fantasy football. So yeah, check it out definitely. And thanks for checking out the Nerd Collective.
Yep. And by the way, I'll just double plug it. Go follow him on Twitter, Rick Punt the QB, and go to his YouTube channel. His videos are great. The insight is ridiculously good. He's just getting started, just like all of us, just like me. So all the ESB people, go follow him, and anyone that's following me.
Yeah, anybody in the ESB chat, make sure to subscribe to Picks from Dave and to Punt the QB here as well.
Yeah, Rick Punt the QB. And I need to start putting that in the bio, which I will. But anyways, are you done, Rick? You want to say something?
Yeah,
else?
no, go ahead. I'm good.
Nick, go ahead. Plug your stuff. You're everywhere.
Yeah, you can follow me at Rick Putt the QB on Twitter.
He always does.
I always do that. It's a stupid joke I do every time. But ESB show every single day, anywhere between 10 and 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Monday through Friday, Tim, Lenny, and I do Game Time Decision at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we always have plenty of free pick videos here up at ESB. Most of you guys are probably watching on the ESB channel anyway, but we have plenty of free picks. I know Tim already recorded 5 videos tonight, 2 in both the AL games for the wild cards, 2 college football games, and an NFL game. I'm going to be doing both the NL games for tomorrow, as well as 2 college football games and an NFL game for Sunday as well tonight. So plenty of free picks going to be on ESB, especially with hockey season coming up soon. I'm not going to do a hockey video. I don't know enough I don't have enough info to do a hockey video tonight. I need to know goalies and stuff like that. But there will be plenty of free pick videos coming on ESB with NBA, college basketball, NFL, NHL starting, and all that fun jazz. So plenty of content here on ESB as well.
Yep. Go subscribe to these guys. picks from Dave. If you're watching this, go over, subscribe to them. If you're on ESB, come over and subscribe to me. We'll be back on Wednesday. Good luck, guys, with all your bets. And thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.